Chapter 351, Roping In, 2. Su Yingxiu's movements were elegant as she personally poured a glass of wine for Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou did not stand on ceremony. After taking the wine, he took a sip and put down the wine glass. He stared at Su Yingxiu seriously and said, "Tell me, why did you take the initiative to contact me? Don't try to hide it. When we first met yesterday, you seemed to know everything about me and even took the initiative to look for me. Even a ghost wouldn't believe you if you say you don't have a purpose." Su Yingxiu was not angry when she heard Chu Zhou's rude words. She only smiled faintly and stared into Chu Zhou's eyes. "Chu Zhou, do you remember what I said yesterday? We're not completely unrelated." When Chu Zhou heard this, his gaze froze slightly. He had a vague guess in his heart, but he said, "Relationship? Of course it's related. I'm from the Human Alliance, and you're the Holy Maiden of the New Moon Organization. You and I are naturally enemies. You know that's not what I mean." Su Yingxiu's voice was as pleasant as the sound of nature, making it very easy for people to have a good impression of her. "Hehe, what other relationship can we have? An ambiguous relationship." Chu Zhou suddenly smiled teasingly. When Su Yingxiu heard Chu Zhou's teasing words, she was not angry. Instead, she calmly looked into Chu Zhou's eyes and said, "I think you actually have a guess. It's just that you don't seem to want to know the truth. Or are you avoiding it?" Chu Zhou's expression froze slightly. He looked at Su Yingxiu coldly. "Don't guess my thoughts casually, I won't be able to help but kill you." Su Yingxiu's expression also became serious. "I didn't mean to guess your thoughts, I was just making a simple logical deduction. You must have guessed it yourself that you have awakened the New Moon bloodline that only our New Moon organization has. With your current strength, your father should have told you something about your mother, right?" Chu Zhou did not say anything and only stared at Su Yingxiu. Su Yingxiu continued, "Your mother's name is Suluan Feng. She's the previous Holy Maiden of our New Moon organization. She's also the earliest Holy Maiden to awaken the New Moon bloodline in our New Moon organization in the past 1,000 years. Now, you should know why you can awaken the New Moon bloodline, right?" "So?" Chu Zhou's tone was still calm. When Su Yingxiu saw Chu Zhou's reaction, she immediately knew that Chu Zhou already knew what she had just said. She also looked at Chu Zhou calmly. "Actually, you should call me cousin. Your mother is my aunt." "Cousin?" At this moment, Chu Zhou's expression finally changed slightly. In fact, ever since he found out that the New Moon Holy Maiden's name was Su Yingxiu, he had vaguely guessed that she was very likely from the same family as his mother, Suluan Feng. After all, his mother's surname was Su, and Su Yingxiu's surname was also Su. Moreover, she was also the Holy Maiden of the New Moon organization. This made it very difficult for him not to make associations. It was obvious that he had guessed correctly. Su Yingxiu was indeed from the same family as his mother, Suluan Feng. However, he did not expect Su Yingxiu and his mother, Suluan Feng, to be so close. Su Yingxiu was actually his cousin. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and slowly suppressed the shock in his heart. He said to Su Yingxiu, "I won't kill you as long as you don't become my enemy in the future. For my mother's sake." Su Yingxiu frowned. She did not expect him to reply to her even though she had already told Chu Zhou about their relationship. This was clearly not what she wanted to hear. "Chu Zhou, why can't you give up your status as a human and join our New Moon organization?" Su Yingxiu said. "With your status, you should know how powerful our New Moon organization is. Our New Moon organization is one of the control realm martial artists in the change of race and civilization on the entire Earth. The Human Alliance might be very powerful now, but it will be replaced in the end. Our three organizations haven't really taken action yet because we haven't harvested the fruits yet. In the end, the Human Alliance will become the dust of history like the many ancient human civilizations that have appeared in history. If you continue to insist on your human identity, you will only disappear with the Human Alliance in the end. This is also why so many powerful martial god clan and king realm experts in your Human Alliance chose to betray the human race and join the three organizations. This is because they all know the truth and know how to make the right choice. You can only avoid the final calamity by joining our three organizations. You still have a chance to become stronger. You can even build your own eternal family in our New Moon organization and become one of the behind-the-scenes rulers of Earth. Your father once had such an opportunity, but he gave it up and even went against our New Moon organization, becoming our mortal enemy. If your father had agreed to join our New Moon organization back then, he would probably be one of the giants at the top of the pyramid in our New Moon organization now. Not only did his rejection make him lose the chance to become the mastermind behind Earth, but it also made your mother suffer and be imprisoned for the rest of her life. Chu Zhou almost ignored everything Su Yingxiu had just said. However, when he heard that his mother was imprisoned for the rest of her life, he instantly became murderous. The New Moon organization imprisoned my mother. He stared at Su Yingxiu coldly. Aunt was sent by our New Moon organization to deal with your father. But she fell in love with your father and even married him. She betrayed our New Moon organization. She made such a huge mistake, so the organization naturally won't let her off. Su Yingxiu was not afraid of Chu Zhou's gaze and said calmly. As long as you join our New Moon organization and become stronger as soon as possible and become one of the giants of our New Moon organization. At that time, it will only take a word to save your mother. Therefore, joining our New Moon organization is a great thing for you and your mother. How many people can't get this opportunity? What's there to hesitate about? What's so important about your status as a human? Hee, a delicate laughter sounded. The fragrance of the wooden bridge leading to the pavilion blew, and a young girl walked up. Her voice was crisp and pleasant to the ears. Sister Yingxiu, you're really fast. You came here to sway people so quickly. Nangang Yiren. Su Yingxiu's expression could not help but change slightly when she saw who it was, but she quickly calmed down. When Chu Zhou saw Nangang Yiren, who was fighting with Su Yingxiu, appear, his heart stirred slightly. Perhaps he could use Nangang Yiren's hostile relationship with Su Yingxiu to learn more secrets about the New Moon organization and the Earth organization. Chapter 352, Soul Chain and Life Talisman. Nangang Yiren was wearing a green dress. She was enchanting, her skin was tender and snow-white, and she was flirtatious. Her big eyes were like water, charming and moving, and her red lips were bright, making people fantasize. She sat down beside Chu Zhou gracefully with a fragrance. Sister Yingxiu, I realized that the past holy maidens of your New Moon organization seem to be especially good at fooling people. It's a pity that so many heroes in history have been fooled by you. She smiled faintly and suddenly turned to face Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, I saved you today. If I had appeared a little later, you might have been fooled by her and sold your body to the New Moon organization. You have to remember this favor. Poof is crippled? Could it be that everything she said is fake? I'm very curious. Chu Zhou asked curiously. Everything I said is true. Su Yingxiu emphasized. Hee, from a literal perspective, what you said just now is indeed true. But don't say too much. Moreover, I missed something very important. Nangang Yiren looked at Su Yingxiu with a playful expression and a faint smile. Su Yingxiu's expression changed slightly. Which part did she miss? Chu Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold glint appeared in them. Nangang Yiren did not answer Chu Zhou's question immediately. Instead, she looked at him with a faint smile and said. Do you think there's a free lunch in the world? No. Then do you think there's any help in the world for no reason? Same here. Nangang Yiren smiled. That's right. There's no free lunch in the world, nor is there any help for no reason. Then why is the New Moon organization so keen to rope in so many human families and geniuses that they treat them as ants to join the New Moon organization? Could it be that they're really so kind? If they were really so kind, why would they operate the destruction and replacement of civilizations again and again? Our New Moon organization is not the only one operating the destruction and replacement of civilization. Your Earth organization is also involved, Su Yingxiu said coldly. I didn't say that our Earth organization isn't involved. Nangang Yiren still had a smile on her face. I'm just easy to analyze the situation with Chu Zhou. What did you say? Chu Zhou asked. What did she say? She missed something. Nangang Yiren stared deeply into Chu Zhou's eyes and said, there's something that some people don't care about, but I think you do. What she missed is freedom. All the humans on Earth who join the New Moon organization will lose their freedom. The New Moon organization is not a charitable hall. As one of the masterminds of this world, they won't absorb new members for no reason. Especially the most powerful families of the New Moon organization, they won't casually absorb foreign experts and forces and weaken their power. Moreover, the New Moon organization is also afraid that the new members they recruit will have aggro towards the New Moon organization. They are afraid that they will take revenge on the New Moon organization after they become stronger. Therefore, no matter who it is, if they want to join the New Moon organization, they have to let the higher UPS of the New Moon organization apply a soul chain to their spiritual consciousness. Once soul chain is applied, you have to completely obey the New Moon organization and completely lose your freedom. If I tell you to go east, you have to go east, and if I tell you to go west, you have to go west. You even have to kill your father, mother, wife, and son. Otherwise, the higher UPS of the New Moon organization can destroy your mental consciousness and kill you completely with a thought through the soul lock. Therefore, anyone who is afflicted by the soul chain will lose their freedom. Their life and death in the future will be in the hands of the person who controls the crowd control. Even if they become an omnipotent expert in the future, they will not be able to restore their freedom. Of course, there are also many people who don't care even if they lose their freedom in order to survive, become stronger, grasp power, or have other motives. But I think you'll care, Chu Zhou. Of course, Chu Zhou cared. In fact, his expression changed after hearing Nangang Yiren's words. He looked at Su Yingxiu with a hint of killing intent. As long as he was put on the soul chain, his freedom and life and death were in the hands of others. What was the difference between this and becoming someone else's slave? This soul chain might as well be called the slave lock. At this moment, Chu Zhou could not help but think of Chu Lan, whom he had seen yesterday. How proud was Chu Lan! However, even he had to obey Su Yingxiu's words yesterday. Originally, he thought that Chu Lan had become like that because he wanted to curry favor with Su Yingxiu, the new moon holy maiden. But now, it seemed that, other than the above reasons, it was probably because of the existence of the soul chain. When Su Yingxiu saw Chu Zhou looking at her with killing intent after knowing about the soul chain, she immediately felt that something was wrong. She hurriedly explained. Chu Zhou, don't listen to her nonsense. The soul chain sounds very terrifying, but this is only our new moon organization's method to ensure our loyalty. Moreover, only a few giants have mastered the method to activate the soul chain. Basically, as long as the person who joins doesn't betray the organization, the soul chain will never be activated. At this point, she looked at Nangang Yiren with an unfriendly gaze and sneered. Nangang Yiren, you only mentioned the soul chain of our new moon organization. Why didn't you mention the life talisman of your Earth organization? The life talisman of your Earth organization is similar to the soul chain effect of our Earth organization. Every new member of your Earth organization will also be implanted with the life talisman. Hehe, I'm not prepared to hide it from Chu Zhou. It's just that I haven't had the chance to tell you yet. Nangang Yiren smiled calmly. It seems that both the New Moon organization and the Earth organization are not good people. Chu Zhou sighed inwardly. Chu Zhou, you really don't have to worry too much about the soul chain. Su Yingxiu stared deeply at Chu Zhou and said, it's too much of a pity for you to continue staying in the human alliance with your talent. I can tell you that this world is huge. Not only Earth, but also the three major organizations. There are countless civilizations and experts in the universe. But if you continue to stay in the human alliance, there are many things you won't be able to come into contact with in your entire life. She's not lying about this. This world is indeed huge. There are some things that the human alliance can't come into contact with. Nangang Yiren also looked at Chu Zhou and smiled. You can consider working with me. If you agree, I can give you a promise. Even if you're implanted with the life talisman, the control of the life talisman on you will only be in my hands. Other than me, no one in the Earth organization can threaten and control you through the life talisman. As long as you agree, I will do my best to support you as the new holy son of our Earth organization. At that time, not only will you be nurtured by our Earth organization with all your might, you will also have a chance to become an omnipotent expert and see other civilizations and experts in the depths of the universe. In addition, if you become the new holy son, the Huangfu family won't dare to take revenge on you no matter how much they hate you. How is it? My conditions are much better than Sister Yingxiu's. At the end, Nangang Yiren looked at Su Yingxiu provocatively. Su Yingxiu also frowned. The conditions that Nangang Yiren promised Chu Zhou were indeed things she could not afford. Especially the position of Holy Son. The Earth organization had always had the Holy Son and Holy Maiden at the same time. However, the New Moon organization only had the Holy Maiden and no Holy Son. However, she was still unwilling to give up on Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, your mother is my aunt and I'm your cousin. We're family. Our Su family will definitely take care of you after you join our New Moon organization. With the care of our Su family, even if you're put on the soul chain, it's actually equivalent to a formality. No one will activate it. The conditions Nangang Yiren gave you do sound good, but she's just saying it now. She might not be able to fulfill it. I advise you to think about it. Don't even think about it. Chu Zhou suddenly stood up from his seat and glanced at Su Yingxiu and Nangang Yiren expressionlessly. I'm not interested in either the New Moon organization or the Earth organization. Only I, Chu Zhou, have the right to control my life and freedom. After saying that, he ignored Su Yingxiu and Nangang Yiren's reactions and left the pavilion, disappearing from their sight. As I expected, he's a man who won't submit to anyone. Nangang Yiren looked at Chu Zhou's disappearing figure and muttered to herself. Then, she looked at Su Yingxiu teasingly and said, Sister Yingxiu, your plan seems to have failed. Could it be that you succeeded? Su Yingxiu snorted and instantly turned into an after-image and disappeared. Nangang Yiren looked at Su Yingxiu's disappearing figure and then looked in the direction where Chu Zhou had left. She smiled slowly and muttered to herself. I really didn't succeed. But that doesn't mean I won't succeed in the future. There are many ways to cooperate. He might not necessarily have to join our Earth organization. With that, she disappeared. Chu Zhou walked on the deep path and recalled Su Yingxiu and Nangang Yiren's words. He sneered. Did these two women really think that he did not understand the situation in the depths of the universe at all? She actually tempted him with this. He had obtained a lot of information about the depths of the universe from the Thousand-Star Vine. He also knew that above the martial god were Star Realm, Domain Realm, World Overlord Realm, and other cosmic experts. It was even to the extent that the Thousand-Star Vine in his hand was a life form with World Overlord Realm potential. As long as he nurtured the Thousand-Star Vine to maturity, it would naturally become a lord. At that time, the three major organizations would probably not be enough in front of the Thousand-Star Vine. Other than that, he also had the ancient map of the starry sky left behind by the Wook's civilization. As long as he reached the Star Realm and had the guidance of the ancient map of the starry sky, he might be able to come into contact with civilizations and experts in the depths of the universe. He had so many cards. Why should he wrong himself and become someone else's slave? Chapter 353, Pursuit of the 10 Martial Gods, Huge Crisis. The banquet was over. Dongfang Mingzu and Shi Meng benefited the most. The former negotiated a few cooperations, while the latter made many friends and successfully agreed to a few challenges. On this day, Chu Zhou, Dongfang Mingzu, Big Sister Saber, and Yang Zhenzhen prepared to return to Guangdong Base City. Boss, I made an agreement with a few friends to spar with them in the next few days. Therefore, I still have to stay here for a while and won't go back with you. Shi Meng said. I want to stay here to accompany this silly guy in case he's beaten to death, Li Qingxi said. Shi Meng immediately rolled his eyes at her and even muttered. With his strength, he would only kill others and not be killed by others. I want to stay with him too. Ling Zhan also expressed. Then be careful. Chu Zhou did not force it. After giving a simple instruction, he took a flying car with Dongfang Mingzu, Big Sister Saber, and Yang Zhenzhen and left Friendship City. Tisk tisk, Chu Zhou, look, the news of your reappearance has already spread throughout the entire internet. Many people in our human alliance are looking forward to you teaching the geniuses of the three organizations and the monsters a lesson. Yang Zhenzhen opened web pages in front of Chu Zhou and the others. They were all about Chu Zhou's reappearance. Moreover, there were especially many comments. Some of the comments exceeded 1 million. Dongfang Mingzu and Big Sister Saber glanced at the news on the web page and realized that Yang Zhenzhen was right. Every forum and media platform was filled with all kinds of news about Chu Zhou's reappearance. Chu Zhou smiled faintly. He was not interested in the suggestions of those netizens. His current strength was comparable to the martial god. Even the two holy maidens, Su Yingxiu and Nangang Yiren, were not his match. The geniuses of the other three organizations and the monsters were even further inferior. He was not interested in such a boring crushing situation. The flying car unknowingly left 50 to 60 kilometers away from Friendship City. Suddenly, Chu Zhou's eyes focused, and his body suddenly straightened. His scalp went numb, but he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. His expression changed, and a storm of spiritual psychic power instantly swept out of his body. In the next moment, he saw 10 terrifying figures burning with flames rushing towards him at high speed. 10 martial gods! Chu Zhou gasped in his heart. He immediately knew that this might be the Huangfu family's revenge. He knew that the Huangfu family would definitely take revenge. However, he did not expect it to happen so quickly. 10 martial gods even came. Moreover, the target was so clear. It was obvious that he knew that he was the murderer who killed Huangfu Bigan. What happened? Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen sensed the change in Chu Zhou and could not help but look at him worriedly. Immediately turn around and return to back Friendship City. Don't leave Friendship City before ensuring that there's no danger. Remember. The 10 martial gods were about to descend. There was no time to explain too much. Chu Zhou easily instructed them and immediately opened the car door and flew out. In order to prevent Big Sister Saber and the others from being implicated, he had to lure the 10 martial gods away. Boom! At this moment, Chu Zhou's speed broke through the sound barrier and turned into a ray of light as he quickly flew deeper into the wilderness. Turn around and return to Friendship City. Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen vaguely realized what had happened when they saw Chu Zhou leave so urgently. They all looked worriedly in the direction where Chu Zhou had left. Then, they turned around and returned back to Friendship City without hesitation. Not long after Chu Zhou, Big Sister Saber, and the others left, 10 figures burning with flames tore through the sea of clouds and descended where Chu Zhou and the others were with an earth-shattering explosion. The power aura emitted from their bodies made all the living beings in the void within 100 miles suffocate. All the living beings in Friendship City 50 to 60 kilometers away were trembling. Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu and Yang Zhenzhen turned around and looked at the 10 terrifying figures burning with flames more than 10 kilometers away. They all gasped. 10 martial gods! They did not expect 10 martial gods to target Chu Zhou this time. At this moment, their eyes revealed deep worry. In Friendship City, Su Yingxiu and Nangang Yiren stood together and looked in the direction of the 10 martial gods. You came so quickly. Unfortunately, Chu Zhou didn't promise me last night. If he had promised me last night, he wouldn't have to face this crisis. Now, I can't help him even if I want to. Su Yingxiu said calmly. That's right. They've already taken action, so I can't stop them, Nangang Yiren said. Moreover, the Huangfu family isn't the only one who took action this time. Chu Zhou is too outstanding. He's so outstanding that it's terrifying. To go against the martial god as a king realm expert. Such a thing has never happened even in our 3 organizations. With his potential, it's only a matter of time before he becomes an omnipotent expert. The possibility of him surpassing the omnipotent expert is even very huge. Those old monsters in our 3 organizations. We will definitely not allow an existence that surpasses the omnipotent experts to appear in the human alliance. Therefore, other than the Huangfu family, our 3 organizations have also attacked this time. Moreover, the monsters should have attacked too. Su Yingxiu was silent. She had just found out that the higher UPS of their new moon organization had also taken action. It's a pity. We all want to rope in such an outstanding talent, but it's very difficult for him to pass this stage. Nangang Yiren sighed, as if she was a little regretful. The 10 martial gods floated in the sky and scanned their surroundings coldly. Soon, they saw the flying car where Sister Dao and the others were more than 10 kilometers away. They only glanced at Big Sister Saber and the others and ignored them. He escaped this way. Chase! The 10 martial gods quickly turned into after-images and chased after Chu Zhou. After Chu Zhou left Big Sister Saber and the others, he flew towards Guangdong Base City at full speed. He knew that as long as he entered Guangdong Base City, the 10 martial gods would not be able to do anything to him. As for fighting 10 martial gods head-on, Chu Zhou expressed that he had not lived enough and did not want to be so stubborn. Even though he had killed Huangfu Yunhe, he was not a martial god after all. He had only relied on his astonishing foundation and 3 domains to suppress an elementary-grade martial god like Huangfu Yunhe. In other words, his current true strength actually only slightly surpassed elementary-grade martial god. If Huangfu Yunhe was an intermediate-tier martial god, he might not be his match. Therefore, if he chose to fight 10 martial gods head-on. There was only one outcome: death. He knew this well. That was why he wanted to return to Guangdong base city as soon as possible and escape from the crisis. However, not long after he left Big Sister Saber and the others, he realized that there were dense flying monsters patrolling in the sky above back Guangdong base city. There were many monsters patrolling the ground below. Oh no, the monsters are attacking too. They want to stop me from returning to Guangdong base city now. Chu Zhou almost instantly thought that the monsters had also attacked him. This suddenly magnified the sense of danger in his heart. At this moment, the dense flying monsters in the sky also discovered Chu Zhou's figure. Immediately, they pounced at him from all directions. You think you can stop me? He snorted coldly and a powerful spirit impact erupted. In an instant, all the flying monsters charging at him died from headshots. A black hole appeared in the sky and quickly devoured the corpses of all the flying monsters. However, Chu Zhou's actions immediately attracted the attention of all the surrounding flying monsters and the many monsters on Earth. Therefore, even more flying monsters and some monsters that could fly in the air surrounded Chu Zhou without caring about their lives. On the ground, there were many monsters that could not fly but could launch long-range attacks. They also attacked Chu Zhou in the sky. Chu Zhou was furious. Waves of mental attacks erupted from his body. In an instant, all the monsters within a radius of a few kilometers were headshotted to death. The black hole soared into the sky and quickly devoured the corpses of all the dead monsters. After killing and devouring all the surrounding monsters, Chu Zhou continued to travel at high speed. However, in the following journey, he encountered an endless stream of monsters, including several beast masters. He decisively killed and devoured all these monsters. However, he also knew that he was in big trouble this time. The path back to Guangdong base city was already filled with monsters. There might even be the emperor-level monster hidden in front. It was impossible for him to successfully return to Guangdong base city in an extremely short period of time. He tried to take a detour and return to Guangdong base city from other directions, but he encountered monsters blocking his way. It was as if the monsters around the entire Guangdong area had received orders to stop him. As long as they saw him, they would fight him with all their might. Even though most of the monsters were average, there were too many of them. Normally, the more monsters there were, the better for Chu Zhou. He would obtain a large number of attribute points after devouring them. But now, he was being hunted. The obstruction of countless monsters seriously slowed him down. This was very disadvantageous to him. He also tried to approach Guangdong base city by burrowing underground and following the river. However, in the end, he did not know how the monsters found his traces. Be it in the depths of the earth or the river, a large number of monsters were intercepting him. This made his plan fail again. Damn it! If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be found by the 10 martial gods before I return to Guangdong base city. At this moment, Chu Zhou realized that he had fallen into the greatest crisis in history. It seems that the Huangfu family, the monsters, and even the 3 major organizations have set up obstacles around the Guangdong area and organized my return to the Guangdong base city. In that case, it's not realistic for me to return to Guangdong base city. I might even walk into a trap halfway. In that case, I won't return to Guangdong base city. The world is huge outside. Let's see how you stop me. Chu Zhou quickly thought, and a fierce glint flashed across his eyes. He immediately changed direction and turned into a ray of light, flying quickly into the depths of the wilderness. Not long after, he encountered a monster city and landed without hesitation. He activated his 3 domains to quickly sweep through this city, crushing large numbers of monsters. Then, he activated the black hole and crazily devoured the corpses of the monsters. Since you won't let me go back, then I won't go back. Since the monsters have also attacked, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Chu Zhou's killing intent boiled. After devouring all the monsters in the entire monster city, he immediately asked the 1000-star vine to bring him into the earth and quickly leave the depths of the earth. At this moment, the news of Chu Zhou being pursued by the 10 martial gods of the Huangfu family had also spread throughout the world, causing countless humans to boil. Then, martial gods from many battle-axe martial arts schools descended around the Guangdong area. However, many emperor-level martial artists and martial gods from the 3 organizations stopped them. The 2 sides engaged in a world-shaking battle around the Guangdong area. Chapter 354, Devour Crazily. Rainstorm Domain. Are you sure you want to stop me? The tall and strong body of dragon stood in the sky above the sea like an ancient god-fiend, emitting a terrifying aura. His body did not move, and no energy fluctuation emitted from his body. However, the void around him shook violently like boiling water. He looked coldly at the three figures blocking his path. An invisible and domineering aura emitted from his body, as if it could crush time and space. Dragon, Chu Zhou has to die. There's no room for discussion. One of the figures said coldly. The other two figures did not speak, but their bodies emitted an aura as vast as the sea, indicating their attitude. Then I want to see what ability you three old monsters have to actually dare to stop me. Dragon suddenly moved and punched the three figures blocking in front of him at an unimaginable speed. This punch was like a world-splitting fist that contained unimaginable energy. The void within a radius of hundreds of kilometers seemed to have turned into paper and caved in the direction of the punch. The sea below was also pushed out by the peerless and domineering fist, creating a terrifying wave that was more than 30 stories tall. At this moment, the entire sea seemed to be pushed by Dragon's punch. The three figures felt the peerless fist force crushing over, and their expressions were very solemn. The three of them almost transformed into three stone giants that were 10,000 meters tall at the same time. Then, they waved their fists and collided with the dragon's punch. Boom! An earth-shattering sound sounded. An energy storm swept through the sky and sea, minced the sea of clouds, and set off a tsunami. The three 10,000-meter tall stone giants took a few steps back. Damn it, dragon is actually so powerful. The three 10,000-meter tall stone giants were shocked. Dragon was already charging at them. An unprecedented battle erupted between the four peerless experts in this sea immediately. However, the destructive energy fluctuation swept through the entire East Sea and even spread to the Guangdong base city. All the martial artists in the Guangdong base city could clearly feel the horror of the battle in the depths of the sea. Almost at the same time, Sun God Sol and Chang'e Saha, the two omnipotent experts, were also stopped by two figures. The three omnipotent experts were fighting a powerful enemy the entire day. The world-destroying power fluctuation shocked countless people. Other than the three omnipotent experts, the martial gods of the three martial arts schools and the martial god of the Human Alliance also attacked one after another to head to the Guangdong area. However, they were all intercepted by the martial gods of the three organizations and the emperor-level monsters. This day was a day that made the entire world tremble. No one expected such a terrifying battle to erupt on this day. This also allowed countless people to see the determination of the Huangfu family, the three organizations, and the monsters to kill Chu Zhou. 3 days later, in the depths of the wilderness, the 10 martial gods looked at the empty monster city in front of them with ugly expressions. They did not expect Chu Zhou to give up on returning to Guangdong base city. Instead, he turned around and attacked the depths of the wilderness, killing the monster cities around the Guangdong area. This time, in order to successfully kill Chu Zhou, the three organizations and the monster camp had mobilized a large number of experts to guard the vicinity of Guangdong base city to prevent Chu Zhou from entering it. The 10 of them were in charge of chasing after Chu Zhou head-on. It was this strategy that caused most of the emperor-level monsters and beast masters around the Guangdong base area to leave the depths of the wilderness. Therefore, when Chu Zhou suddenly turned around and attacked the monster cities deep in the wilderness, no emperor-level monsters or beast masters blocked him. This allowed Chu Zhou to easily destroy monster cities one after another. In just 3 days, Chu Zhou had destroyed more than 12 monster cities and slaughtered more than 10 million monsters. What made the 10 martial gods even more embarrassed was that Chu Zhou's flying speed was actually faster than martial gods like them. They could not catch up at all. Moreover, Chu Zhou often burrowed into the earth and moved from the depths of the earth. Unlike the area around Guangdong base city that had set up an inescapable net in advance, they did not make many arrangements in the depths of the wilderness. In fact, it was difficult to make detailed arrangements. This was because the wilderness area was too big. This also made it very difficult for them to discover Chu Zhou in a short period of time once he burrowed into the earth. The monsters in the depths of the wilderness did not burrow into the earth in advance and were prepared to intercept him. For the above reasons, the 10 martial gods could not find Chu Zhou for a long time. On the other hand, Chu Zhou was like a fish in water in the wilderness, easily devouring the monsters in one ruined city after another. It's been 3 days. We still haven't found him, but he has devoured more than 10 million monsters in the past 3 days. Now, many emperor-level beasts guarding the Guangdong base city have a huge problem with us. Moreover, the dragon, Sun God Soul, Chang'e Saha and the other martial gods of the 3 martial arts schools and the human alliance are about to be unstoppable. We have to find and kill Chu Zhou as soon as possible. A martial god said solemnly. Chu Zhou is too fast. We can't catch up to him. Go and ask the Golden Eagle Emperor to help. By the way, get someone to send over another of the most advanced life detectors of our Earth organization, another martial god said. Good idea. Even though the Golden Eagle Emperor is only an elementary grade emperor-level monster, its speed is enough to rank in the top 10 among the martial gods. With its help and the help of the most advanced life detector of our Earth organization, Chu Zhou will definitely not be able to escape. Yet another martial god said. Soon, they contacted the Golden Eagle Emperor and asked him to help. At the same time, they asked the people from the Earth organization to send a life detector. In just half an hour, a huge golden figure rushed over from an extremely far distance like a golden lightning. It was a huge golden eagle-type monster that was 500 to 600 meters long. When it spread its wings, it was like a golden cloud circling in the sky, casting a huge shadow. The Golden Eagle Emperor is here. When the 10 martial gods saw the incomparably huge golden eagle-type monster, their faces lit up and they hurriedly went forward. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from Chu Zhou's body like a volcano hundreds of kilometers away in the depths of Earth. The aura on his body rose steadily. A moment later, a grey domain appeared outside his body. In the dark grey domain, endless dark clouds circled in the sky. Lightning interweaved and thunder rumbled. It was raining heavily. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Tier King Realm Expert, Life Field Energy 4,990,000, plus 1 million. Attribute Points, 82 million. Repulsion, Profound 100%, unupgradable. Incinerating Fire, Profound 100%, unupgradable. Tremor Punch, Profound 100%, unupgradable. Rainstorm, Profound 100%, unupgradable. The information on the attribute board changed again. The life field energy increased by another million. More importantly, the Rainstorm Profound had also reached 100%. It was not in vain that I went crazy and devoured monster cities one after another in the past 3 days. With the increase in attribute points in the past 3 days, I finally raised the Rainstorm Profound to 100% and condensed the Rainstorm domain. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. After condensing the Rainstorm domain, his strength soared again. According to his estimation, he should have stepped into the intermediate tier martial god level. Chapter 355, Taming the Golden Eagle Emperor. After condensing the Rainstorm domain and increasing his strength, Chu Zhou still did not stop devouring the monsters. This was because he knew that his current situation was very dangerous. Not only did the Huangfu family want to deal with him, but the 3 organizations and the monsters also wanted to deal with him. The strength of an intermediate tier martial god was not enough for him to deal with all the crises. He had to become stronger. On this day, he devoured another monster city. Attribute points, 112 million, plus 30 million. His attribute points increased by another 30 million. This kind of life is still the best. I can casually devour a monster city and my attribute points can increase explosively. In the past year, I've kept a low profile, but the increase in my attribute points is too slow. Chu Zhou sighed. He suddenly felt that such a life did not seem bad. Even though it was dangerous, he had gained a lot. This time, the monsters took the initiative to attack him and kill him. Both sides had completely fallen out. He naturally would not stand on ceremony. Let's continue to the next monster city. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and prepared to head to the next monster city. However, at this moment, a dazzling golden light in the distance tore through the sea of clouds. It was like a fierce lightning that tore through the sky and instantly arrived above Chu Zhou's head. At this moment, the earth-shattering sonic boom reached Chu Zhou's ears. So fast! This is an emperor-level monster. It seems that the 10 martial gods of the Huangfu family invited help after knowing that they couldn't catch up to me with their speed. Chu Zhou looked up at the golden eagle-type monster circling above his head like a golden cloud. He immediately became vigilant. The Golden Eagle Emperor's golden sharp eyes looked down coldly at Chu Zhou below. When it saw the empty monster city below, cold killing intent suddenly erupted from its body. The entire void seemed to be frozen by its killing intent. Human Chu Zhou, you deserve to die. The Golden Eagle Emperor screamed angrily at Chu Zhou with its spiritual will. However, just as it spoke, Chu Zhou's figure disappeared into thin air. The next moment, Chu Zhou's figure appeared above its head. I didn't expect a Golden Eagle-type Emperor-level monster to come this time. Very good, you're very suitable as my mount. Chu Zhou laughed loudly and stepped heavily on the Golden Eagle Emperor's back. At this moment, wisps of silver lightning appeared on his skin, and his hair turned silver-white. He activated the 9th level of the Extreme Titanium Golden Body, the Limitless Body, to the limit. Coupled with his powerful physique that had undergone a total of 27 nirvanas. It made the power of his kick unimaginably powerful. It was as if a foot of the unparalleled Demon Lord wanted to step on billions of space-time under its feet. It was peerlessly domineering and incomparably powerful. The void under his feet could not withstand such a huge force and twisted crazily. Chu Zhou, I'm going to tear you apart alive. When the Golden Eagle Emperor heard that Chu Zhou actually wanted to take it as a mount, it immediately felt immense humiliation and was furious. An ocean-like origin power erupted from its body. The countless feathers on its back immediately stood up like sharp swords and flickered with sharp light. At the same time, its huge body suddenly rose. It did not believe that Chu Zhou's human body could compare to its emperor-level body. Therefore, it wanted to kill Chu Zhou forcefully. However, it quickly felt a piercing pain, and an earth-shattering power crashed into its body. It felt that it had not collided with a foot just now, but a heavy and boundless primordial fiend mountain. It felt that its internal organs were instantly shattered by the incomparably majestic and huge force. Boom! The Golden Eagle Emperor's huge cloud-like body fell onto the earth like a meteor and collided with the monster city below. A large number of buildings were shattered in an instant. Then, a circle of earthquake waves swept out, destroying the remaining buildings in the entire city. A rain of blood also fell in the void. Without a doubt, this was the blood of the Golden Eagle Emperor. This is impossible. He's just a human. How can his body be stronger than mine, at Emperor level? In the city that had completely turned into ruins, the Golden Eagle Emperor lay in a sinkhole. It raised its head slightly and looked at Chu Zhou's figure above it, its golden eyes filled with disbelief. As everyone knew, the physical bodies of monsters were much stronger than humans of the same level. In fact, it was very normal for their bodies to be stronger than humans 1 or 2 realms higher than them, not to mention humans of the same level. Monsters were indeed talented in terms of physical strength after all. Especially the special races like the Golden Eagle Emperor, their physical bodies were far stronger than other monsters, and their advantage over humans was even greater. Therefore, it was difficult for it to accept that Chu Zhou, a human king realm expert, was actually stronger than it. Its worldview had been overturned. Chu Zhou did not care what the Golden Eagle Emperor was thinking. When he saw the Golden Eagle Empress, he suddenly felt that the Golden Eagle Emperor seemed to be more suitable as his mount compared to the triangular fighter jet. Therefore, he had the thought of taming the Golden Eagle Emperor. After stomping the Golden Eagle Emperor to the ground, his figure flashed and appeared above the Golden Eagle Emperor's body again, stomping down ruthlessly again. The terrifying power fluctuation caused the entire ruin to tremble violently, and countless gravel and dust floated up. The Golden Eagle Emperor had already experienced Chu Zhou's physical strength just now, so it naturally did not want to experience it again. It looked at Chu Zhou, stomped under its foot, and a deep killing intent flashed in its golden eyes. In the next moment, a green domain instantly appeared outside its body and enveloped Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou's foot did not land on the Golden Eagle Emperor. Instead, he stepped into a green domain that whistled with the wind. In this domain, wind had actually materialized, like wisps of green lines flowing. Chu Zhou, you're too arrogant. You're not guarded against my domain at all. Now that you're trapped in my wind domain, die. The Golden Eagle Emperor floated high in the sky of the domain, its golden eyes looking down at Chu Zhou with killing intent. With a thought, countless green wind lines immediately flowed at high speed like streams of light. Countless green wind blades immediately appeared in the void and attacked Chu Zhou from all directions. At the same time, countless green wind lines flowed throughout the Golden Eagle Emperor's body. Its huge body seemed to have completely fused into the wind. It appeared behind Chu Zhou as if it had teleported with just a move. It extended its incomparably sharp claws and grabbed Chu Zhou's back. However, be it the dense green wind blades that covered the sky or the incomparably sharp claws, they suddenly stopped when they approached Chu Zhou. A silver-grey domain appeared outside Chu Zhou's body. Then, another fire domain that flowed with magma-like flames, a domain that would occasionally appear with huge fist marks that could destroy the world, and a domain that circled with endless dark clouds, lightning and heavy rain appeared one after another. The four domains quickly fused together. All the green wind blades that were frozen in midair were instantly shattered by an extremely abundant power of order, turning into countless green light spots that dissipated. The Golden Eagle Emperor's huge body seemed to have been attracted by a vast and endless force and directly collided with the ground. Its huge wings were spread out like human hands, and its head was only pressed against the ground. It was suppressed by the vast power fused from the four forces of order and could not move at all. 4 domains. How is this possible? At this moment, the Golden Eagle Emperor's mind was already blank. It seemed to have become a fool. He did not even know how to think. Actually, this was normal. Anyone who encountered a King Realm expert who had condensed 4 domains would probably be stunned. Territory was originally exclusive to Martial God. It was already lucky for a King Realm expert to condense a domain in advance. It was definitely unprecedented for a King Realm expert to condense 4 domains. Chu Zhou slowly walked towards the Golden Eagle Emperor and sat down cross-legged in front of its huge head, thinking about how to subdue it. Chu Zhou, I'd rather die than submit. Don't even think about making me submit to you. The Golden Eagle Emperor guessed Chu Zhou's motive and immediately said sternly. It was the dignified Golden Eagle Emperor, the overlord in the air, an existence that intimidated countless monsters. If it had to submit to a human and be their mount, it would be even more uncomfortable than killing it. It guaranteed that it would not agree even if it died. Noisy. Chu Zhou slapped the Golden Eagle Emperor, stupefying it. He looked at the Golden Eagle Emperor indifferently. This fellow was already like this, but it still dared to be stubborn. He would let it know what it meant to live a life worse than death later. Let's see if it would submit. Even though Chu Zhou could not get something as advanced tier as the Soul Chain, as a King Realm expert, he could still apply some crowd control methods to the consciousness of other life forms. He quickly flipped through the Treasure Pagoda meditation technique, Secret Spiritual Scroll, Soul Fusion, the Secret Inheritance of the Spirit Martial Arts School, Yuan Bingmei's Cultivation Memories, and other secret manuals and inheritances in his mind. There were also many meditation techniques and mental secret techniques downloaded from the Martial Artist Mall, looking for suitable methods to control others. Soon, he chose more than 100 mental mystic techniques to control the crowd controllers. I've never used these secret techniques to control crowd control's mental will. I'm not very familiar with them. There might be a mistake later. Understand? But don't worry. Practice makes perfect. It should be fine after a few more times. Chu Zhou explained sincerely to the Golden Eagle Emperor. It would have been fine if he had not explained. The Golden Eagle Emperor went numb on the spot when it heard Chu Zhou's explanation. It looked at Chu Zhou in fear, like a lab rat looking at the researchers in fear. It struggled violently, wanting to break free from the suppression. Unfortunately, the 4 forces of the order were too heavy. It could not break free at all. Chu Zhou stopped talking and tested the hundreds of spirit mystic techniques on the Golden Eagle Emperor. Shriek. Ow! Roar! Chu Zhou, you pervert! Stop quickly! All! Soon, shrill screams that made people sad and cry sounded from Chu Zhou's domain space. Moreover, the scream was very strange. It was clearly a bird, but the roar of other wild beasts came from its mouth. After a long, long time, the scream calmed down. At this moment, the domain around Chu Zhou's body had also been removed. He was now sitting cross-legged on the back of the lifeless Golden Eagle Emperor. The Golden Eagle Emperor's mental conception saw Chu Zhou sitting cross-legged on its back. Its body could not help but tremble slightly, and its golden eyes revealed traces of fear. In its heart, Chu Zhou was not a human, but a perverted demon king in human form. It really did not want to experience the pain and torture just now again. Chapter 356, Stab from Behind. Is this a life detector? Chu Zhou was holding a palm-sized circular instrument. This instrument was like a radar. There were many grid lines on the light green display. There was a flickering green light spot and a red light spot. Now, the green light spot and the red light spot overlapped. Chu Zhou had already learned from the Golden Eagle Emperor that the green light spot indicated the location of the life detector, and the red light spot indicated the location of the target. Without a doubt, the red light spot represented Chu Zhou. As long as we record the target's life fluctuations and are within 1,000 miles, we can detect the target through the life detector. Chu Zhou thought about the information the Golden Eagle Emperor had told him and finally knew why he had been discovered time and time again when he returned to the Guangdong base city. It must be because of this life detector. However, the life detector also had flaws. The life fluctuation of a martial artist was not a constant wavelength. When a martial artist entered a combat state, or their strength increased, or they were seriously injured and on the verge of death, their life fluctuation would undergo a huge change. At that time, the life detector would lose its target. Moreover, martial artists above the control level can also control their own life fluctuations to constantly change and make the life detector ineffective. It seems that this life detector can only work wonders when the target doesn't understand it. Once you understand it, it won't be very useful. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and felt relieved. It would be too dangerous for him if the Earth organization could detect his location through the life detector at all times. Even if his speed was fast enough, ordinary martial gods would not be able to catch up. However, as long as they knew where he was, others would always think of a way to deal with him. Now that he knew the shortcomings of the life detector, he immediately adjusted his life fluctuations, causing the frequency, strength, wave band, and so on to change greatly. The next moment, when he looked at the life detector in his hand again, he indeed realized that the red dot on the display screen had disappeared. However, he quickly returned to his normal life fluctuation, allowing the red dot on the life detector to appear again. The IO martial gods of the Huangfu family had put him in such a sorry state. It was his turn to counterattack. Golden Eagle Emperor, it's up to you now. Chu Zhou patted the Golden Eagle Emperor's back and asked it to follow his plan. When the Golden Eagle Emperor heard Chu Zhou's words, a trace of resistance flashed across its golden eyes. However, its heart trembled slightly when it thought of what it had just experienced. It really did not want to experience the torture just now again. Moreover, it had already acknowledged Chu Zhou as its master. Chu Zhou had even implanted many crowd control methods in its spiritual consciousness. It could not resist Chu Zhou even if it wanted to. Therefore, it was better to be obedient. Don't blame me. I was forced. It muttered in its heart and opened a communication device on its body. It sent an urgent request for help to the 10 martial gods of the Huangfu family. Come and provide support quickly. I've already used my domain to trap Chu Zhou, but this person is extremely strong. I can only stall him for a while. There was no need to wonder why the Golden Eagle Emperor also used communication tools. The intelligence of monsters was not inferior to that of humans. The monsters naturally noticed that communication tools were used wantonly in human society. Even though the monsters did not have the technology of humans and could not make communication tools themselves. However, they had also obtained some communication tools from human society through various secret channels, such as the underworld and the black market. Of course, the communication tools they obtained were specially made by some factions. Their functions were relatively simple and not as complete as the mainstream communication tools of humans. Hundreds of kilometers away, the 10 martial gods of the Huangfu family were also searching for traces of Chu Zhou. They did not completely pin their hopes on the Golden Eagle Emperor. At this moment, their bronze-bearded watches suddenly vibrated. They looked down at the information on their communications watch and were immediately delighted. Ha ha ha, it seems that inviting the Golden Eagle Emperor to help was the right choice. I found Chu Zhou now. A martial god laughed. Since Chu Zhou could kill Huangfu Yunhe, his strength has probably reached the peak of the elementary grade martial god. The Golden Eagle Emperor said that it can't trap Chu Zhou for long. It should be true. We have to support the Golden Eagle Emperor and kill him before Chu Zhou escapes. The 10 martial gods quickly discussed it. 2 of them, who were the fastest, decided to go and support the Golden Eagle first. The remaining 8 followed behind. In the next moment, the 2 martial gods instantly turned into 2 blurry after-images and disappeared into the void. In just a while, the 2 martial gods arrived at the place mentioned by the Golden Eagle Emperor. They quickly saw a green domain in the void. Wind blades filled the sky in the green domain. A huge golden figure was controlling countless wind blades and fighting fiercely with a silver-haired young man covered in white lightning. The silver-haired young man's physique was extremely powerful. His punches and kicks seemed to contain the terrifying power to shatter the sky, mountains, and seas. The huge figure controlling countless wind blades seemed to be unable to do anything to the silver-haired young man. The silver-haired young man was about to charge out of the green domain. The Golden Eagle Emperor indeed used his domain to trap Chu Zhou. The eyes of the two martial gods lit up when they saw the situation in the green domain. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that they would arrive late and let Chu Zhou escape again. I heard that this person cultivated the S-tier body tempering technique, the extreme titanium golden body, that was lost in the human alliance to the peak of perfection. His body is extremely powerful. From the looks of it, that's really the case. He actually withstood the Golden Eagle Emperor's domain attack with his physical strength. This is unbelievable. Huangfu Sushan looked at the silver-haired young man who was like an ancient ferocious beast in the green domain with an extremely shocked expression. Humph, the more outstanding this person is, the more we have to kill him. We can't allow an existence that surpasses the omnipotent expert to appear in the human alliance. Especially since he not only killed the holy son of my race, but is also that person's son. We won't be at ease until he dies. Huangfu Taiying snorted coldly. His eyes seemed to be burning, and two scorching scarlet flames appeared in the depths of his pupils. Huangfu Sushan nodded slightly in agreement. Golden Eagle Emperor, we're here to help you. Please open a corner of your domain. Huangfu Sushan and Huangfu Taiying rushed towards the Golden Eagle Emperor's green domain at lightning speed. When the Golden Eagle Emperor saw Huangfu Sushan and Huangfu Taiying arrive, its golden eyes also revealed surprise and relief. It's good that you guys came. This child is powerful. Let's join forces to kill him. It emitted a spirit fluctuation and opened a corner of its domain at the same time, letting Huangfu Sushan and Huangfu Taiying in. If you were a step later, this person would have escaped. The Golden Eagle Emperor instantly flew to Huangfu Sushan and Huangfu Taiying's side and heaved a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, we're already here. He's dead meat. As Huangfu Sushan spoke, the origin power on his body fluctuated like a vast sea. A blood shadow of a snow mountain that towered like a cloud appeared behind him, emitting an extremely cold chill that froze everything. Chu Zhou, you have nowhere to escape. Huangfu Taiying stared at Chu Zhou. Rings of fire ripples swept out of his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a scarlet fire god, emitting a terrifying heat that flickered with the sun and melted gold. Chu Zhou raised his head and stared at the two martial gods, Huangfu Sushan and Huangfu Iron Fire. His expression revealed a hint of seriousness and he frowned tightly, as if he had realized his crisis. Do it! He suddenly shouted and his figure suddenly rushed towards Huangfu Sushan and Huangfu Taiying like a bolt of lightning. Ha ha ha, you still want to attack? Are you encouraging yourself? You actually dare to take the initiative to charge at us? How are you going to fight 1 against 3? Huangfu Sushan sneered at Chu Zhou. He raised his right hand, and the phantom of the snow mountain behind him rose into the sky. He prepared to activate the snow mountain phantom to suppress Chu Zhou and turn him into an ice sculpture. Almost at the same time, Huangfu Taiying sneered and spread out his right hand. Scarlet flames boiled, roared, and compressed in his palm, gradually condensing into a flaming tree that emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. In Huangfu Sushan and Huangfu Taiying's opinion, Chu Zhou actually dared to take the initiative to attack the 3 martial god tier experts. He had a death wish. They prepared to send Chu Zhou off. Pfft! Suddenly, Huangfu Sushan heard the sound of a strange sharp object piercing through his flesh. Then, he felt a tidal-like pain in his chest. He looked down and realized that his chest had been pierced by an incomparably sharp golden claw. He could also feel countless fine wind blades that were like dust spreading out from the golden claws that pierced through him. They almost instantly tore through his internal organs, but they occasionally spread and destroyed his entire body crazily. Golden Eagle Emperor, are you crazy? You actually betrayed us. Huangfu Sushan slowly turned his head and looked at the Golden Eagle Emperor in disbelief. I'm sorry, Master asked me to act just now. As for betrayal, I'm not from your Earth organization. How can I betray you? The Golden Eagle Emperor muttered and flapped its golden wings, cutting off Huangfu Sushan's head. Moreover, he mobilized the power of the domain to stop Huangfu Sushan from restructuring his body in the domain. Golden Eagle Emperor, you're courting death. When Huangfu Taiying saw this scene, he was first in disbelief. Then, he was furious. A domain space filled with fire trees was about to rise from his body. However, his domain was forcefully suppressed by a stronger composite domain before it could rise. Chu Zhou stepped on Huangfu Tisho's body and fell from the sky to the earth. Boom! Amidst a loud bang, Huangfu Taiying smashed into the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood even contained many shattered bones. All his ribs were shattered by Chu Zhou's foot. The Golden Eagle Emperor also mobilized countless wind blades in its domain with a cold expression when it saw Huangfu Taiyi being stepped on by Chu Zhou. It instantly severed the seriously injured Huangfu Taiyi's limbs and head and dismembered him. Golden Eagle Emperor, you're an emperor-level monster. Why are you helping Chu Zhou? Are you crazy? Huangfu Sushan's head stared at the Golden Eagle Emperor and questioned again. Golden Eagle Emperor, you're courting death for offending our Earth organization. Huangfu Taiying's head also said with a murderous aura. However, the Golden Eagle Emperor ignored them. Instead, it flew to Chu Zhou's side and said respectfully, Master, I did as you instructed. The Golden Eagle Emperor spoke respectfully to Chu Zhou like a subordinate and even called him Master. Huangfu Sushan and Huangfu Taiying's eyes widened. The dignified emperor-level monster actually recognized a human as its master? What was wrong with this world? They felt like they did not know this world anymore. Well done! Chu Zhou smiled and nodded at the Golden Eagle Emperor. With a thought, a black hole appeared and completely devoured Huangfu Sushan and Huangfu Taiying's bodies under their terrified gazes and unwilling roars. Attribute points, 242 million, plus 160 million. Chu Zhou nodded in satisfaction looking at the new attribute points. Chapter 357, Continuous Killing. 1. The 8 martial gods of the Huangfu clan were flying towards the Golden Eagle Emperor at full speed. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light that was like a lightning meteor appeared in the skies. In an instant, it broke through the clouds in the distant sky and flew over at high speed. It's the Golden Eagle Emperor. The 8 martial gods immediately stopped and focused their attention on the rapidly approaching Golden Eagle Emperor. It's holding someone in its right claw. The 8 martial gods had extremely good eyesight. Even though the Golden Eagle Emperor was still far away, they could see a figure covered in blood and on the verge of death tightly grasped in the Golden Eagle Emperor's right claw. That person seems to be Chu Zhou. Could it be that the Golden Eagle Emperor, Brother Snow Mountain, and Brother Iron Fire have already defeated Chu Zhou and captured him alive? It seems like that's the case. Even though our goal is to destroy Chu Zhou, it would naturally be better if we can capture him alive. However, why didn't I see Brother Snow Mountain and Brother Iron Fire when the Golden Eagle Emperor returned? Did something happen? The 8 martial gods quickly recognized that the heavily injured and dying person grabbed by the Golden Eagle Emperor's right claw was Chu Zhou. They were not surprised by this. In their opinion, even if Chu Zhou could match a martial god, he could only match a martial god at most. Under the joint attack of the Golden Eagle Emperor, Huangfu Sushan and Huangfu Taihuo, Chu Zhou had no chance of winning. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Eagle Emperor arrived in front of the 8 martial gods. However, the expressions of the 8 martial gods changed slightly when they saw the Golden Eagle Emperor. That was because the Golden Eagle Emperor was injured. There were 3 huge wounds on its body, and blood was flowing out. One of the wounds almost traversed its entire body. It was obvious that something had happened. Golden Eagle Emperor, what happened? Why are you injured? And why aren't Brother Snow Mountain and Brother Iron Fire back yet? A martial god immediately asked. Something did happen. Chu Zhou was just captured by us. The 3 martial gods of the Human Alliance, Wang Su, Yang Xiao and Lin Tashan, appeared and wanted to save Chu Zhou. Because I'm the fastest, Brother Snow Mountain and Brother Iron Fire helped me block the attacks of the 3 human martial gods and helped me clear a path so that I can bring Chu Zhou back first. The 8 of you, Brother Snow Mountain and Brother Iron Fire are currently being surrounded by Wang Su, Yang Xiao, Lin Tashan and the other human martial gods. The situation is extremely dangerous. Hurry up and reinforce them. The Golden Eagle Emperor spoke with its spiritual consciousness. Its aura fluctuated, as if it was heavily injured. The 8 martial gods didn't see Huangfu Sushan and Huangfu Taihuo return, and they saw that the Golden Eagle Emperor was injured. They suspected that something was wrong. Now that they heard what the Golden Eagle Emperor said, they immediately thought that their guess was true. Furthermore, Wang Su, Yang Xiao, and Lin Tashan were all famous martial gods of the human race in Guangdong base city. It was normal for them to come and save Chu Zhou. They quickly communicated. Chu Zhou's identity is very important. Since we've captured him alive, we might be able to use him to threaten that person. Therefore, he can't be lost. We have to bring him back to the headquarters. We have to leave someone to guard him. That's right. We can't lose Chu Zhou. But we have to save Brother Snow Mountain and Brother Iron Fire. In the end, the 3 martial gods chose to stay behind and guard Chu Zhou with the injured Golden Eagle Emperor. The other 5 turned into streaks of light and charged at the location the Golden Eagle Emperor had mentioned. They had never thought that the Golden Eagle Emperor would lie. He did not have the time to verify if the dead Chu Zhou was really seriously injured. After the 5 martial gods completely disappeared from sight, the Golden Eagle Emperor flew to the remaining 3 martial gods. The 3 of you, Chu Zhou is the person you're looking for. I'll leave him to you now. As it spoke, it released its claws and threw the dead Chu Zhou at one of the martial gods. Golden Eagle Emperor, the Earth Organization will remember your help today. We will definitely repay you in the future. As a martial god spoke, he reached out to grab Chu Zhou's body. He did not take much precautions against Chu Zhou, who was on the verge of death. Bang! Before this martial god could grab Chu Zhou's body, his arm and head were instantly shattered by an unexpected fist. The Golden Eagle Emperor's body moved violently almost at the same time. Its 2 incomparably sharp golden claws grabbed at the other 2 martial gods at lightning speed. Even though the 2 martial gods were caught off guard, they knew that something was wrong the moment the Golden Eagle Emperor attacked. They dodged slightly and were not torn apart by the Golden Eagle Emperor's sharp claws, but they were also covered in bone-deep wounds. Once they were injured, the Golden Eagle Emperor's storm domain enveloped them and pulled them into it. It was only then that they realized that Chu Zhou's capture was fake and that the Golden Eagle Emperor's injury was fake. Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor joined forces to put on a good show. They lured the other 5 people away and even ambushed them while they were unprepared. When they thought about Huangfu Sushan and Huangfu Taihao who had yet to return, they immediately realized that things were not looking good for them. Immediately, the 2 martial gods who were heavily injured by the Golden Eagle Emperor and dragged into the storm were furious. Chapter 358, Continuous Killing. 2. Golden Eagle Emperor, how dare you team up with Chu Zhou to ambush us? You're courting death. That's right. Chu Zhou is someone that the 3 organizations and the monsters are all eager to kill. Golden Eagle Emperor, how dare you go against the trend? Are you tired of living? In the storm domain, the 2 martial gods stared at the Golden Eagle Emperor angrily. Whether I end my own life or not, I don't know. We'll only know the answer in the future. However, I know that the 2 of you will soon have no way out. The Golden Eagle Emperor smiled coldly and mobilized the countless wind blades in the storm domain to kill RHE2 martial gods. At the same time, he seemed to have blended into the wind and turned into a shadow as fast as a flowing light. He attacked the 2 injured martial gods like a storm. It naturally understood that even if these 2 martial gods were seriously injured by the sneak attack, it was unrealistic for it to kill these 2 martial gods by itself. It only needed to buy some time for Chu Zhou. As for the 2 martial gods, they had already been seriously injured by the Golden Eagle Emperor's sneak attack and were pulled into the storm domain by the Golden Eagle Emperor. Now, they were facing the Golden Eagle Emperor's violent attacks. For a moment, they were all in a sorry state. Even though the Golden Eagle Emperor couldn't take them down, it was impossible for them to get rid of it in a short period of time. In the outside world, after Chu Zhou suddenly punched the head of a martial god, he did not give the other party any chance to recover. He directly unleashed his overlapping domain formed from the fusion of 4 domains and pulled the headless body of martial god into his overlapping domain to suppress it. Then, he summoned a black hole and directly swallowed the headless body that was suppressed. In an instant, he felt the attribute points in his attribute board skyrocket. However, he did not have time to observe the attribute board. After devouring the headless corpse, he dashed into the Golden Eagle Emperor's storm domain again. At this moment, in the storm domain, the two martial gods of the Huangfu clan finally stabilized the situation after a moment of embarrassment. They all activated their own domains to resist the Golden Eagle Emperor's storm domain. They were going to suppress the Golden Eagle Emperor and save their other comrade who had his head bombed by Chu Zhou. However, Chu Zhou entered the storm domain. "Master, you're here." Seeing Chu Zhou enter the storm domain, the Golden Eagle Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. It was about to collapse because the two martial gods of the Huangfu clan had already unleashed their own domains. Nothing was a problem now that Chu Zhou was here. When the two martial gods of the Huangfu clan saw Chu Zhou enter the storm domain, they immediately realized that their other companion had been killed by Chu Zhou. This made them furious and terrified. He was furious that Chu Zhou had killed another martial god of the Huangfu clan. Thinking about it carefully, their Huangfu clan's holy son, martial god Huangfu Yunhe, and the martial god just now had all died in Chu Zhou's hands. In fact, Huangfu Sushan and Huangfu Taihao, who had not returned, had most likely died because of Chu Zhou. In that case, Chu Zhou was simply the nemesis of their Huangfu family. The damage to the Huangfu clan was too great. What terrified them was that since Chu Zhou could lull a martial god so quickly, Chu Zhou's strength was probably far more terrifying than they had imagined. The two of them were in extreme danger now. Chu Zhou was not interested in wasting his breath on the two people who were about to die. "Attack together and suppress them," he said to the Golden Eagle Emperor. "Okay." The Golden Eagle Emperor immediately activated all the power of the storm domain to suppress the two martial gods of the Huangfu clan. Chu Zhou also used the overlap domain again and suppressed them. The Golden Eagle Emperor's storm domain and Chu Zhou's overlapping domain instantly collided with the domains of the two Huangfu martial gods. Boom! The four domains collided, and the order of the four domains also clashed fiercely. It was as if four worlds were colliding, and energy fluctuations erupted like a tsunami. The surrounding void distorted violently. Outside the four domains, it formed a huge distorted ball that enveloped the four domains. As for the earth below, it was as if doomsday had arrived. The ground undulated like a tide, and large cracks that were dozens of kilometers long appeared. The peaks of mountains shattered after the vibration from the tides. In the intense confrontation, the two martial gods of the Huangfu clan were ultimately heavily injured and their states were affected. Moreover, Chu Zhou's overlapping domain was too abnormal and powerful. After a moment of stalemate, Chu Zhou's overlapping domain finally crushed the domain of a Huangfu clan's martial god. It also shattered that martial god's body into pieces. With a thought from Chu Zhou, a black hole swallowed the martial god's shattered corpse. The remaining martial god of the Huangfu clan was quickly suppressed by Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor. Then, with a roar filled with unwillingness and aggro, it was devoured by Chu Zhou's black hole. 1. Attribute points, 482 million, plus 240 million. Chu Zhou glanced at the new attribute points and smiled in satisfaction. His attribute points had increased by another 240 million, which was not bad. I killed another three martial gods. I participated in killing 5 martial gods in a day. The Golden Eagle Emperor was in a daze. Its huge body was trembling with excitement. It had never thought that it could kill martial gods so easily. In less than a day, it had actually participated in killing 5 martial gods. This was unimaginable in the past, and such an experience was too exciting. Alright, stop daydreaming. I think the other 5 martial gods of the Huangfu clan have also realized that something is wrong. If they know what we've done, they'll probably want to tear us apart. We'd better get out of here fast. Chu Zhou jumped onto the Golden Eagle Emperor's back, sat down cross-legged, and patted its body. Hiss! When those 5 people find out the truth, they will definitely fly into a rage. The Golden Eagle Emperor's scalp went numb when it recalled the 5 martial gods chasing after them. Even though they had also worked together to kill 5 martial gods. It also understood very well that the reason why they were able to succeed and launch a surprise attack was at least 60% of the credit. Under normal circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for them to kill so many martial gods. They might even be killed instead. Therefore, once the 5 martial gods of the Huangfu clan who had discovered the truth attacked, they would most likely be no match for them. Let's go, let's go. The more the Golden Eagle Emperor thought about it, the more terrified it became. It immediately turned into a golden light and disappeared into the horizon with Chu Zhou. As for the 5 martial gods who had gone to rescue Huangfu Sushan and Huangfu Taihao, they frowned when they saw the empty void after rushing to the location mentioned by the Golden Eagle Emperor. There were no martial gods like Wang Su, Yang Xiao or Lin Tashan here. In fact, there were no traces of a battle here at all. Then, they felt 4 terrifying energy fluctuations from where they were just now. They were familiar with 3 of the energy fluctuations. 2 belonged to their companions, and the other belonged to the Golden Eagle Emperor. As for the last one, it seemed to be Chu Zhou's, but it was too powerful. Oh no, we've been tricked. The Golden Eagle Emperor has betrayed us. Let us go back immediately. Suddenly, a martial god said with a drastic change in expression. The other 4 martial gods also seemed to have thought of something and their expressions changed drastically. A moment later, the 5 murderous martial gods returned to their original positions. Looking at their 3 companions who had disappeared and the traces of blood mist left in the void, their eyes were bloodshot. Chu Zhou, Golden Eagle Emperor, even if you run to the ends of the world, we'll kill you. An extremely angry roar spread far and wide in the wilderness. The terrifying energy contained in the sound wave shattered many mountains and forests. There were also many monsters living nearby that were killed by the shockwaves. As for the golden light hundreds of kilometers away, it seemed to have heard that roar. Its huge body spoke a little, and its speed became even faster. Chapter 359, Unscrupulous Duo. In the depths of the wilderness, a roar filled with grievance and anger suddenly came from a huge cave. Golden Eagle Emperor, how dare you set me up? You'll die a horrible death. That extremely miserable roar made the few beast masters and the million monsters living nearby tremble in shock. They could all tell that it was the scream of the emperor who ruled them. What exactly happened in the cave? Their emperor actually let out such a miserable scream. In a huge cave that was thousands of meters wide, the Golden Eagle Emperor looked at the corpse of an iron-armored Tyrannosaurus under it innocently and mumbled. I'm a good bird, and I'm innocent. I was forced. Besides, I only tore your heart apart, shattered your brain, and destroyed your limbs. I didn't kill you. The person who killed you was my master. If you want to blame someone, blame my master. I'm just an innocent being. Innocence should not be blamed. It muttered to itself, apologizing. Blame me? Weren't you excited about killing just now? Chu Zhou rolled his eyes. After a few days of interaction, he had realized that the Golden Eagle Emperor was an evil bird with no conscience. With the Golden Eagle Emperor leading the way, Chu Zhou knew where the monster cities were, where the monster gathering points were, where the beast masters were, and where the emperor-level creatures resided. In the past few days, they had been committing crimes consecutively. They had simply gone crazy in the wilderness. The monsters in the monster cities and monster gathering points, as well as many beast masters, were all devoured by Chu Zhou. There were also a few emperor-level beasts who didn't know that the Golden Eagle Emperor had betrayed them. The Golden Eagle Emperor approached them under the guise of visiting them. Then, Chu Zhou ambushed them and killed them before they could react. Moreover, this bad bird was unwilling to lead the way at the beginning, saying that it had betrayed its conscience and principles. But later on, it began to take the initiative. Sometimes, it would take the initiative to find its next target before Chu Zhou could speak. It seemed to be addicted to such a scamming game. However, every time this fellow scammed someone, he would nag and emphasize that he was innocent and that the innocent should not be blamed. This gave Chu Zhou a full understanding of this evil bird. This was not only a black-bellied and unscrupulous bad bird, but also a chatterbox. However, with this evil bird's positive actions, Chu Zhou's attribute points increased exponentially in the past few days. Chu Zhou walked to the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus's corpse. With a thought, a black hole appeared and quickly swallowed the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus's corpse. After devouring the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, Chu Zhou did not stop. He and the Golden Eagle Emperor instantly turned into 2 after-images and flew out of the cave. Then, they skillfully massacred the beast masters under the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus and the million monsters. An hour later, the area where millions of monsters gathered had become a blood-curdling mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Chu Zhou floated above the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. A huge black hole appeared above his head. Countless corpses floated up and flew into the black hole under the suction force. Not far away, the Golden Eagle Emperor watched Chu Zhou devour the corpses of millions of monsters. Even though he had seen such a scene many times in the past few days, it was still very shocked. It did not know why Chu Zhou was crazily killing and devouring so many monsters. However, its intuition told it that this would be of great benefit to Chu Zhou. In the past few days, he has devoured more than 20 million monsters. Among them, there are 12 beast masters and 3 emperor-level beasts. Sigh, I'm so unlucky to have such a master. My reputation among the monsters will definitely be ruined in the future. I definitely can't continue to be my emperor-level monster comfortably and command millions of monsters. This is too saddening for this bird. I'm so miserable. It sighed and lamented about its misery, but there was no sadness in its eyes. Soon, Chu Zhou devoured all the corpses of the million monsters. He looked at his attribute board. Attribute points, 2,110,000,000, plus 1,154,800,000. Chu Zhou was extremely satisfied seeing that his attribute points had already exceeded 2 billion. The gains over the past few days were really too great. However, in the past few days, I've devoured more than 20 million monsters in the depths of the wilderness. I've also devoured more than a dozen beast masters and 3 emperor-level beasts. I'm afraid that the monsters will go completely crazy. And my current activity area is probably about to be locked down by the 3 organizations. It's time to get away from this area and avoid the limelight. Besides, it's time for me to level up again. Chu Zhou flew to the back of the Golden Eagle Emperor and asked it to leave the Guangdong area. The Golden Eagle Emperor also realized that their crazy behavior over the past few days had definitely angered the entire upper echelons of the monster side. It knew that it was very dangerous to continue staying in the Guangdong Sea area, so it agreed with Chu Zhou. Swoosh! It turned into a golden light and disappeared. The news that Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor had killed 5 martial gods of the Huangfu family, and that they had killed more than 20 million monsters and 3 emperor-level beasts in the wilderness finally spread after a period of fermentation, through the internet to the world. For a moment, countless people in the world were dumbfounded. During this period of time, countless people in the Human Alliance were worried for Chu Zhou, afraid that he would be killed by the 10 martial gods of the Huangfu clan. They did not expect Chu Zhou to be still alive, what more joining forces with the Golden Eagle Emperor and killed 5 martial gods of the Huangfu clan. What was even more shocking was that Chu Zhou still didn't stop his crazy actions at this dangerous time when he was being targeted and pursued by the many martial gods of the Huangfu clan, the martial gods of the 3 major organizations, and the monsters. He actually ran into the depths of the wilderness and devoured more than 20 million monsters. He even killed 3 emperor-level beasts with the Golden Eagle Emperor. This caused countless people to be dumbfounded and shocked. It was as if they had seen a miracle. At the same time, the process of Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor killing the 5 martial gods of the Huangfu clan was also revealed by a martial god of the Huangfu clan. Moreover, the martial god of the Huangfu family concluded that the 3 emperor-level beasts that died in Chu Zhou's hands were most likely killed by Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor. The martial god of the Huangfu clan also warned the other experts of the 3 major organizations and the monsters to be careful of the despicable methods of Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor. After this Huangfu clan's martial god was spread out, countless people's gazes became dull once again. Gasp! Chu Zhou is too fierce. He was chased by 10 martial gods of the Huangfu clan. Not only did he not die, he even killed 5 of them. This is too awesome. Tisk, I didn't expect this. I didn't expect Chu Zhou to be so good at scamming people. He's really good at scamming people when he worked with the Golden Eagle Emperor. Don't spout nonsense. Chu Zhou is still very upright. He's just slightly good at scheming. I think that bird is the real scammer. First, he scammed the 5 comrades of the Huangfu family, then he scammed the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus and the other 3 of his race. He's simply scheming and heartless to the extreme. There's no need to explain. Chu Zhou and that bird are both schemers. They're the unscrupulous duo. Unscrupulous duo? This title is not bad. It's indeed very suitable for them. However, good people don't live long, and evil people live for 1,000 years. It's better to be unscrupulous. If Chu Zhou and the others weren't unscrupulous, I'm afraid we would have already heard the news of their deaths. That's right. The enemy is cunning, so we have to be more cunning than them. The enemy is ruthless, so we have to be more ruthless than them. Only then can we live well and live long. I hope the unscrupulous duo is more unscrupulous. Countless people around the world were in an uproar, and the name of the unscrupulous duo of Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor quickly spread throughout the world. Big Sister Saber, Dongfang Mingzu, Yang Zhenzhen, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, and the others, who had been worried about Chu Zhou, were temporarily relieved when they heard this shocking news. In Friendship City, Su Yingxiu and Nangang Yiren gathered again and looked at each other. I really don't know how he did it. Su Yingxiu exclaimed. What a terrifying man! Nangang Yiren said. This time, they all thought that Chu Zhou would definitely die. Not only did Chu Zhou not die, he had also caused an incomparably huge loss to the Huangfu family and the monsters. Martial gods were not cabbages. No matter how powerful the Huangfu clan was, it would still be a huge loss if 5 martial gods died at once. As for the monsters, their losses were even greater. Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor's actions directly reduced the overall strength of the monsters in the Guangdong area by at least half. Over the past few days, there were Emperor-level beasts near the Guangdong area that let out earth-shattering roars, making countless living beings tremble. Obviously, the Emperor-level beasts who participated in the siege of Chu Zhou also felt the pain this time. It was very painful. However, the more heaven-defying Chu Zhou's performance is, the more dangerous his situation will be. He's still a King Realm expert, but he's already so terrifying. What will happen if we let him advance to the Martial God Realm? Whether it's the monster side that has suffered heavy losses or the 3 major organizations, I'm afraid we'll have to increase our efforts to deal with Chu Zhou. We won't stop until we kill him. Su Yingxiu sighed. That's right. Chu Zhou's heaven-defying level has already exceeded the bottom line of the monsters and the 3 major organizations. He's still a King Realm expert now. It's also the easiest time for him to be dealt with. Once he advances to the Martial God Realm, it'll probably be difficult to deal with him again. The 3 major organizations and monsters won't let go of this opportunity. However, if Chu Zhou can safely survive this calamity, then it's equivalent to a phoenix being reborn. His future achievements will be unimaginable. Nangang Yiren muttered to herself as well. The Chu Zhou they were talking about left the Guangdong area on the Golden Eagle Emperor. Chapter 360, The Big Figures Gather. New Moon Base City. This was a city built and controlled entirely by the New Moon Organization. It was also the current headquarters of the New Moon Organization on Earth. Did you hear the news? The Huangfu clan is too miserable. They sent 10 martial gods to deal with Chu Zhou, but 5 of them were killed by Chu Zhou instead. The monsters were even worse. Chu Zhou devoured more than 20 million monsters, and more than a dozen beastmasters and 3 emperor-level beasts died in Chu Zhou's hands. This Chu Zhou is indeed that person's son. He's ridiculously strong. Our 3 organizations and the monsters mobilized such a huge force to deal with him and we still haven't taken him down. Moreover, his growth speed is too fast. If we continue to let him grow like this, I'm afraid another demonic human will appear. In fact, the Huangfu family and the monsters suffered such great losses this time not only because of Chu Zhou, but also because of the Golden Eagle Emperor's betrayal. If it weren't for the Golden Eagle Emperor's backstabbing, Chu Zhou wouldn't have had the chance to kill the 5 martial gods of the Huangfu family and the 3 emperor-level beasts. If it weren't for the Golden Eagle Emperor as a guide, Chu Zhou wouldn't have been able to find and devour more than 20 million monsters in just a few days. The Golden Eagle Emperor is a disgrace among monsters. It's an emperor-level beast, but it chose to side with humans. Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor are too unscrupulous. I hope our New Moon Organization's martial god won't be tricked by them. In New Moon Base City, many New Moon martial artists were discussing. They were also shocked by Chu Zhou's actions recently. In fact, many New Moon martial artists were even afraid of Chu Zhou. Everyone, don't panic. Don't forget that our New Moon Organization is the mastermind behind Earth. We control the rise and fall of Earth's civilization. Tiny, Chu Zhou, is not our New Moon Organization's match. Many New Moon martial artists looked afraid when they mentioned Chu Zhou. Someone immediately said, "Don't worry. Our 3 organizations and the monsters will definitely not let him off no matter what." Didn't Master Meng Qian personally hold an important meeting today? This meeting is targeted at Chu Zhou. I heard about this meeting too. It's said that other than Lord Meng Qian, the new noble family, the Chu family, which has just joined our New Moon Organization, will also send the second ancestor of the Chu family and the third ancestor of the Chu family to attend. In addition, the Earth Organization, the Shadow Alliance, and the monsters will also send important figures to attend. 2 more people said. Suddenly, the expressions of many new moon martial artists turned solemn as they looked at a tall figure walking over step by step in awe. It was a middle-aged man with long black hair that was slightly curled and naturally draped over his shoulders and back. His skin was fair, as if he had not seen the sun for many years. He was more or less a little sickly. His very ancient eyes were as bottomless as the sea, as if they could see through one's mind. This was a very contradictory person with a different temperament. It made people feel calm but also terrified. Peace was on the outside, but what was terrifying was the power contained in it. There were also 2 unfathomable old men following behind the middle-aged man. Lord Menggan. Many new moon martial artists knelt down in unison and bowed to the middle-aged man. Meng Qian smiled faintly and nodded before leaving with the 2 unfathomable old men. Many new moon martial artists only dared to stand up after Meng Qian and the others disappeared. As expected, Lord Menggan personally presided over this meeting. Lord Menggan seems to have been in seclusion to break through to the omnipotent expert realm. I didn't expect him to come out of seclusion because of Chu Zhou. Perhaps it's because one of Lord Meng Qian's replicas was destroyed by Chu Zhou that Lord Meng Qian personally came to preside over this meeting. The 2 old men who followed behind Lord Menggan just now were so powerful. Are the 2 of them the second and third ancestors of the Chu family? It seems that the strength of this new Chu family that joined our new moon organization is also unfathomable. Many new moon martial artists communicated in low voices. Not long after, they saw a commander level of the new moon organization respectfully pass by with 2 big shots in earth armor. Seeing the 2 big shots wearing the iconic earth armor of the Earth Organization, they knew that these 2 big shots were from the Earth Organization. Then, they saw another commander level walking over with 3 murderous figures. Finally, they saw a commander level flying over their heads with 3 huge monsters that were like dark clouds. Big shots passed by one after another, their auras overwhelming, making many new moon martial artists not dare to breathe loudly. They knew that the people who had just passed were the big shots of the Earth Organization, the Shadow Alliance, the monsters, and the other 3 major factions. In a huge open-air venue, Meng Qian sat lazily on a chair. The second and third ancestors of the Chu family stood behind him. Meng Qian, I didn't expect you to be the one presiding over this meeting. Huangfu Zhantian walked into the venue and his pupils constricted slightly when he saw Meng Qian sitting in a chair. He knew very well how terrifying Meng Qian was. In fact, Meng Qian was one of the key figures of their Earth Organization. Information about Meng Qian could be said to be piled up like a mountain. It couldn't be helped. Meng Qian was the person most likely to advance to the omnipotent expert realm in the New Moon Organization. It was impossible for the Earth Organization not to pay attention to him. Huangfu Zhantian, long time no see. Meng Qian smiled faintly and did not stand up to welcome him. Huangfu Zhantian might have flipped out if it was anyone else, but he turned a blind eye to Meng Qian. It's been a long time. It's been more than 200 years. As Huangfu Zhantian spoke, he glanced at the second and third ancestors of the Chu family behind Meng Qian. His gaze immediately turned cold. People from the Chu family? Humph. He snorted coldly and found a seat to sit down. The second and third ancestors of the Chu family ignored Huangfu Zhantian's attitude like 2 cold stone Buddhas. At this moment, Xiao Qianzhu, who had followed Huangfu Zhantian over, smiled and greeted the second and third ancestors of the Chu family. We will meet again. The second and third ancestors of the Chu family also nodded slightly at Xiao Qianzhu. They had known this second elder of the Xiao family in the Jinghua base city for many years and had interacted with him many times. They had even worked together. However, one of the 2 families had joined the New Moon Organization and the other had joined the Earth Organization. They had parted ways and had different positions. Soon, someone else entered. This time, 3 figures with torrential killing intent entered. As soon as the 3 of them entered, the temperature of the entire venue dropped to freezing point. Even the light in the venue seemed to have dimmed. King of Assassins, Zhou Lei. Doctor of Death, Ye Kai. Evil Beast Dahmer. The second ancestor of the Chu family, the third ancestor of the Chu family, Xiao Qianzhu, and the others immediately recognized the identities of these 3 figures. There were many powerhouses in the underworld, but these three people were called the three giants of the underworld. Countless powerhouses had died at their hands. Their reputation had been earned through killing. Countless people in the underworld felt their scalps tingle when they heard the names of these three people. These three people were also big shots in the Shadow Alliance. "Please take a seat," Meng Qian said calmly to the three heads of the underground world. Zhou Lei, Ye Kai, and Dahmer nodded silently and found a seat each. In the next moment, the sky darkened. Three terrifying monsters that were as big as mountains appeared above the venue and slowly landed. Fortunately, this venue had long considered this situation. It was spacious enough. Otherwise, it would really not be able to accommodate the three huge monsters. One of the three monsters had a body that was somewhat similar to a crocodile, but its head was similar to a dinosaur's. It had 4 ferocious claws under its abdomen, and a pair of flesh wings that covered the sky. It was the Dragon Croc Emperor that had once killed Chu Zhou. The other was a terrifying monster with 9 snake heads but a lizard-like body. 9-headed Hydra. When the second ancestor of the Chu family, the third ancestor of the Chu family, and Xiao Qianzhou saw the terrifying monster with 9 snake heads, they were secretly shocked. They had heard of this emperor level countless times and knew how terrifying it was. The multi-headed Hydra was one of the most terrifying monster races in the world. It neither evolved from a lizard nor a snake. Instead, it was suspected to be a mutated monster born from intercourse between a snake-type monster and a lizard-type monster. It had terrifying potential. The strength of the multi-headed Hydra was divided according to the number of heads. The 3-headed ones were commander level. 6-headed ones were beast masters. And 9-headed ones were at emperor level. The 9-headed Hydra that appeared here was also the only 9-headed Hydra in the world. Its strength was extremely terrifying and had always been a huge threat to humans. Today, this terrifying monster that made countless humans pale in fear had actually appeared here. The last monster shocked the second ancestor of the Chu family, the third ancestor of the Chu family, and Xiao Qianzhou even more. Compared to the illustrious reputation of the 9-headed Hydra, the last emperor level was even better. This was a fish monster with 8 huge tentacles. Each of its tentacles was covered in round table-sized suction cups. He knew very well that those suction cups were also filled with sharp teeth. It was simply terrifying. Its cold and cold gaze also made one's heart turn cold. Hiss, 8-clawed giant demon, it's actually here too. The second ancestor of the Chu family, the third ancestor of the Chu family, and Xiao Qianzhou were slightly moved. In fact, they were not the only ones. Huangfu Zhantian, the king of assassins, Zhou Lei, the doctor of death, Ye Kai, the evil beast, Dahmer, and the others' expressions changed slightly when they saw the 8-clawed giant demon. This 8-clawed giant demon was a terrifying existence second only to those beast venerables among the monsters. Just like Meng Gan, it could advance to the omnipotent expert realm at any time. They had no choice but to wait solemnly. Among the people present, only Meng Qian's expression was still as calm as water. "All right, since everyone is here, let's discuss how to deal with Chu Zhou," Meng Qian said and threw out the theme of the meeting. Chapter 361, Inescapable Trap. The New Moon Base City. Let's discuss how to deal with Chu Zhou. Meng Qian threw out the theme of this meeting. Our plan this time was very perfect. We could have killed Chu Zhou. However, we failed and suffered a huge loss because of the Golden Eagle Emperor's rebellion. This time, your monster side has to be fully responsible. Huangfu Zhantian said unhappily as he glared at the 3 emperor-level beasts, the 8-clawed giant demon, the 9-headed Hydra, and the Dragon Croc Emperor. He felt that the failure of this operation was the responsibility of the monsters. This time, a total of 5 martial gods of their Huangfu family had died. This loss was too great. In the end, the operation failed. How could he not be angry? The 3 emperor-level creatures, the 8-clawed giant demon, the 9-headed Hydra, and the Dragon Croc Emperor, had ugly expressions when they heard Huangfu Zhantian's accusation. However, they also knew that the failure of this operation was indeed their responsibility. Who asked the Golden Eagle Emperor to defect? Not only had he betrayed them, but he had also joined forces with Chu Zhou to kill 5 martial gods of the Huangfu family and 3 emperor-level beasts. He even became the leading party and led Chu Zhou to devour more than 20 million monsters. As a result, this operation completely failed. Moreover, the losses on the monster side were extremely heavy. Speaking of hatred for the Golden Eagle Emperor, the 8-clawed giant demon, the 9-headed Hydra, and the Dragon Croc Emperor were even more hateful than Huangfu Zhantian. They wished they could tear the traitor, the Golden Eagle Emperor, apart. However, even though he knew that it was his own responsibility, he could not admit it verbally, let alone shoulder all the responsibility. The Golden Eagle Emperor's betrayal was just an accident. Our losses are far greater than your Huangfu family's. Isn't that enough? What responsibility do we have to bear? The Dragon Croc Emperor said coldly. Its wings that covered the sky flapped slightly, emitting an incomparably ferocious aura. That's right. We've already suffered enough losses in this operation. We don't have to bear any more responsibility. The 9-headed Hydra's 9 snake heads and 18 eyes locked onto Huangfu Zhantian and released a dangerous light. The 8-clawed monster did not say anything and only looked at Huangfu Zhantian indifferently. If it were anyone else, they would probably not be able to withstand the gaze of the 3 Emperor-level existences, the Dragon Croc Emperor, the 9-headed Hydra, and the 8-clawed giant demon. However, Huangfu Zhantian was not afraid of these 3 Emperor-level beasts. Even though the strength of the 8-clawed giant demon was enough to crush him among the 3 Emperor-level beasts, he was a core higher up of the Earth Organization, and his surname was Huangfu. He had the Earth Organization and the Huangfu family behind him, which gave him enough confidence. Huangfu Zhantian sneered and prepared to retort forcefully. However, at this moment, Meng Qian stopped them. All right, everyone, give me face and stop arguing. It's no longer important to say whose responsibility it is. The key is what to do next. He had to give Meng Qian face, Huangfu Zhantian, the Dragon Croc Emperor, the 9-headed Hydra, and the 8-clawed giant demon. Therefore, they all fell silent. People from our Shadow Alliance are better at assassination. If we find any traces of Chu Zhou, we will personally take action and send him on his way, the King of Assassins, Zhou Le, said coldly. His entire body was like a cold statue. From the beginning to the end, his face did not reveal any expression. Even when he spoke, his mouth only opened and closed mechanically. However, no one dared to underestimate the King of Assassins, Zhou Le. If they were really assassinated by him, no one present might be able to withstand it. I'm actually very interested in his body structure and genes. In just 2 years, he went from an awakening realm martial artist to a terrifying expert who can slaughter the martial god. This is too monstrous and unbelievable. I want to dissect him bit by bit and see what secrets are hidden in his body. The Doctor of Death, Ye Kai, said in a fanatical tone. His eyes emitted the light of a veteran researcher seeing a new subject. Huangfu Zhantian, Xiao Qianzhu, the 2nd elder of the Chu family, the 3rd elder of the Chu family, and the others frowned when they heard Doctor of Death Ye Kai's words. They felt that this person's mentality was a little abnormal. Meng Qian frowned. The New Moon bloodline in Chu Zhou's body was the supreme bloodline of their New Moon organization. It could not be handed over to anyone outside the New Moon organization to study. Moreover, he had not given up on capturing Chu Zhou and nurturing the strongest bloodline for their Meng family. However, he did not say anything else. With him around, Chu Zhou would only be his. At this moment, the 8-clawed monster, which had been silent all this while, also said, "Our monster side is indeed partly responsible for the betrayal of the Golden Eagle Emperor. Next, we will let more Emperor-level beasts participate in the pursuit of Chu Zhou. We will also inform all the monsters in the world to pay attention to Chu Zhou's traces. Unless Chu Zhou has never appeared in the wilderness or the sea, it's difficult for him to escape our pursuit." As a terrifying existence second only to the beast venerables among the monsters, the 8-clawed giant demon's words clearly carried a lot of weight. Meng Qian, Huangfu Zhantian, and the others revealed a smile when they heard the 8-clawed demon's words. There was no doubt about the strength of the monsters, and there were so many of them that it was difficult to count. They were all over the world's wilderness and oceans. If all the monsters in the world began to search for Chu Zhou would not be able to escape unless he escaped to a human city. Very good. Since your monster side is in charge of tracking Chu Zhou in the wilderness and the sea, our New Moon Organization and Earth Organization are in charge of stopping Chu Zhou from returning to the human city. Of course, we will still send people to pursue Chu Zhou. Huangfu Zhantian, what do you think? Meng Qian said calmly and looked at Huangfu Zhantian. We have no objections, Huangfu Zhantian said. People of our Shadow Alliance should also participate in the pursuit. This is what we are good at, the king of assassins, Zhou Lei, said again. Meng Qian, Huangfu Zhantian and the eight-clawed monster nodded and agreed. Everyone, the new plan is decided. Next, everyone, immediately follow the plan. Meng Qian decided and ended the meeting. Huangfu Zhantian, Xiao Qianzhu, the king of assassins, Zhou Lei, the doctor of death, Ye Kai, the evil beast, Dahmer, and the three emperor-level beasts immediately flew away. Not long after the meeting ended, martial gods and martial artists from the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization moved out one after another to patrol the wilderness around all the human cities in the world. As long as Chu Zhou approached, they would immediately discover him and block him. At the same time, countless photos of Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor were scattered in monster cities and nests where a large number of monsters were gathered. The orders of the emperor-level creatures were conveyed to countless monsters, telling them to pay attention to the man and beast in the photo. Once they were discovered, they would immediately report it. Many rare emperor-level monsters appeared in the wilderness and the sea, patrolling back and forth, looking for traces of Chu Zhou. In addition, a large number of experts of the Shadow Alliance, as well as the martial gods of the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization, also appeared in the wilderness, looking for Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor. The huge commotion caused by the three organizations and the monster naturally could not be hidden from the three martial arts schools and the Human Alliance. The three martial arts schools and the Human Alliance knew that the three organizations and the monsters were serious this time. They had set up an inescapable net and would not stop until they killed Chu Zhou. The three martial arts schools and the Human Alliance all knew that Chu Zhou had a high chance of becoming an omnipotent expert in the future. He might even surpass the omnipotent expert and treat Chu Zhou as the future pillar of humanity. Naturally, they could not sit back and watch him die. The three martial arts schools and the Human Alliance had also formed 4 martial god teams to forcefully break through the blockade of the three organizations and the monsters. 2 entered the wilderness, and 2 entered the sea, preparing to receive Chu Zhou at any time. At the same time, a large number of experts and troops from the 3 martial arts schools and the Human Alliance also appeared at the edge of human cities. They confronted the martial artists of the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization and were also prepared to fight the martial artists of the New Moon Organization and the Earth Organization and receive Chu Zhou. For a moment, the situation in the entire world became incomparably tense, and there was the possibility of a world war breaking out at any time. The entire world was in chaos because of Chu Zhou alone. Chu Zhou was the first person in history to affect the global situation alone. In fact, the 3 omnipotent experts, Dragon, Sun God Soul, and Chang'e Saha, had been fighting the omnipotent experts of the New Moon Organization, the Earth Organization, and the Shadow Alliance during this period of time. Moreover, they were all one against many. However, the battle of the omnipotent experts far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Dragon and the other 2 omnipotent experts had been fighting the omnipotent experts of the 3 organizations for many days, but there was still no winner. All kinds of earth-shattering natural disasters and energy storms also appeared on the battlefield they were on. Even martial god did not dare to approach at all. From normal soldiers to omnipotent experts like the Dragon, they were all making their own efforts to save Chu Zhou. It could be said that the 3 martial arts schools and the Human Alliance had done their best. Jiangnan area. In the wilderness, 20,000 meters deep on Earth. 20,000 meters underground was an untouchable forbidden area for living beings. There was extremely terrifying pressure and temperature here. Even microorganisms could not survive. In fact, no life form could survive more than 6 kilometers underground, including the current known microorganisms. The living environment 20,000 meters underground was definitely unimaginably harsh. The Golden Eagle Emperor looked at the 1,000-star vine that was swimming like a demonic dragon and opening up a huge space in shock. This world actually has such a terrifying metal life form. It's clearly only a king tier, but it can actually burrow 20,000 meters into the earth and open such a huge space. This is really unimaginable. It muttered to itself, feeling extremely shocked. Even if it was the Emperor level, it could not go 20,000 meters deep into the earth, let alone open a huge space here. The pressure of 20,000 meters on Earth was unimaginably terrifying. Its Emperor-level body would be crushed into meat paste in less than a minute if it went deeper. However, this king-tier metal life form in front of it had done it. This simply refreshed its worldview. At the same time, it made it realize again how terrifying Chu Zhou, its master, was. He actually had such a trump card hidden on him. At this moment, Chu Zhou sat cross-legged in the space opened by the 1000-star vine, preparing to break through. He had to break through as soon as possible. The extreme pressure and temperature of 20,000 meters on Earth was also very stressful for the current 1000-star vine. It could only last for half an hour at most. Half an hour is enough. He muttered to himself and began to break through. Chapter 362, Secret of the Domain. Rule Profound. 20,000 meters deep on Earth. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged in the space opened by the 1000-star vine. Two profundities, berserking and nine-tiered hell, appeared in his mind. He had comprehended these two profounds from the Book of Profound during this period of time. The Book of Profound was one of the three treasures of the Wook's civilization that he had obtained from the fifth ruin controlled by the Human Alliance. Among them, there were 36 profounds recorded. The incinerating fire, tremor, punch, and rainstorm that he had comprehended previously were also recorded. The reason why he chose to comprehend the profundities of rage and nine hell was based on the situation he was facing. The rage profound could make his essence, chi, and spirit boil and his strength increase explosively. He was now facing the pursuit of the three organizations and the monsters, so he naturally needed enough strength to deal with the enemy. The nine-layer hell was a mental profound that could create a hellish illusion domain. Once the enemy fell into it, their spiritual consciousness would be tortured by all kinds of hellish illusions. Those with weak will might have their consciousness collapse. Even if his resistance was strong enough, it was not easy to escape the nine hells. This profound was suitable to trap multiple enemies at the same time and then split them up to attack or silently attack. Increase the rage profound. Increase the 9 levels of hell profound. Chu Zhou ordered his attribute board. In an instant, the attribute board flashed crazily. A vast and mysterious power surged out of the attribute board, crazily increasing the 2 profundities, rage, and 9 levels of hell. In the dark, a mighty force that Chu Zhou was already familiar with descended again, turning into a corporeal terrifying pillar of light that enveloped his body. At this moment, the void around him twisted like a fried dough twist, making his body disappear from the Golden Eagle Emperor's vision. This should be the power of the laws of the universe. After experiencing such a scene many times, Chu Zhou vaguely guessed that the mighty power triggered by his attribute board should belong to the power of the laws of the universe. It was also with the power of this universe law and the mysterious power that appeared in his attribute board that he could quickly push the profound he had comprehended to level up. 10% Rage Profound. 10% of the 9 levels of Hell Profound. Rage Profound 20%. 20% of the 9 levels of Hell Profound. Rage Profound 30%. 30% of the 9 levels of Hell Profound. The 2 profounds were quickly upgrading. Countless comprehensions surged into Chu Zhou's heart, leaving an indelible mark. At this moment, his essence, chi, and spirit were being modified at high speed by the power of the 2 profounds. His life force could continue to climb. In the outside world, the Golden Eagle Emperor was stunned when he sensed the supreme power that suddenly descended and enveloped Chu Zhou's body. It felt like an insignificant speck of dust in front of the supreme power. It was too small and not worth mentioning. Its body and mind were even trembling instinctively. Its intuition told it not to test the supreme power of perception. Otherwise, his soul would be directly annihilated by a supreme power. Thinking of Chu Zhou's warning before he advanced and his incomparably strong intuition of danger, the Golden Eagle Emperor suppressed its curiosity and did not manage to perceive the mighty power. What exactly is this mighty power? It's too terrifying. I didn't even feel this tiny when I faced those unfathomable beast venerables. The power of those beast venerables is not worth mentioning compared to this mighty power. The Golden Eagle Emperor muttered to itself in shock. At this moment, it once again discovered that Chu Zhou, its master, was far more mysterious than it had imagined. It was certain that even a few beast venerables would not be able to activate such a terrifying power. Master can actually mobilize such a terrifying power. No wonder Master can grow so quickly. Master's potential is probably far stronger than the world has guessed. Beyond the omnipotent expert? It's probably far more than that. Hiss, I seem to have unintentionally hugged an extremely thick thigh. If Master surpasses the omnipotent expert in the future and even advances to an unimaginable height, won't I be able to obtain unimaginable benefits as his mount? I might even be able to become the beast venerable. As the Golden Eagle Emperor thought about this, it suddenly felt that it had made a killing by submitting to Chu Zhou. At the thought that it might become a beast venerable in the future, it was so excited that it almost drooled. By the way, Master reminded me that when a mysterious power descends, it's best for me to immediately enter a cultivation state. This will be greatly beneficial to me. The Golden Eagle Emperor immediately closed its eyes slightly and breathed heavily, absorbing the cosmic energy. In the next moment, it felt a little mysterious aura that it had never felt before. As it breathed, it entered its body and modified its life essence and genes. Even though this modification was very weak, the Golden Eagle Emperor was so surprised that it almost left its cultivation state. The essence of life and the modification of genes. This modification was too shocking. It was similar to turning a cat into a tiger. Even though it could not directly increase his realm and strength, the essence of his life and genes had changed, so his potential had also increased. The Golden Eagle Emperor vaguely felt that it wouldn't be long before it advanced to the intermediate tier Emperor level. This made it extremely excited. Ever since it advanced to the elementary grade Emperor level monster, it had been stuck at this realm. No matter how it cultivated, it seemed to be useless. It seemed that it could only be an elementary grade Emperor level in its life. Its eyes, it saw hope of advancement again now that the heavens had opened. No, this is not a blessing from the heavens. This is a gift from my master. The Golden Eagle Emperor muttered in its heart. In fact, not only did the Golden Eagle Emperor obtain huge benefits, but the 1000-star vine also obtained huge benefits. At this moment, the 1000-meter-long vine of the 1000-star vine was covered in leaves that flickered with a black-gold luster. The leaves swayed slightly and kept absorbing the mysterious aura that filled the void. The 1000-star vine also underwent some changes. Its vines became thicker. After a long time, the mighty force disappeared, and the distorted void returned to normal. Chu Zhou's figure appeared in the Golden Eagle Emperor's vision again. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Tier King Realm Expert, Life Field Energy. 6,990,000, plus 2 million. Attribute Points, 110 million. Repulsion, Profound 100%, unupgradable. Incinerating Fire, Profound 100%, unupgradable. Tremor Punch, Profound 100%, unupgradable. Rainstorm, Profound 100%, unupgradable. Rage, Profound 100%, unupgradable. 9 Levels of Hell, Profound 100%, unupgradable. The information on the attribute board changed again. The life field energy increased by 2 million, reaching an old total of 6.99 million. The standard of the advanced tier martial god's life field was 3 million. Chu Zhou's life force was more than twice that of the advanced tier martial gods. However, most importantly, he had condensed 2 new domains. At this moment, Chu Zhou was confident that once he used his 6 domains at the same time, elementary grade martial god would probably directly kneel. Even an intermediate tier martial god would probably suffer an incomparably huge suppression and weakness. As the berserking domain and the 9 levels of hell domain were successfully condensed, Chu Zhou also had a brand new comprehension of the domain profound meaning. This comprehension was verified when he experienced the mighty power of descent. If he guessed correctly, the so-called profound was actually a portion of the mysteries of the laws of the universe. If profound is really a part of the laws of the universe, will I completely master a certain law of the universe as I comprehend more and more profound meanings? He suddenly had a crazy guess. If his guess was right, once someone grasped a certain cosmic law, its power would be too terrifying. They would probably be able to easily erase the Earth. There's definitely no such powerhouse in the 3 organizations. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been targeting Earth. If there was really such a terrifying expert, the 3 organizations would probably have long looked down on Earth and chosen to enter the starry sky. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as a trace of joy flashed across his eyes. He felt that as long as he continued to grow, he might have a chance to control a universe law. He put away his reverie and looked at the 6 profounds on his attribute board. His gaze landed on the 2 profundities, Tremor Punch and Rage. At this moment, he had a strong intuition that these 2 profounds seemed to originate from the same universe law. Moreover, these 2 profounds could be perfectly fused. This fusion was different from the fusion of the 6 domains. The fusion of the 6 domains was just a simple overlap in the end. It was just that the accumulation of numbers did not have any chemical effect. The fusion of the two profounds, Tremor Punch and Rage, was a fusion of 1 + 1 2. It could increase each other. Chu Zhou began to experiment. A translucent Tremor Punch domain first appeared around him. Fist imprints danced in the domain, blasting out circles of shockwaves and countless dense white cracks. Then, the blood-colored Rage domain appeared outside his body for the first time. It naturally fused with the Tremor Punch domain like water fusing with milk. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the aura of the flying fist marks increased. Each fist mark turned blood red, as if a crazy ancient god had blasted out a world destruction fist. Each fist mark emitted an endless sense of rage and destruction, causing blood-colored scars to spread. Chu Zhou, who was in the domain, immediately felt the power of the fist mark increase by 4 times. As expected, my guess was right. The Tremor Punch Profound and the Rage Profound originated from the same cosmic law. Their fusion can have a miraculous effect of 1 + 1 2. Chu Zhou was pleasantly surprised. This surprise was not only because the power of the Tremor Punch Profound and the Berserking Profound had increased explosively after fusing, but also because he felt that he had found a path to master a certain law. As long as he continuously comprehended the various profounds under the same law, he would be able to master a law sooner or later. This was undoubtedly extremely important to him. When the Golden Eagle Emperor saw another brand new domain condensed on Chu Zhou's body, its eyes almost fell out of their sockets. It knew very well that in order to condense a domain, it first had to comprehend profound. Then, it had to comprehend profound to a large success before it could condense a domain. This was a very long process. However, how long had it taken its master? In less than half an hour. This is too heaven-defying. Fortunately, I'm not his enemy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep at all. The Golden Eagle Emperor muttered thankfully. At the same time, it felt sad for the 3 organizations. With an enemy like Chu Zhou, the 3 organizations that had controlled Earth for countless years would probably be in danger once Chu Zhou grew up. Chapter 363, Ambush from Everywhere. 20,000 meters underground. Chu Zhou began to think about his next plan after he broke through. Next, I'll go outside and see if there's a chance to return to the human city. However, I have to make other preparations. If I can't return to the human city for the time being, I have to continue thinking of ways to increase my strength as soon as possible, or the strength of the 1,000-star vine. He thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he should increase the 1,000-star vine's strength as soon as possible. The 1,000-star vine was really too useful. It could actually bring him 20,000 meters underground. This alone increased his safety by countless times. After all, 20,000 meters underground was equivalent to a forbidden area where life was extinct. It was also a safe zone. If Martial God exerted his full strength, even though he could also dig 20,000 meters underground, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He would very likely be crushed into meat paste by the extreme pressure from the depths of Earth. Therefore, unless it was a special situation, Martial God would simply drill 20,000 meters underground. As for tracking him 20,000 meters underground, that was even more impossible. Unfortunately, the 1,000-star vine could only last for half an hour underground. If he could last longer, not only would it greatly increase Chu Zhou's safety, it could also become a trump card for his sneak attack. Golden Eagle Emperor, do you know where there are large mineral veins? Chu Zhou suddenly asked the Golden Eagle Emperor. When the Golden Eagle Emperor heard Chu Zhou's question, it lowered its head and pondered for a moment before saying. I roughly know the locations of the 3 large mineral veins. One is about 900 kilometers away from us, and the other 2 are about 1,200 kilometers away. These 3 large mineral veins were actually discovered by you humans, and you humans wanted to mine them. However, we monsters stopped you. When Chu Zhou heard this, he immediately decided that if he could not return to the human city for the time being, he would immediately head to these 3 large mineral veins and let the 1,000-star vine devour them to see if it could upgrade the 1,000-star vine. Having made up his mind, he immediately got the 1,000-star vine to bring them 20,000 meters underground. The Jiangnan headquarters city. The Golden Eagle Emperor carried Chu Zhou and flew towards Jiangnan base city at full speed. However, after traveling for less than 100 miles, they realized that something was wrong. Along the way, they encountered a large number of flying monsters. Moreover, as soon as those flying monsters saw them, they immediately pounced on them. Of course, it was impossible for the flying monsters to stop them. Without even using Chu Zhou, the Golden Eagle Emperor's two wings slashed across like two golden sabers, killing all the flying monsters that dared to block its way. A rain of blood fell from the sky. All the monster corpses were devoured by the black hole above Chu Zhou's head. "Master, something's wrong." The Golden Eagle Emperor's expression changed drastically when it saw the densely packed flying monsters in front of it. "Something's wrong." Chu Zhou glanced at the flying monsters that were like dark clouds in front of him and then at the many monsters that were chasing after them on the ground below. There were also some monsters above the control level chasing after them in the sky behind them. His expression became a little heavy. How could Chu Zhou not know that these monsters were targeting them, seeing so many monsters blocking the way and so many monsters chasing after them? "Master, we're already far away from the Guangdong area, but there are still so many monsters intercepting and chasing us. It looks like the higher UPS of the monsters are probably ordering the monsters around the world to hunt us down," the Golden Eagle Emperor said solemnly. When Chu Zhou heard this, his eyes darkened. The higher UPS of the monsters actually ordered the monsters around the world to search for and kill them. It could be seen how determined the monsters were to kill them. Moreover, if the monsters were like this, what about the three organizations? Could it be that they were also chasing after him with all their might? At this moment, Chu Zhou truly realized how dangerous his situation was. Next, he would have to face the combined attacks of countless monsters and fighters from the three major organizations. Among the powerful enemies he had to face, other than elementary grade martial gods, there were also intermediate tier martial gods and even advanced tier martial gods. The situation is extremely grim. However, the more you want me dead, the more I want to live. However, if the three organizations and the monsters are all chasing after me, they definitely won't let me return to the human cities. They must have set up an inescapable net around those human cities. Looks like I can only think of a way to upgrade the 1000-star vine first. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and took a deep breath. Then, he pointed at the flying monster that was like a dark cloud in front of him and said to the Golden Eagle Emperor, "Kill your way over, and then fly towards the three large mineral veins you mentioned." Hearing Chu Zhou's order, the Golden Eagle Emperor nodded and rushed towards the densely packed flying monsters at full speed. In an instant, it rushed into the dark clouds formed by countless flying monsters. At this moment, the Golden Eagle Emperor was covered in a layer of green wind power. It seemed to have turned into a huge green blade that quickly passed through the densely packed flying monsters and cut off the bodies of countless flying monsters. The sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh and blood, as well as the shrill cries of countless monsters, rang out continuously. The Golden Eagle Emperor was the emperor level after all. No matter how many flying monsters there were, they couldn't stop it. The Golden Eagle Emperor moved quickly like a huge green blade, leaving a long wave of blood and countless severed monster corpses flying around it. Before the corpses could leave, they were all devoured by a black hole. The Golden Eagle Emperor traveled for dozens of kilometers, but it still didn't pass through the dark clouds formed by countless flying monsters. Suddenly, a three-eyed crow the size of a mountain pounced down from the depths of the dark clouds. "Golden Eagle Emperor, you traitor, die!" The three-eyed crow snapped and clawed at the Golden Eagle Emperor's head with its two steel claws. At the same time, the third eye on its glabella also shot out a blood-colored beam of destruction. "Damn it, it's this old crow!" The Golden Eagle Emperor's expression changed when it saw the three-eyed crow. It was very familiar with this three-eyed crow. As the overlord of the sky, it had competed with this three-eyed crow many times, but every time, it lost a little to this three-eyed crow. This made it very unhappy. Now that this three-eyed crow had its eyes on it, it was probably not its match alone. However, at this moment, Chu Zhou attacked. The power of the Tremor Punch domain and the Rage domain fused into one and covered his right fist. Then, lightning threw a punch at the three-eyed crow. Boom! A peerlessly domineering blood-colored fist traversed the sky like a violent ancient god. It blasted out a world destruction punch, emitting an endless aura of destruction and destruction. Wherever the fist passed, hideous scars appeared in the void. All the flying monsters around the Golden Eagle Emperor were shattered into blood mist in an instant. The peerless and domineering fist also shattered the destruction rays that were charging at the Golden Eagle Emperor. Then, it punched the three-eyed crow's head apart. Then, Chu Zhou appeared in front of the three-eyed golden crow's headless corpse at lightning speed. His two steel-like palms each grabbed a claw and tore it apart. Splash! The Emperor-level three-eyed crow was torn in half by Chu Zhou. The Emperor-level blood fell on his body like a waterfall, but it was separated by an energy membrane on his body and flowed down the energy membrane. Hiss, he's too fierce. Why do I feel like I'm seeing that person from back then? The Golden Eagle Emperor's scalp went numb when it saw its old rival, who was even stronger than it, being torn into two by Chu Zhou. Impossible! Chu Zhou, how can you be so powerful? The three-eyed crow's mental conception was shouting in shock. Chu Zhou could not be bothered with the three-eyed crow. He summoned a black hole and devoured the three-eyed crow's body. No! The three-eyed crow's dying voice came from the black hole. Chu Zhou easily looked at his attribute board. After devouring the three-eyed crow, he had another 80 million attribute points. Without the three-eyed crow blocking the way, the Golden Eagle Emperor quickly passed through the dark cloud-like flying monster and flew to the nearest large mineral vein without hesitation. However, not long after, it encountered another group of flying monsters that were dense like dark clouds. This time, Chu Zhou stood up and threw a punch, killing all the flying monsters blocking the way. Then, he quickly devoured their corpses. They continued forward and soon encountered new enemies. This time, the one blocking the way wasn't a monster, but thousands of new moon experts. The leader was even a martial god. There was nothing else to say. Chu Zhou started the battle. He charged at the martial god of the New Moon organization, while the Golden Eagle Emperor attacked the other New Moon experts. Chu Zhou, from the moment you were discovered, you fell into the ambush of the three major organizations and the monsters. You can't escape. If you obediently surrender now, you might not die so miserably. As this New Moon martial god spoke, he directly released his domain and pulled Chu Zhou's figure into it. He knew that Chu Zhou was very strong. Therefore, he was not prepared to fight Chu Zhou head-on. He was prepared to use his domain to trap Chu Zhou for a while and wait for his companions who had received the message to attack. It would only take a moment. Trying to trap me and stall for time? Can you do that? Chu Zhou sneered and directly used the 6 domains. The 6 domains overlapped, and the 6 types of power of order instantly suppressed the order of martial god New Moon's domain. They turned the tables and occupied martial god New Moon's domain space. Bang! Under the suppression of the 6 domains, martial god New Moon did not have the slightest ability to resist and was directly pressed down into the overlapping domain. 6 domains. This New Moon martial god's worldview crumbled at this moment. He looked at the overlapping domain formed by 6 domains in disbelief. Bang! Chu Zhou crushed his head with one foot and summoned a black hole to devour his body. Almost at the same time, the Golden Eagle Emperor also killed thousands of New Moon experts. Corpses and blood were everywhere. The people of the New Moon organization can't be considered humans. Chu Zhou muttered and summoned another black hole, devouring the corpses of thousands of New Moon experts. The Golden Eagle Emperor's lips twitched when it saw this. It thought to itself, Chu Zhou's master said that it was two-faced, but it was the real one. Let's go. Chu Zhou and the rest knew that they were surrounded by enemies and could not stay in one place for too long. Therefore, they left quickly again. Chapter 364, 500 Miles of Mountains of Corpses and Seas of Blood. Along the way, Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor encountered wave after wave of attacks and assassinations. In less than 500 miles, they had encountered at least 13 waves of attacks and assassinations. They encountered monsters, experts from New Moon Organization, experts from Earth Organization, and assassins from Shadow Organization. Moreover, the Emperor level or martial god was involved in every wave of attacks. 500 miles of journey, 500 miles of bloody rain, 500 miles of sword lights, 500 miles of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, they slaughtered their way through. In just 500 miles, they had killed countless monsters and masters. They had killed 7 Emperor-level beasts and 6 martial gods. This 500-kilometer-long road had completely become a path of death. The ground was soaked and the smell of blood soared into the sky. Phew, damn it, do those people not want to live anymore? Did we kill their entire family? Or did we dig up their ancestral graves? All of them went crazy and tried to stop and assassinate us. I'm so tired. The Golden Eagle Emperor broke through the clouds and landed on a mountain with a bloody aura. Then, it sat down in an inelegant manner. At this moment, most of the golden feathers on its body were charred. Many feathers had fallen off. Its body was also covered in wounds that were seeping with blood. There were many wounds that were so deep that bones could be seen. From this, it could be seen how tragic the battle it had experienced along the way was. However, at this moment, even though it was heavily injured, it was extremely excited. Even though the journey was extremely dangerous and it almost died many times, if not for Chu Zhou protecting it, it would have long become a dead bird. However, the experience along the way was also extremely exciting. Countless experts had died under their hands. More importantly, they had actually killed a total of 13 martial god level experts. It was the Golden Eagle Emperor's first time experiencing such an exciting experience. It felt that it could brag about its experiences for the rest of its life. Quickly take a rest and recover your strength. We still have to travel later. Chu Zhou jumped off the Golden Eagle Emperor's back and sat cross-legged on a large green rock. He stabbed the divine wing saber, which was flowing with blood, into his side. Then, he circulated the black hole breathing technique and devoured the energy of heaven and earth crazily to recover his strength and injuries. He was also in a sorry state. His clothes had already turned into strips and were drenched in blood. Blood flowed down his tattered clothes. His face was unprecedentedly pale. Just like the Golden Eagle Emperor, his body was covered in bloody wounds. There were also 4 or 5 bone-deep wounds. The battle over the 250-kilometer distance was too intense. They were fighting almost every moment, and there was no time to rest. This was truly an ambush from all sides. Fortunately, those waves of enemies did not appear at the same time. Otherwise, even if Chu Zhou was twice as strong, he would have died here today. However, even so, Chu Zhou had to use all his strength to barely escape. As for injuries, they were inevitable. When the Golden Eagle Emperor heard Chu Zhou's words, it hurriedly began to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to recover its strength and injuries. He did not know what enemies he would encounter next. They had to recover their strength and injuries as much as possible. Half an hour later, Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor had recovered 60 to 70% of their strength. It's about time. Let's continue forward. Chu Zhou stood up. A glint flashed across his tired eyes. The Golden Eagle also stood up and shook off the blood stuck to its feathers. Then, it prepared to carry Chu Zhou forward. However, their expressions soon changed. 5 figures suddenly appeared in front of them. These 5 people were none other than the remaining 5 of the 10 martial gods of the Huangfu clan who had once chased after Chu Zhou. At this moment, the 5 martial gods of the Huangfu clan looked at Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor. Killing intent erupted from their bodies like a volcano, shattering the sea of clouds in the sky. The surrounding mountains and rivers also shook. The 5 martial gods looked at Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor coldly, as if they wanted to cut Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor into pieces and kill them a million times. Cough cough, why does the atmosphere feel a little gloomy? My 5 old friends, long time no see. As the saying goes, a day apart is like 3 autumns. We've been apart for so many autumns. After not seeing each other for so long, I really miss you. The Golden Eagle Emperor coughed and smiled politely but awkwardly. I miss you so much. Huangfu Dongjun gritted his teeth and looked at the traitor, the Golden Eagle Emperor. Ever since that day, I've been missing you every second. I've been thinking about skinning you, pulling out your tendons, eating your flesh, and drinking your blood. Golden Eagle Emperor, you traitor! How dare you help Chu Zhou kill 5 martial gods of the Huangfu clan? Today, this will be your burial ground. Huangfu Jingming said murderously as he locked his eyes on the Golden Eagle Emperor. Chu Zhou, Golden Eagle Emperor, your death is here. Huangfu Chongshan pointed his sword at Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor. Huangfu Tianyang and Huangfu Gehai didn't say anything. However, the power on their bodies fluctuated like an ocean, causing the entire void to tremble. Hey, let's talk things out. The Golden Eagle Emperor seemed to be frightened by Huangfu Dongjun and the others. It lowered its huge body slightly, as if it wanted to ask for their forgiveness. However, before it could finish speaking, a pair of sharp claws that seemed to be made of pure gold grabbed at Huangfu Dongjun and Huangfu Jingming at lightning speed. At the same time, countless incomparably sharp green wind blades appeared around it. They covered the sky and earth as they attacked Huangfu Dongjun and the others. Almost at the same time, 7 indomitable demonic saber shadows rose behind Chu Zhou. They carried a world-destroying world destruction saber intent and slashed at Huangfu Dongjun and the others at the same time. Hehe, do you think we'll fall for it again? Huangfu Dongjun and the others laughed coldly as they unleashed their domains. Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor's name, the unscrupulous duo, resounded throughout the world. They had long been secretly wary of Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor's sneak attacks. Especially when they saw that the Golden Eagle Emperor seemed to be begging for their forgiveness, they became even more vigilant. They sneered inwardly. The Golden Eagle Emperor and Chu Zhou were thinking too much. Therefore, when they saw Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor attack, they immediately released their domains. They were confident that with their domains, Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor's attacks wouldn't be able to do anything to them. However, when they released their domains, they realized that neither the Golden Eagle Emperor's attack nor Chu Zhou's 7 destructive demonic sabers were attacking any of them. Instead, he attacked the void between Huangfu Tianyang, Huangfu Gehai, Huangfu Dongjun, Huangfu Jingming, and Huangfu Chongshan. At the same time, be it Chu Zhou or the Golden Eagle Emperor's attacks, they contained boundless domain power. Boom! 2 vast domain powers exploded in that space. Huangfu Tianyang, Huangfu Gehai, Huangfu Dongjun, Huangfu Jingming, Huangfu Chongshan, and the other 2 groups were sent flying by the 2 explosive domain powers. In an instant, they were separated by more than 500 meters. Won't you fall for it? Chu Zhou sneered and directly released the 9 levels of Hell domain, enveloping Huangfu Dongjun, Huangfu Jingming, and Huangfu Chongshan. The 3 of them suddenly blacked out, as if they were in a hell filled with ghosts. At the same time, Chu Zhou rushed into Huangfu Tianyang's domain at lightning speed and directly released his other 5 domains. He forcefully turned the tables and occupied Huangfu Tianyang's domain space, suppressing Huangfu Tianyang to the ground. Almost at the same time, the Golden Eagle Emperor rushed into Huangfu Gehai's domain and released its own storm domain to compete with Huangfu Gehai. Huangfu Dongjun, Huangfu Jingming, and Huangfu Kongshan's expressions changed when they realized that they seemed to have fallen into a boundless hell. Chapter 365, Second Demonic Human. Global Silence. 1. Shit. Huangfu Dongjun, Huangfu Jingming, and Huangfu Chongshan realized that Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor weren't attacking them. Instead, he separated them from Huangfu Tianyang and Huangfu Gehai. They immediately realized that something was wrong. They wanted to reunite with Huangfu Tianyang and Huangfu Gehai. However, before they could take action, Chu Zhou's 9 levels of Hell domain enveloped them. For a moment, Huangfu Dongjun, Huangfu Jingming, and Huangfu Chongshan fell into the 9 levels of Hell. The 9 levels of Hell were divided into 9 levels. Each level was an extreme emotion of the Juggernaut. The first level, Hell of Wrath. The second level was the Hell of Sorrow. The third level was the Hell of Fear. The fourth was to Hell of Loathe. Fifth level, Hell of Resentment. The sixth level, the Hell of Heaven Hate. The seventh level, Hell of Oblivion. The eighth level was the Hell of Despair. The ninth level, Hell of Slaughter. Once one fell into the 9 levels of Hell, the 9 extreme emotions hidden in the depths of the living beings' hearts would be drawn out by the order of the 9 levels of Hell and repeatedly pulled and detonated. If one's will was not strong enough, their spiritual consciousness might be directly annihilated under the repeated pulling and torture of such extreme emotions. Even if those who entered the 9 levels of Hell had a strong enough will and survived, they would still have to go through a painful torture. Actually, the profound of the 9 levels of Hell was different for different people after comprehending and mastering it. Chu Zhou had killed more than 40 million living beings and slaughtered many king realm experts and martial gods. Moreover, he had also resisted an incomparably cruel beast tide. He could be said to have killed his way here. He was a true god of death. He had experienced the anger, sorrow, fear, disgust, resentment, hatred, unwillingness, despair, madness, and other extreme emotions of countless living beings at the brink of death. The killing intent accumulated on his body was as vast as the sea. In his situation, he was undoubtedly blessed by heaven to cultivate the 9 levels of Hell. In fact, this was also one of the reasons why he chose to cultivate the 9 levels of Hell. He integrated the extreme emotions he had experienced and the vast killing intent on his body into the 9 levels of Hell. This also made the power of the 9 levels of Hell reach a soul-stirring level. At this moment, Huangfu Dongjun, Huangfu Jingming, and Huangfu Chongshan were all in the first hell of wrath. The phantoms of countless souls roared angrily beside them. Extreme anger turned into tangible blood-colored smoke that spewed out from the countless phantoms of the dead souls. It dyed the entire domain space red. Huangfu Dongjun and the other two instantly felt the anger in their hearts inexplicably stimulated and provoked. At this moment, all the scenes they had experienced in their lives that infuriated them surfaced in their hearts. Anger quickly spread in their hearts like wildfire. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Their hands suddenly clenched into fists, and their eyes widened in anger, as if they wanted to fight their enemies to the death. No, why am I suddenly so angry? This is a mental domain that controls emotions. What a terrifying domain! It actually unknowingly detonated the anger in the depths of my heart. Huangfu Dongjun and the other two were martial gods after all, so they quickly came to their senses. They all looked at the blood-colored domain in front of them in shock, as well as the countless angry and roaring souls. They did not expect that they would be affected by the blood-colored domain so quickly. Spirit-type domains have always been very strange. We have to be careful. Huangfu Dongjun said to Huangfu Jingming and Huangfu Chongshan. The latter two nodded solemnly. They had already felt the strangeness just now. Then, they quickly mobilized their domain order to suppress and expel the strange anger that spread into their domain. Chu Zhou was busy dealing with Huangfu Tianyang and did not personally preside over the 9 levels of hell. Therefore, Huangfu Dongjun and the others quickly drove away the anger that had spread into their domain. Then, they experienced the extreme emotions in their hearts, such as sorrow, fear, disgust, resentment, hatred, unwillingness, despair, and madness. One by one, they went through the remaining 8 levels of hell. This was especially true for the final 3 hells, the hell of oblivion, the hell of despair, and the hell of slaughter. They broke out in cold sweat. It was too terrifying. It was filled with unwillingness, despair, and madness. They almost lost control of their minds and fell into it. Fortunately, Chu Zhou did not personally preside over the 9 levels of hell. It only operated instinctively. Otherwise, they were not confident that they could survive the repeated tug and torture of those extreme emotions. When Huangfu Dongjun and the other two suffered all sorts of mental torture in the 9 levels of hell, Chu Zhou also stepped on Huangfu Tianyang's head cleanly and directly crushed it. Then, he summoned a black hole and devoured Huangfu Tianyang's body. Then, Chu Zhou rushed into the Golden Eagle Emperor's storm domain at lightning speed and worked with the Golden Eagle Emperor to suppress Huangfu Gahai, successfully killing him. When Huangfu Dongjun and the other two finally escaped from the 9 levels of hell and rushed out, they saw Chu Zhou activating the black hole to devour Huangfu Gahai's corpse. All. You deserve to die. I want you to skin him alive and tear him into pieces. Huangfu Dongjun, Huangfu Jingming, and Huangfu Chongshan watched helplessly as Huangfu Gahai's corpse was devoured by Chu Zhou. They did not see Huangfu Tianyang's figure, and their eyes instantly widened in anger. Chapter 366, The Second Demonic Human. Global Silence. 2. The 3 martial gods' killing intent soared to the sky. Berserking energy fluctuations were like blazing flames erupting from a volcano, shooting straight into the sky. Boom! The 3 martial gods made their move. They joined forces and shot out a brilliant light. In an instant, the mountain where Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor were shattered. Even the surrounding dozens of mountains turned into ashes in an instant. A destructive light swept towards Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor. At this moment, Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor no longer used any tricks and joined forces to attack. The Golden Eagle Emperor spread its wings with all its might, and its golden eyes became more serious and sharp than ever. It crazily squeezed out the power of every cell in its body. The surging origin power appeared around it like a green sea. There were also green tornadoes that connected the sky and the ground that continuously descended around it. This was the true combat ability of the Emperor-level Golden Eagle Emperor. Terrifying energy fluctuations rolled out from its body like a tsunami, shaking thousands of mountains and rivers. Chu Zhou stood on the back of the Golden Eagle Emperor, his blood-stained silver hair dancing wildly. He held the divine wing saber tightly in his right hand, and wisps of white lightning wrapped around his body. 7 demonic saber shadows filled with endless destruction resistance floated behind him. Above his head, there was a 24-story treasure pagoda that was even taller than the skyscraper. Waves of terrifying spiritual pressure spread out from the huge six-sided treasure pagoda. At the same time, the aura of a total of 6 domains flowed on his body. At this moment, Chu Zhou was like a peerless demon lord. He rode a huge golden eagle and crossed worlds with an extremely powerful aura. Kill! The Golden Eagle Emperor carried Chu Zhou and charged at Huangfu Dongjun, Huangfu Jingming, Huangfu Chongshan, and the other 3 martial gods like a golden bolt of lightning. A vast ocean of power erupted from their bodies at the same time, colliding with the brilliant light produced by Huangfu Dongjun and the others. Boom! In an instant, heaven and earth shook. The void within a radius of dozens of kilometers exploded crazily. In this area, all the forests and mountains instantly exploded. An incomparably violent and turbulent airwave swept out in all directions from the center of the explosion. Wherever the surging air wave passed, everything, dust, particles, and even light rays were directly destroyed by the pure and violent power. In an instant, everything in its path turned into a vacuum state where nothing existed. At this moment, the flow of time seemed to have slowed down. The violent and vast pure white air wave was like the furious roar of a violent wave, and it surged towards the sky in a state that tore the sky apart and enveloped Tang Yuanqing and the others. The thick sea of clouds in the sky was also split into 2 by a wave of air. The ground in the entire area trembled crazily. Rumbling sounds came from deep underground. The mountains that stretched for several kilometers shattered one after another like dominoes, turning into thousands of tons of soil and rocks that rolled down and surged on the ground. The heavens and earth shook. This was truly a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering event. Chu Zhou, the Golden Eagle Emperor, and Huangfu Dongjun collided violently this time, causing a terrifying calamity. If the location of their battle was in a human city, this collision would probably be enough to flatten a human city. The battle between Chu Zhou, the Golden Eagle Emperor, and Huangfu Dongjun had just begun and was quickly reaching its climax. Whether it was Chu Zhou, the Golden Eagle Emperor, or Huangfu Dongjun, they didn't hold back at all. They were all frantically venting their strength and fighting to the point of madness. Die! Huangfu Dongjun was furious. He activated a towering sword shadow that cut through the void and slashed at Chu Zhou. The terrifying sword pressure directly cut off a mountain 50 kilometers away. However, his sword shadow was quickly cut off by the 7 demonic saber phantoms behind Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou instantly retracted his saber. Then, he suddenly bent down and bowed. In an instant, he used his body as a bow and his fist as an arrow. His entire body seemed to have drawn a huge bow to the limit as he punched out at Huangfu Dongjun in the air. Boom! As he punched out, it was as if the earth's crust had exploded, and 10,000 tons of magma spewed out. It was also like an underwater volcano erupting, stirring the boundless deep sea into a turbulent rage. As he punched out, countless invisible ripples appeared in the void. Wherever he went, it was as if an immeasurable power crashed over, and the void caved in and distorted. This unimaginable power seemed to have left the category of physical strength, origin power, and other individual strengths. It was as if the entire world was coordinated and mobilized by him, as if they were one entity as he punched out at the same time. A huge blood-colored fist imprint, carrying hideous scars, directly pierced through Huangfu Dongjun's body. After the bloody fist print pierced through Huangfu Dongjun, it flew high into the sky, leaving a hole several kilometers in the sea of clouds. Such a violent punch almost stunned Huangfu Dongjun. He looked at the hole in his chest in disbelief. The next moment, a power filled with endless rage and destruction will erupted from the hole in his chest. With a bang, he exploded into hundreds of pieces. However, when Chu Zhou shattered Huangfu Dongjun with a punch, he was also struck by Huangfu Jingming's palm. The lower half of his body turned into a bloody mist. Chapter 367, The Second Demonic Human. Global Silence. 3. Die. Chu Zhou did not seem to feel any pain. His remaining upper body turned around coldly and threw another punch. Like an ancient god that contained endless anger, he erupted with a world destruction punch that shattered the terrified Huangfu Kanming into pieces. Then, without waiting for his lower body to reassemble, he charged at Huangfu Chongshan, who was chasing after the Golden Eagle Emperor, and joined forces with the Golden Eagle Emperor to suppress him. Damn it, I told you to hunt me down. Now, I'll let you know that it's called the real Emperor level. The Golden Eagle Emperor, which only had one wing left, waved its remaining wing fiercely and slashed at Huangfu Chongshan. When the wing approached Huangfu Kongshan's body, it detonated the wing. With a loud bang, Huangfu Kongshan was severely injured by the exploding wing. At this moment, Chu Zhou charged over from the other side and chased after the heavily injured Huangfu Kongshan in a fierce battle. Chu Zhou, who was already seriously injured, finally shattered Huangfu Kongshan after sacrificing another arm. However, even if the bodies of Huangfu Dongjun, Huangfu Jingming and Huangfu Kongshan had been shattered by Chu Zhou, they were still not dead. As long as a King Realm expert's brain or heart was still there, they could reconstruct their body. There was even less of a need to talk about a martial god whose vitality was much stronger than a King Realm expert. Their bodies were rapidly reassembling. Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor paid a heavy price to kill the three of them. Chu Zhou also successfully summoned a black hole and devoured their corpses. This battle was the most tragic and dangerous battle in Chu Zhou's history. When the battle ended, he was only left with a battered head. The Golden Eagle Emperor was in an even worse state. It only had one golden eye left. It could be said that they had really stepped on the edge of life and death this time. They were just a little bit away from death. Fortunately, the shockwaves from their battle with Huangfu Dongjun and the other three martial gods had wiped out all the living beings within 100 miles. Otherwise, their current situation would be extremely dangerous. Of course, even though this battle was tragic, the results were unimaginably glorious. After experiencing 500 miles of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, they had actually killed 5 martial gods with their severely injured bodies. If news of such a result spread, it would definitely cause a sensation in the world. Therefore, Chu Zhou's head and the Golden Eagle Emperor's eyes looked at each other and laughed heartily. After experiencing life and death together, Chu Zhou's impression of the Golden Eagle Emperor changed a lot. Not only did he treat the other party as a mount, but he also treated him as a friend. Let's summon our shattered bodies and blood energy as soon as possible and leave this place. As Chu Zhou spoke, with a thought, he immediately summoned the pieces of flesh, bones, and so on that were scattered on the battlefield after his body shattered. There was also his own blood energy that filled the void. In an instant, a large amount of flesh, bones, and wisps of blood energy flew towards his head from various places on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Golden Eagle Emperor's eyes were doing the same thing. Even if they did not summon their previous bodies and blood energy back, they could still reassemble. There was no doubt that after summoning his body and blood energy back, his recovery speed was even faster. By the time they summoned their shattered bodies and blood energy back, Chu Zhou immediately got the 1000-star vine to bring them away from the earth. About half an hour later, a group of martial artists from many families who had joined the New Moon organization appeared on the blood path that stretched for 500 miles. They advanced along the 500-mile blood path in shock. When they crossed the 500-mile blood path and appeared in the battlefield of Chu Zhou, the Golden Eagle Emperor, Huangfu Dongjun, and the other 5 martial gods, they were all dumbfounded when they saw the doomsday battlefield. The 5 martial gods of the Huangfu clan are also dead? This is going to turn the world upside down. A martial artist said in a daze. That's right. We lost too much this time. After Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor appeared, we ambushed them from 10 sides. We sent a total of 7 Emperor-level beasts, 6 martial gods, and hundreds of thousands of experts to kill them. But they actually killed them all. If that's the case, then forget it. We still have the Huangfu clan's 5 martial gods as our guarantor. I thought that they would definitely die under the hands of the Huangfu clan's 5 martial gods after being exhausted and heavily injured. Who would have thought that they would actually be able to kill the 5 martial gods of the Huangfu clan in such a desperate situation? Another martial artist said with a trembling voice, his face revealing traces of fear and disbelief. He's really a monster. How did he do it? Not to mention that he's only a King Realm expert now, even if he's a martial god, he should still be dead in the face of such a situation. Someone said with a pale face. We have been trying our best to overestimate him, but we have still greatly underestimated him. A martial god who had been silent for a long time sighed faintly. We have been trying our best to kill him to prevent him from becoming the second demonic human. But now, he has already become the second demonic human. The glorious achievements of Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor were quickly sent back to the 3 organizations and the higher UPS of the monster organization. At the same time, it spread throughout the world. The 3 major organizations were silent. The higher UPS of the monsters were silent. The 3 martial arts schools and the human alliance were silent. The entire world was silent. No matter which faction it was, everyone was shocked by Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor's brilliant battle results. At the same time, the news that Chu Zhou was the second demonic human spread like wildfire. Many powerful factions and experts instinctively thought of the figure that had once made them tremble in fear when they heard the words second demonic human. And now, yet another terrifying existence has been born? Chapter 368, Thousand Star Vine advancing to the martial god realm. A day later, Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor arrived at their destination. At that moment, their bodies had all recovered. Master, it's here. The Golden Eagle Emperor pointed at a yellowish-brown mountain range several kilometers away and said to Chu Zhou, that large metal mine is hidden in that mountain range. After you humans discovered this large mineral vein, you've always wanted to come here to mine. However, we stopped you every time. Even though we monsters aren't good at human science and technology, and we don't need this ore vein, we won't let you use this ore vein to grow stronger. Hence, as long as we find a large ore vein in the wilderness, we monsters will do our best to stop you from mining it. When Chu Zhou heard this, he expressed his understanding. Monsters were not wild beasts. Their intelligence was not inferior to humans. It would be strange if they didn't stop the enemy, humanity, from using the metal mine to develop. Master, there's a Beastmaster Silver Moon Wolf and more than 10,000 of its subordinates guarding this mine. I'm going to take care of it now. With that, the Golden Eagle Emperor turned into a beam of golden light and disappeared. As for the 1,000-star vine on Chu Zhou's body, it seemed to have smelled the scent of delicacy. It could not help but surface from Chu Zhou's body. The 10,000-meter-long black gold vine was like a black dragon as it swam around Chu Zhou. At this moment, the 1,000-star vine was clearly a little agitated. From time to time, it would raise its head and look at the brownish-yellow mountain ridge. If not for the fact that it was wary of its master, Chu Zhou, it would have long shot away. Go! Chu Zhou smiled and said to the 1,000-star vine. With Chu Zhou's permission, the 1,000-star vine, which had long been unable to hold back, instantly burrowed into the earth and quickly swam towards the yellowish-brown mountain range. The 1,000-star vine could handle the rest on its own. Chu Zhou opened his attribute board and looked at his gains from the battle. Attribute points, 2,060,000,000, plus 1,950,000,000. His attribute points increased by 1,950,000,000. The total amount once again exceeded 2 billion. Even though it was a narrow escape, we gained a lot. With more than 2 billion attribute points, I can almost master 2 more rule profounds. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as a trace of joy flashed across his heart. After condensing the 6 great domains, it was as if water was overflowing. He naturally felt the threshold of martial god and had the impulse to charge into martial god realm. However, he felt that his accumulation was still not strong enough. Furthermore, he did not know much about the method to break through to martial god and the details that he needed to pay attention to. Therefore, he suppressed the urge to break through to martial god. I'll condense 2 more domains. At that time, I'll have a strong foundation. Then, I'll ask the Golden Eagle Emperor, Anti, and Dragon what I need to pay attention to when trying to become a martial god. I will also ask them about their cultivation experience and I will be able to become a martial god. He muttered to himself as he walked towards the yellowish-brown mountain ridge. It was as if his figure had teleported. With every step he took, he instantly appeared 100 meters away. Soon after, he arrived at the yellowish-brown mountain ridge and entered a valley. At this moment, the entire valley had long turned into a river of blood. The corpses of wolf-type monsters were everywhere, and the corpse of a yin moon ferocious wolf the size of a small mountain lay in the middle of the valley. The Golden Eagle Emperor, on the other hand, was standing on a small stone slope, leisurely adjusting the new golden feathers on its body with its beak. With a thought, Chu Zhou summoned a black hole and devoured all the monster corpses in the valley. After all, no matter how small a mosquito was, meat was still meat. Moreover, there was a Beastmaster corpse here. It could be considered a small piece of fat meat. Master, what's the use of occupying this large mineral vein? Are we going to mine it? The Golden Eagle Emperor was already used to Chu Zhou devouring monster corpses. What's the use? It's already working. Chu Zhou smiled and released a trace of his spiritual consciousness to explore the interior of this mountain range. He immediately saw endless silver thread-like roots spreading crazily in this mountain range and under the earth. Wherever the roots went, the metal matter in the metal ores and the metal matter in the soil were quickly devoured. When the Golden Eagle Emperor saw Chu Zhou's actions, it also used perception on the surrounding mountains and earth in confusion. It was stunned when it saw countless roots spreading on earth and the mountain. Then, it shockingly discovered that the countless roots were crazily devouring the metal matter in this large mineral vein. The devouring speed was so fast that it left people dumbfounded. Seeing those silver-white roots, it inexplicably thought of the thousand-star vine. Instantly, it vaguely understood why Chu Zhou had asked it about the location of the large metal mine. Chu Zhou did not lack weapons. Moreover, at his level, money was basically a number. Large metal mines were not of much use to him. It was obvious, then, that he wasn't doing it for himself. It was very likely for the thousand-star vine. Master, are those roots in the mountain and earth from the thousand-star vine? It asked Chu Zhou for confirmation. That's right, it's it. It needs to devour metal to become stronger. Chu Zhou nodded and did not hide anything. You can become stronger by devouring metal? What a strange life form! The Golden Eagle Emperor murmured to itself with a hint of surprise in its eyes. This was the first time it had heard of such a strange life. Rumble. About half an hour later, the yellowish-brown mountain collapsed and sank, as if the bottom had been emptied. A huge black gold vine rushed out of the dust that filled the sky and slithered to Chu Zhou's side at lightning speed. It wrapped around his body and slowly fused into it. The thousand-star vine has become much stronger, but it hasn't evolved yet. Chu Zhou silently sensed the situation of the thousand-star vine. Come, let's go to the next metal mine. Chu Zhou rode the Golden Eagle Emperor and quickly left the mineral vein that had been completely devoured. After a long time, the monsters that had heard the commotion came over to investigate the situation. They were surprised to discover that the silver moon wolf guarding this place and the 10,000 wolf-type monsters had all disappeared. A beast master and more than 10,000 wolf-type monsters suddenly disappeared. This made the nearby monsters panic. Half a day later, Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor appeared in another large metal mine. The Golden Eagle Emperor killed the beast masters and other monsters guarding the mineral vein again. Chu Zhou was in charge of devouring the corpses of the monsters, while the thousand-star vine drilled into the depths of the metal mineral vein again. Countless silver-white roots spread out and devoured the metal matter crazily. Another half an hour later, the metal mine collapsed. The thousand-star vine returned to Chu Zhou. Just a little bit more and the thousand-star vine will be able to advance to Martial God. Feeling the changes in the thousand-star vine again, Chu Zhou was very excited. He couldn't wait to ask the Golden Eagle Emperor to take him to the last large metal mine. This time, before the Golden Eagle Emperor could attack, Chu Zhou used his domain to kill and devour all the beast masters and monsters guarding the metal mine. Then, he let the thousand-star vine dig into the ground and devour the metal mine. Chu Zhou waited expectantly for the thousand-star vine to transform. The thousand-star vine was not an ordinary life form, it was a terrifying life form with world overlord realm potential. In terms of talent and potential, all life on Earth, including everyone from the three major organizations, was far inferior to the thousand-star vine. To put it bluntly, even omnipotent experts like Dragon were far inferior to the thousand-star vine in terms of potential and talent. Even in the vast universe, among countless races and civilizations, the thousand-star vine was an extremely powerful life form. This kind of life form was far stronger than life forms of the same level. In fact, most life forms of the same level were not even worthy of carrying its shoes. In other words, once the thousand-star vine advanced to martial god, it was very likely that the thousand-star vine would directly become a top expert among martial gods. Chu Zhou could also have a powerful helper. Furthermore, when the thousand-star vine was a king tier, it could protect them as they burrowed 20,000 meters underground. In that case, once the thousand-star vine advanced to martial god, it would definitely be able to burrow deeper into earth and stay there for a longer time. In that case, once Chu Zhou encountered a crisis that he could not withstand, he could let the thousand-star vine bring him into the depths of the earth to avoid it. This could increase Chu Zhou's survival ability and safety. Seeing the expectant look on Chu Zhou's face, the Golden Eagle Emperor's heart skipped a beat. He immediately guessed that the thousand-star vine would undergo an incomparably huge transformation. It couldn't help but look forward to it. About half an hour later, with a loud bang, the entire mountain range where the metal mine was located collapsed with a bang. Dust surged into the sky. At the same time, a shocking aura spread out from the sand. Boom! A terrifying pillar of black energy shot through the sandstorm like a cannon, piercing through the sea of clouds. A 10,000-meter-long black gold vine appeared in the black energy pillar. It was like a ferocious black demonic dragon swimming around, emitting a tide-like aura. At this moment, the 10,000-meter-long black gold vine suddenly shook violently and instantly grew thicker and longer. In the end, the black gold vine became more than 10 meters thick and 30,000 meters long. What did 30,000 meters mean? 30,000 meters was 30 kilometers. One train was about 500 meters long. 30,000 meters was equivalent to the length of 60 trains. Under normal circumstances, one could see objects about 25 kilometers away with the naked eye. Of course, it also depended on the size and height of the object. It could not be generalized. If a person was on a high mountain, their vision might be wider or even farther. In other words, without considering the height and other factors, a normal person would not be able to see the other end of the thousand-star vine. Of course, a martial artist's vision far exceeded that of ordinary people. They could see further, but they could see the entire thousand-star vine. But it was also very exaggerated. At this moment, the pressure of the thousand-star vine was vast and mighty. All the monsters within a radius of hundreds of kilometers trembled under the terrifying pressure and knelt on the ground. Without a doubt, the thousand-star vine had successfully advanced to martial god. Hiss, what a powerful pressure and energy fluctuation! I've just advanced to martial god, and it's already so terrifying. The Golden Eagle Emperor immediately felt inferior when it sensed the thousand-star vine's aura and energy fluctuations. It felt that all its years of bitter cultivation had been in vain. It was actually inferior to the thousand-star vine that had just advanced. Ha ha ha, it worked! Chu Zhou let out a long laugh and immediately soared into the sky, flying towards the thousand-star vine. Chapter 369, The Might of the Thousand-Star Vine. 1. 100 miles away from Chu Zhou, a dark black ape that was comparable to the height of a mountain strode over. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled violently, as if there was a huge earthquake. The dark demon ape's fur was black and extremely terrifying. With every step it took, a huge crack would appear on the ground, and it would tremble violently. This dark demon ape had two huge eyes that were like pools of blood and shot out two evil blood lights. Around it were dense flying monsters flying around. There were also many land monsters that followed behind it carefully, not daring to approach. Suddenly, it looked at a dog-type beastmaster and said coldly, "Have you found Chu Zhou and that traitor, RHE Golden Eagle Emperor?" The cold words rang in the dog-type beastmaster ears like a huge bell, making its ears ring and its body shake. This dark demon ape was too abnormal. Its voice was comparable to heavenly lightning. Many surrounding monsters were shaken until they bled from their 7 orifices. The tall figure, the black fur, the huge mouth that looked like a blood basin, the white sharp teeth, the collapsed nose bridge, and the sunken blood eyes. All of these made RHE huge black ape look exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. The dog-type beastmaster felt 2 beams of blood light lock onto it. Its body trembled as it prostrate on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Not yet. But I feel like it'll be soon. You're just a piece of trash. What's the use of keeping you around?" The dark demon ape's reaction terrified all the surrounding monsters. The huge demonic claw was like a small mountain as it slapped down on the dog-type beastmaster. Blood rained down. The mountain-like demonic claws slapped the dog-type beastmaster to death. They also grabbed the dog-type beastmaster's corpse and sent it to the huge bloody mouth. Crack! Crack! The terrifying sound of bones breaking and blood splashing made the surrounding monsters feel their hair stand on end. A beastmaster was slapped to death just like that and even became food. This was too bloody and tragic. Scarlet blood splattered everywhere, and some flowed down from the corner of the dark demon ape's mouth, staining its black fur, making it look even more terrifying. After biting a few pieces of the dog-type beastmaster's corpse, the dark demon ape threw the 2 pieces into the distance and flew into the depths of the mountains. This dark demon ape was too brutal. Suddenly, a huge black energy pillar shot into the sky. Then, a martial god-level pressure spread over majestically. 2 rays of blood-red light shot out from the dark demon ape's eyes. It tried its best to look in the direction of the black energy pillar and vaguely saw a demonic dragon-like figure continuously transforming. Huh? Someone in our race has advanced to the Emperor level? Let's go and take a look. It muttered to itself and strode towards the energy pillar. Its speed was extremely fast, as if it could shrink Shikook it to an inch. With every step it took, its figure appeared 1,000 meters away. The many monsters behind hurriedly chased after him. Chu Zhou rushed into the sky. One end of RHE 1000-star vine immediately spread towards him and wrapped around his right hand. He immediately felt the majestic power contained in the 1000-star vine's body after its advancement. The origin power in the 1000-star vine's body was actually twice that of his. That took him by surprise. One had to know that the origin power in his body had reached 6.99 million, which was more than twice that of an advanced tier martial god. However, the 1000-star vine had just advanced to martial god, but it was already twice as many as him. In other words, it was more than 4 times more than an ordinary advanced tier martial god. This was simply terrifying. As expected of a terrifying life form with world overlord realm potential. This is a true talented contestant. Compared to a metal life form like the 1000-star vine, be it us humans or monsters, our talent is too far apart. Chu Zhou sighed deeply, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. He held the 1000-star vine tightly and received the message from it. After absorbing this information, he quickly learned that after the 1000-star vine advanced to martial god, nor only did it become longer and stronger, it had also awakened its own talent domain, metal domain. Yes, RHE 1000-star vine directly awakened its metal domain. IR did nor cultivate at all, it was just that perverted. Chu Zhou was even more surprised. The stronger the 1000-star vine was, the more helpful it would be to him. Master, your 1000-star vine is too terrifying. It has just advanced to martial god, but I already feel that I'm not its match at all. I don't know if it's an illusion. The Golden Eagle Emperor flew to Chu Zhou's side and looked at the 30,000 meter long 1000-star vine in shock. Trust your own feelings. Chu Zhou flew to the back of the Golden Eagle Emperor and sat down. He parted the Golden Eagle Emperor with a smile. The Golden Eagle Emperor was speechless. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, and you traitor, Golden Eagle Emperor, I've finally found you. Suddenly, an earth-shattering laughter came from afar. Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor soon saw a huge beast shadow that was as tall as a mountain. An extremely ferocious aura whistled over from afar like a storm as the huge beast shadow appeared. When the Golden Eagle Emperor saw that it was a demon ape with black fur and 2 huge eyes that looked like blood pools, its expression changed drastically. Master, run! It's the Dark Demon Ape, an extremely terrifying high-level Emperor-level beast. The Golden Eagle Emperor said hurriedly. Without waiting for Chu Zhou's reply, it carried Chu Zhou and turned into a golden light, escaping into the distance at full speed. Chapter 370, The Might of the 1000-Star Vine. 2. Chu Zhou was also shocked when he heard the Golden Eagle Emperor's words. He didn't expect the enemy to be an advanced tier Emperor-level beast. Chu Zhou understood that after he killed so many elementary-grade Emperor-level and elementary-grade martial gods, as well as 1 or 2 intermediate-tier Emperor-level and martial gods, the monsters and the 3 major organizations were finally enraged and sent experts like the Dark Demon Ape to deal with him. This made him secretly vigilant. The Golden Eagle Emperor flew at full speed, trying to get rid of the Dark Demon Ape. However, it had just flown less than 1,000 meters when the mountain-like figure of the Dark Demon Ape transmogrification appeared in front of it and smiled sinisterly at it. The Golden Eagle Emperor's scalp went numb. It had heard many brutal stories about this Dark Demon Ape and knew that it could not fall into its hands. Otherwise, it would die a horrible death. The Golden Eagle Emperor immediately changed its direction and flew into the sky. However, what awaited it was still a demonic shadow that was as huge as a mountain. It changed directions a few more times, but it could not get rid of the dark demonic shadow. The Golden Eagle Emperor felt that something was wrong. It was so proud of its speed, but it couldn't shake off the Dark Demon Ape. Master, I can't get rid of it, I can only rely on you from now on. The Golden Eagle Emperor said to Chu Zhou in frustration. Give up struggling. None of you can escape today. You're destined to become my food. The Dark Demon Ape smiled sinisterly, revealing its white teeth. Its 2 huge eyes that were like pools of blood shot out 2 beams of blood-red light. It swiped its claw at Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor, causing the void to tremble as if the entire sky was about to be shattered. Facing the dark demon ape's terrifying palm, Chu Zhou's expression was very calm. If it was half an hour ago, facing an advanced tier martial god like the dark demon ape, he would have no choice but to flee. But now, the 1000-star vine wrapped around his hand gave him immense confidence. Before the 1000-star vine advanced, Chu Zhou had only guessed that as long as the 1000-star vine advanced to martial god, it was very likely that it would directly become a top expert among martial gods. Then, as he held the 1000-star vine and felt its vast origin power that was 4 times stronger than that of an advanced tier martial god, he was basically certain of his guess. Just as the dark demon ape's terrifying palm was about to hit Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor, a thick black shadow whipped over at lightning speed. Bang! The terrifying palm was whipped until blood splattered. The dark demon ape felt a sharp pain and quickly retracted its palm. Then, it looked coldly at the thing that attacked it just now. It was surprised to discover that it was an incomparably long black gold vine wrapped around Chu Zhou's arm. Furthermore, it could sense traces of martial god fluctuations from the black gold vine. Could it be that it was the one who advanced to the Emperor realm just now? The dark demon ape's heart skipped a beat. When it thought of the black energy pillar that broke through the clouds just now, its face revealed an incomparably ferocious expression. A newly advanced Emperor realm beast actually dared to interfere in the dark demon ape's business? Especially since he dared to injure it. Roar! The dark demon ape, which was as tall as a mountain, let out a huge roar that shook the world. The mountains within a few kilometers were shattered. The dark demon ape's black fur stood on end, looking exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. Die! It clawed angrily at the 1000-star vine. Dark aura filled the sky as it surged out of its terrifying huge claw, causing the entire world to tremble violently. However, the 1000-star vine responded with an even fiercer counterattack. A black gold vine lashed out like lightning. First, it sent the terrifying claw flying, then it slapped its face ruthlessly. The dark demon ape's body immediately flew into the distance like a meteor. It smashed through 3 mountains in a row and finally landed in a forest. The 1000-star vine after advancing is so powerful. The Golden Eagle Emperor was stunned. As I said, after the 1000-star vine advanced to martial god, it became a top expert among martial gods. Ordinary advanced tier martial gods are not its match. Chu Zhou was overjoyed when he saw this. The dark demon ape that fell into the forest was also dumbfounded. It had been slapped in the face. Feeling the blood gurgling from its face, it was unprecedentedly angry. Roar! The dark demon ape looked up at the sky and roared. Its huge black claws clenched into a fist and hit its chest with all its might, emitting muffled sounds. Then, as if it had gone crazy, it rushed out of the primitive forest. Countless tall and towering ancient trees were crushed under its feet. Broken branches and leaves were everywhere, and the huge forest was quickly destroyed. It actually stepped on a large primitive forest and flattened it. However, it did not seem to have completely vented its anger. In the end, its mournful roar came wave after wave, and the forest in the distance collapsed. It was just like how the weak seedling suddenly encountered the strongest storm. It was either blown away from the ground or exploded on the spot by the powerful sound wave. It charged towards the 1000-star vine with boundless might. This time, the 1000-star vine did not continue to passively retaliate. It suddenly let go of Chu Zhou's arm and stretched its long body in the void. In the next moment, it suddenly moved and turned into a 30-kilometer-long line-like afterimage, slashing horizontally in the direction of the dark demon ape. In Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor's vision, mountains, forests, and many monsters within 30 kilometers were instantly cut off by a line-like afterimage. As for the raging dark demon ape that was charging towards the 1000-star vine, it suddenly broke into 2. The dark demon ape's blood pool-like eyes even revealed traces of doubt, as if it didn't understand why its body was suddenly broken into 2. Before it could react, the line-like afterimage suddenly stopped, bringing with it a world-shaking sonic boom. Then, a long black gold vine wrapped around the dark demon ape's broken body. Under the dark demon ape's terrified and unwilling roar, it was minced into countless pieces. Moreover, the dark demon ape's consciousness seemed to have been completely killed by the black gold vines, so the countless fragments didn't reassemble its body. Hiss! The Golden Eagle Emperor gasped and was dumbfounded. Even Chu Zhou, who was mentally prepared, revealed a deeply shocked expression at this moment. He knew that the 1000-star vine would be very, very powerful after advancing to martial god, but he never expected it to be this powerful. At this moment, he could not help but envy the racial talent of the thousand-star vine. It was really too abnormal. Chapter 371, The Secret of the Martial God. The dark demon ape that made countless people tremble in fear was actually killed just like that. The Golden Eagle Emperor watched as the dark demon ape was minced into countless pieces by the thousand-star vine. It was so shocked that it wondered if it was dreaming. The dark demon ape was a terrifying existence that could do whatever it wanted among the monsters. Other than a few beast venerables, the eight-clawed demon, and a few other top experts who were half a step into the beast venerable realm, almost no one among the monsters could restrain it. It had always been tyrannical and cruel. Many emperor-level beasts and martial gods among humans had died in its hands over the years. This was an existence that many emperor-level beasts and humans feared. But now, he was killed by the thousand-star vine that had just advanced to martial god. If he had not seen this scene with his own eyes, the Golden Eagle Emperor would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. This is a terrifying life form with World Overlord realm potential. Compared to such a life form, ordinary life forms are really too far away. I wonder how many such life forms there are in the depths of the universe? Could it be that there are life forms with stronger racial talents? As Chu Zhou thought about this, he suddenly felt that he still had a long way to go. Compared to those life forms in the depths of the universe who were born with World Overlord realm potential or even higher potential, the potential of humans was really too far apart. However, that would all be in the future. For now, he would enjoy the fruits of victory. His figure moved and quickly flew to the side of the dark demon ape's corpse. With a thought, he summoned a black hole and devoured the dark demon ape's corpse. Then, he devoured all the monsters within 30 kilometers that the thousand-star vine had killed. Then, he looked at the thousand-star vine that was wrapped around his arm again with a delighted expression. The thousand-star vine was actually so powerful. With this helper, his safety would undoubtedly increase exponentially. The thousand-star vine has successfully advanced. It's almost my turn now. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as a glint flashed across his eyes. This time, he not only wanted to comprehend and control two more domain profound meanings. He was also prepared to advance to martial god in one go. However, before that, he had to learn the steps and details of becoming a martial god from the Golden Eagle Emperor, his ant and dragon, as well as how to cultivate after becoming a martial god. I'll find a place suitable for seclusion. Chu Zhou flew back to the Golden Eagle Emperor's back and patted it. That's easy. The Golden Eagle Emperor responded and disappeared in a flash of golden light. After a long time, several beast masters appeared at the location of the dark demon ape's death. Looking at the ground that was wet with the royal blood and the black fur left behind by some dark demon apes, their eyes revealed deep fear. Lord Dark Demon Ape was actually killed. A beast master said with a trembling voice. He was indescribably shocked. Lord Dark Demon Ape's combat strength is unparalleled. Other than those top experts who are half a step into the omnipotent expert realm and true omnipotent experts, who else can kill it? Another beastmaster said emotionally. Even though we don't know who did it, the person who killed the dark demon ape must be very terrifying. We were sent by the dark demon ape to other places to investigate the traces of Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor and escaped a calamity. There was also a beastmaster. He raised his head and looked at the mountains that had their peaks cut off within a radius of 15 kilometers. There were also countless towering ancient trees that had their upper sections cut off. There was also a lot of blood on the ground that was obviously left behind by monsters. He immediately felt lucky. If it had followed the dark demon ape here just now, it would probably have died and disappeared like the other monsters that the dark demon ape had come. Yeah, we got lucky and got away with it. The other two beastmasters also nodded with lingering fears. The death of the dark demon ape is an earth-shattering event. We have to report it to the other emperor-level beasts as soon as possible. The three beastmasters quickly left. From the beginning to the end, they had never thought that the dark demon ape's death would be related to Chu Zhou. In their opinion, no matter how strong Chu Zhou was, he was no match for an advanced tier emperor-level beast like the dark demon ape. Many emperor-level beasts were shocked to learn that the dark demon ape had been killed. Who is it? To be able to kill the dark demon ape? Could it be the half-step omnipotent experts from the three martial arts schools and the Human Alliance? Impossible. We and the three major organizations have been keeping an eye on those half-step omnipotent experts from the three martial arts schools and the Human Alliance. Once they make a move, they definitely won't be able to hide from us. We have to find the real culprit. He actually dared to kill the Emperor-level beast. No matter who he is, we won't let him off. Many Emperor-level beasts were trying to figure out who the murderer was. However, they also felt that the Dark Demon Ape's death had nothing to do with Chu Zhou. These Emperor-level beasts knew the Dark Demon Ape's strength the best and didn't think that Chu Zhou was a match for it. A large number of Emperor-level beasts started to search for the real culprit. Of course, they were still searching for and chasing after Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor. In a deserted mountain range, a golden light suddenly descended. Master, the land in this mountain range is barren, the water source is dry, the vegetation is difficult to grow, and there are no resources. Therefore, neither humans nor monsters will come here. I opened a cave here many years ago. When I'm occasionally injured, I'll come here to recuperate. The Golden Eagle Emperor carried Chu Zhou to the foot of the mountain. He activated his origin power and moved a small mountain that was more than 100 meters tall and nearly 10 million tons. Chu Zhou immediately saw that there was a huge underground tunnel hidden under the small mountain. The Golden Eagle Emperor led Chu Zhou into the underground tunnel and controlled the small mountain to fall back to its original position, covering the entrance of the tunnel. The underground tunnel was not dark. There were tunnels as thick as a baby's fist that led straight to the top of the mountain. Sunlight shone down along those tunnels, illuminating the underground tunnel. At the same time, these tunnels also ensured that the air in the underground tunnel was fresh. The Golden Eagle Emperor brought Chu Zhou to the end of the tunnel. Soon, a cave the size of a standard football field appeared in front of them. In the center of the cave, there was a huge circular platform. Obviously, the circular platform was the Golden Eagle Emperor's resting place when he came here. Wisps of sunlight also shone down from above the cave. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion here to break through. Protect me. Chu Zhou released the 1000-star vine and asked it and the Golden Eagle Emperor to protect him. What? Didn't Master just break through not long ago? Why is he breaking through again? The Golden Eagle Emperor was dumbfounded. Chu Zhou's breakthrough speed really frightened it. The 1000-star vine began to crawl along the cave wall. Soon, like a huge creeper, it crawled around the cave wall again and again, filling the entire cave wall. It looked like a space wrapped in black gold vines. Seeing this, the Golden Eagle Emperor also sat down cross-legged against the cave wall and looked around vigilantly, guarding Chu Zhou. At this moment, Chu Zhou took out the Silver Book of Profound from his body and flipped through it page by page. The Book of Profound had 36 pages, and every page was engraved with a profound. Chu Zhou read page by page, reading one profound after another. This time, he already understood that profounds that belonged to the same rule could be perfectly fused. Moreover, when fused, they could erupt with incomparably shocking power. In fact, as long as he grasped enough profound under the same law, he might have a chance to master a law. Therefore, when he chose the profound, he was much more serious and cautious. He tried his best to choose the profounds related to tremor, punch and rage. In the end, he chose a profound called the Cutting Blade. The tremor punch profound relied on the power of vibration to increase its destructive power. The berserking profound could cause the essence, energy, and spirit of living beings to enter a boiling state, and their destructive power would increase explosively. As for the cutting blade profound, it relied on the power of cutting to increase its destructive power. These three profounds were related to destructive power. Therefore, Chu Zhou chose the cutting blade. Then, he flipped through the Book of Profound page by page. Unfortunately, the other profounds in the Book of Profound had nothing to do with destructive power. Since the other profounds have nothing to do with destructive power, I'll stop choosing profounds from the Book of Profound. The black hole I summoned through the black hole breathing technique also has a shocking devouring power. I might be able to comprehend the relevant profound from it. He muttered to himself. Ever since he understood that the essence of the domain profound meaning was a part of the rules, he vaguely felt that the cultivation after the martial god realm was completely different from the past. Before the martial god realm, breathing techniques, combat techniques, meditation techniques, body tempering techniques, movement techniques, and other cultivation techniques were very important. However, after reaching the martial god realm, it seemed that the use of breathing techniques and secret techniques was not much. Comprehending and mastering the nomological profound was the most important. Instead of guessing here, it's better to consult others directly. With that thought in mind, Chu Zhou looked at the Golden Eagle Emperor and asked, Golden Eagle Emperor, how do living beings cultivate after they become martial gods? Or what have their cultivation course become? The Golden Eagle Emperor was slightly stunned. It didn't expect Chu Zhou to ask such a question. Could it be that Master is trying to break through to martial god? With that thought in mind, its expression turned serious. Master, the cultivation of the Beast Emperor realm, or martial god realm, is very different from the cultivation before the martial god realm. Before the martial god realm, we monsters mainly absorb cosmic energy through awakened racial talents to promote the continuous transformation and evolution of our genes. You humans, on the other hand, absorb cosmic energy through breathing techniques to promote the continuous transformation and evolution of your genes. The cultivation methods of both sides might be slightly different, but their essence is the same. They both promote their own transformation by absorbing cosmic energy. However, after reaching the martial god realm, simply absorbing cosmic energy will not be of much use. No matter how much cosmic energy you absorb, it will not be able to promote your continued evolution and transformation. The key to continuing to evolve and transform is the perception universe. Through the perception universe, I can deepen my understanding of the domain profound meaning and continuously integrate the power of the domain profound meaning into my body to strengthen myself. The deeper my understanding of the profound meaning, the deeper the fusion between the profound meaning and my body, the stronger I will be. As expected, I was right. The key to martial god level cultivation lies in profound, Chu Zhou muttered to himself. The Golden Eagle Emperor's words confirmed his guess. Chapter 372, Cutting Blade Profound and Black Hole Profound. If a King Realm expert grasps about 10% of the domain profound meaning, they can begin to fuse the domain profound meaning with their body, origin power, and spirit. If everything goes smoothly, they can advance to the martial god realm. Of course, in the King Realm expert realm, the more domain profound meanings you grasp, the higher the success rate of advancing to the martial god realm. The Golden Eagle Emperor told Chu Zhou about the method to become a martial god and what he needed to pay attention to with a serious expression. Chu Zhou also listened attentively. Only then did he know that he could already break through to martial god realm when he condensed his first domain, repulsive domain. The Golden Eagle Emperor continued. After advancing to martial god, the key to cultivation is to comprehend the profound meaning. Continue to let the domain profound meaning fuse with your body, origin power, and spirit. The life field of an elementary grade martial god can reach more than 1 million. The domain profound meaning can fuse with one of the physical body, origin power, and spirit. The fusion ratio can reach more than 10%. The life field of an intermediate tier martial god can reach more than 2 million. The domain profound meaning can fuse two types of physique, origin power, and spirit. One of them has a 100% fusion ratio, and the other has a 10% fusion ration. The life field can reach more than 3 million. The domain profound meaning can fuse three types of physique, origin power, and spirit. The fusion ratio of two types can reach 100%. The third type of fusion ratio can reach more than 10%. It's an advanced tier martial god. If the fusion ratio of all three types reaches 100%, then it's an advanced tier martial god at the peak. Chu Zhou finally understood how elementary grade, intermediate tier, and advanced tier martial gods were divided after hearing the Golden Eagle Emperor's words. Of course. What's mentioned above is only the situation of mastering one domain profound meaning. However, there's a difference between monsters and humans. Domain profound meanings are too difficult to comprehend. Some people are already very lucky to be able to comprehend and master a domain profound meaning in their entire lives. However, some people can master 2 or even 3 domain profound meanings at the same time. The strength of these people naturally far exceeds other living beings of the same level. Dragon, Sun God Soul, and Changa Saha of your human race are also abnormal. They have all mastered at least 3 domain profound meanings. However, the most abnormal thing is that demonic human among you humans. No one knows how many domain profound meanings he has mastered. But he has displayed at least 9 domain profound meanings. Furthermore, those 9 domain profound meanings have completely fused perfectly with his body, origin power, and spirit. Damn it, he's simply not human. He's simply abnormal to the point of making one's hair stand on end. In his eyes, living beings of the same level are like trash that can be destroyed at will. The Golden Eagle Emperor continued. When it mentioned the word demonic human, there was deep reverence and fear in its eyes. Back then, it had personally seen that demonic human easily tear apart one of their beast venerables, making the other beast venerables tremble and not dare to go forward to fight. That scene was unforgettable. Suddenly, it thought of the relationship between Chu Zhou and that demonic human. Its master seemed to be the son of that demonic human. In front of Chu Zhou, it didn't seem right to say that his father wasn't human but a pervert. Instantly, it could not help but smile awkwardly. Of course, Chu Zhou didn't blame the Golden Eagle Emperor. However, he was also very shocked. He never expected his father to have mastered at least 9 domain profound meanings. It had to be known that he could master 6 domain profound meanings today not because of his comprehension, but because of his special talent attribute board. Without the attribute board, he would probably be like the other living beings. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to successfully master a domain profound meaning. His father had actually grasped at least 9 domain profound meanings without a cheat like him. This was too heaven-defying. At this moment, Chu Zhou finally understood why the 3 major organizations were so afraid of his father, Chu Donglei. In fact, they would hunt him down at all costs after seeing that he might grow to his father's level. The Golden Eagle Emperor continued to tell Chu Zhou everything it knew about the mysteries of the martial god realm. It even shared all its cultivation experience with Chu Zhou. After hearing the Golden Eagle Emperor's story, Chu Zhou took out a brand new communications watch that he had never used before. This communications watch was specially prepared by Dongfang Mingzi to prevent him from being tracked. Moreover, the identity used to verify this communication watch was not him personally, but an ordinary martial artist from the Dongfang family. Of course, he had already told Tang Yuanqing, Nai Ying, Long, and a few other higher UPS of the Battleaxe martial arts school. There was also his father, Chu Donglei, his sister, Chu Yu, and his aunt, Chu Qingge. There was also Dongfang Mingzi and big sister Saber. Other than the above-mentioned people, no one knew that he had such an alias. Chu Zhou directly contacted Dragon and his aunt, Chu Qingge, and told them that he wanted to understand the method and steps to advance to martial god, as well as the cultivation method after becoming martial god. Soon, he received 2 documents. He immediately recorded the contents of the 2 documents in his mind and crushed the communication watch that he had only used once. There was nothing wrong with being careful. Battleaxe Base City. He actually asked me for advice on how to advance to martial god and the cultivation method after advancing to martial god. Is that kid finally going to advance to martial god? Dragon muttered to itself, a hint of anticipation flashing in its eyes. Some time ago, he had also heard of Chu Zhou's incomparably brilliant battle results. Chu Zhou had yet to become a martial god, but he was already so powerful. Once Chu Zhou became a martial god, how strong would he be? This made the dragon look forward to it. Lanja Base City. Chu Qingge sat elegantly on a rattan chair and looked at Chu Yu, who was cultivating in the garden. She recalled Chu Zhou's call to her just now. Looks like Xiao Zhou is also about to advance to martial god. With Xiao Zhou's astonishing talent, our Chu clan might have another omnipotent expert in the future. She smiled as she thought about it. Then, she looked in the direction of the moon and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. First ancestor, second ancestor, third ancestor, I don't know what plans you have, but you must choose to join the New Moon organization. However, even if you don't join the New Moon organization, our Chu family is strong enough. With our own strength, it's not impossible for us to step into the starry sky and explore other civilizations in the universe. Unfortunately, you guys stubbornly believed that joining the New Moon organization was the best choice. Because of this, you didn't hesitate to betray second brother back then and forced him to betray the Chu family. With second brother's talent, he will eventually step into the starry sky. You will regret it. Countless thoughts surfaced in her mind, and she sighed deeply. In the cave, Chu Zhou carefully read the documents sent by Dragon and his aunt, Chu Qingge. Many of the contents of the 2 documents were basically the same as what the Golden Eagle Emperor had said. However, these 2 documents explained the secrets of the martial god in greater detail, including many details that the Golden Eagle Emperor didn't mention. In particular, these 2 documents pointed out that if he could comprehend more than 2 related domain profound at the same time, it would be extremely beneficial in the future. Seeing this, Chu Zhou immediately thought of the close relationship between the Tremor Punch Profound and the Berserking Profound. Could it be that the dragon and ant have also discovered many profounds under a law that can be perfectly fused and complemented? Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He vaguely felt that dragon and his aunt, Chu Kinga, might have also discovered that there were many profounds in a law. Moreover, the more profounds one grasped under the same law, the more terrifying its power would be. It's time to break through. After carefully reading the two documents, Chu Zhou took out the Book of Profound again and began to comprehend the cutting blade profound contained in a sickle-shaped mark of the Book of Profound. At the same time, hundreds of independent consciousnesses in his mind began to analyze and study the black hole breathing technique, hoping to sublimate the true meaning contained in this breathing technique into profound. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. 6 days later, Chu Zhou successfully comprehended 0.9% of the cutting blade profound. Moreover, he had successfully deduced and sublimated the black hole profound from the black hole breathing technique and directly grasped 7%. Chu Zhou did not expect it to be so simple to deduce the black hole profound. However, this seemed to be more normal after thinking about it carefully. He had always been using the black hole breathing technique. In fact, he had already unknowingly grasped the black hole profound. This deduction was just to organize and sublimate what he had already grasped. Of course, this was much easier. Upgrade the cutting blade profound. Improve the black hole profound. Chu Zhou gave instructions to the attribute board. In an instant, the attribute board flashed crazily. A vast and mysterious power surged out of the attribute board, crazily increasing the two profounds, cutting blade and black hole. In the dark, a mighty force that Chu Zhou was already familiar with descended again, turning into a corporeal terrifying pillar of light that enveloped his body. At this moment, the void around him twisted like a fried dough twist, making his body disappear from the Golden Eagle Emperor's vision. That mighty force has descended again. I'm blessed. The Golden Eagle Emperor, who was guarding Chu Zhou in the cave, saw the changes in Chu Zhou's body and sensed the familiar power descending again. Without a word, it closed its eyes and began to absorb the cosmic energy with all its might, absorbing the special majestic aura. Almost at the same time, all the leaves of the thousand-star vine vibrated slightly and began to devour the little bit of mysterious aura that overflowed. Cutting blade profound 10%. Black hole profound 10%. Cutting blade profound 20%. Black hole profound 20%. Cutting blade profound 30%. Black hole profound 30%. The two profounds were quickly upgrading. Countless comprehensions surged into Chu Zhou's heart, leaving an indelible mark. At this moment, his essence, qi, and spirit were being modified at high speed by the power of the two profounds. His life force could continue to climb. After an unknown period of time, the majestic power retreated, and the distorted void returned to normal. Chu Zhou's body trembled, and a terrifying aura that was like a prehistoric ferocious beast instantly swept out from his body. Endless energy surged in the cave. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Tier King Realm Expert, Life Field Energy 3,990,000, plus 2 million. Attribute Points, 150 million. Repulsion, Profound 100%, Unupgradable, J. Incinerating Fire, Profound 100%, Unupgradable. Tremor Punch, Profound 100%, Unupgradable. Rainstorm, Profound 100%, Unupgradable. Rage, Profound 100%, Unupgradable. 9 Levels of Hell, Profound 100%, Unupgradable. Cutting Blade, Profound 100%, Unupgradable. Black Hole, Profound 100%, Unupgradable. The information on his attribute board changed again. The life field energy increased by 2 million to 8.99 million. The Cutting Blade Profound and Black Hole Profound had also been upgraded to 100%. Chapter 373, finally advancing to Martial God. Cutting Blade Domain. Chu Zhou's heart stirred as a translucent domain immediately appeared around him. In this translucent domain, black serrated ripples floated. It emitted an aura that could cut through everything. The Golden Eagle Emperor felt a chill down its spine, as if its body and even its spiritual consciousness had been cut apart. What profound did Master grasp this time? How can it be so terrifying? It swallowed hard. Chu Zhou put away this domain and used the black hole domain after experiencing the cutting blade domain. A dark grey domain with distorted light appeared. In this grey domain, dozens of black holes with a radius of about 5 meters floated. Black holes spun violently, emitting a terrifying devouring power that could even devour light. At this moment, Chu Zhou felt that the black hole domain was hugely different from when he used the black hole in the past. When he summoned the black hole in the past, the devouring power emitted by the black hole was not weak, but it could basically only be used to devour enemies who had lost their combat strength or corpses that could not move. It was very difficult to use it to kill enemies. But now, the devouring power of every black hole in the black hole domain was more than 100 times stronger than the black holes he had summoned in the past. The devouring power was so strong that it could be used to kill enemies. Moreover, it could also devour the energy and blood energy in the bodies of living beings from afar to weaken the enemy. Even if it was martial god, once he fell into the black hole domain and faced the devouring of dozens of black holes at the same time, if he couldn't break free from the black hole domain in time, it wouldn't be long before all the energy and blood energy in his body would be devoured by dozens of black holes. He would become a dried corpse and then be devoured until nothing was left. The black hole profound had officially become a new trump card in Chu Zhou's hands. It's time to think about how to advance to martial god. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. After hearing the Golden Eagle Emperor's explanation and reading the documents sent by Dragon and his aunt, Chu Kinga, he was already very clear about the method for King Realm experts to advance to the Atartial God Realm. He only needed to fuse the profound power he had with his body, origin power and spirit. After the fusion was successful, he would become martial god. If it was someone else, they could just fuse their profound power with their body, origin power and spirit. However, Chu Zhou had grasped too many profounds. There were a total of 8. Hence, he carefully considered which profound power to choose first. He also had to think of which one to merge with his body, origin power and spirit. This was related to which profound power would quickly become the strongest after he advanced to martial god. This made him have no choice but to seriously consider it. Tremor Punch Profound, Berserking Profound and Cutting Blade Profound. These 3 profundities seem to come from the same law. Let's fuse these 3 profundities first. Soon, Chu Zhou made a decision. He decided to let the Tremor Punch Profound fuse with his body first. After making his decision, he immediately released the Tremor Punch domain. According to the method in the document that Dragon and his aunt Chu Kinga had passed to him, he guided the peerless and domineering fist marks in the domain to approach his body and fuse with it bit by bit. Boom! When the first fist mark fused with his body, he seemed to hear a huge tremor that split the sky and earth. A vibrating power instantly spread throughout his body, fusing with the countless cells and particles in his body. There was more than just energy in that oscillating power. There were also traces of mysterious and formless laws. Traces of invisible laws were branded into the countless cells and particles in Chu Zhou's body along with this vibrational force. In an instant, Chu Zhou felt that his body and gene chain had undergone an essential change. The countless cells, particles, and gene chains in his body became extremely active at this moment, as if they were cheering for a new life. Chu Zhou instinctively felt a burst of joy. It was the joy of a life transition. He forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to control the peerless and domineering fist marks to fuse with his body. Boom! 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 Waves of concussive power swept through all the cells and countless particles in his body. Traces of invisible laws kept fusing with the cells, particles, and genes in his body. The aura that Chu Zhou released became stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, when all the cells and particles in his body fused with the power and laws in the fist mark, his body suddenly trembled. Boom! A destructive and terrifying fluctuation suddenly erupted from his body. A vast white energy pillar rushed out of his body like a huge cannon. Almost in an instant, it blasted through the mountain above him and pierced through the top of the mountain, shooting into the sky. There were even rings of terrifying vibration waves spreading out from his body. Wherever the ripples passed, the remaining earth instantly disintegrated into fine sand. The entire barren mountain where the cave was located, and even the surrounding barren mountains, instantly disintegrated into sand. Further away, mountains, earth, rocks, and all other matter were also disintegrating. Soon, all the desolate mountains in this area disappeared and turned into a huge desert. Chu Zhou rushed out of the desert and stood in the void like a demon god. His body emitted rings of extremely terrifying vibrational ripples. Under the influence of these vibrational ripples, the surrounding space began to distort. Tremor punch! He suddenly threw a punch at a mountain that was hundreds of meters away. In an instant, with a loud bang, the void shook heavily. An incomparably huge fist mark appeared and whistled towards the mountain. Wherever the huge fist mark passed, the sky seemed to crack, and countless spider web-like white cracks appeared. Under the influence of the fist mark, the earth below also rose and fell like a tide. Soon, the huge fist landed on the mountain that was hundreds of meters tall. The mountain shattered into countless grains of sand in an instant. Then, the huge fist mark continued to advance into the void behind the mountains. Wherever it passed, mountains and primitive forests disintegrated into particles. Chu Zhou looked at the huge passage that stretched to the end of his vision and truly experienced how terrifying martial god's power was. His current strength was at least 10 times stronger than before he advanced. Is this martial god's power? I've finally advanced to martial god. Chu Zhou looked down at his fist that was filled with vast power and could not suppress the joy in his heart. He had worked hard for so long. After going through so many storms, he had finally advanced to martial god. Once he became a martial god, the world would be different from then on. At this moment, he truly felt that martial god and those below martial god were two completely different lives. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his lifespan had increased by more than 10 times. King Realm experts could live for 500 years. And now, he could easily live for at least 5,000 years. 5,000 years! What kind of concept was that? In his previous life, it had only been 5,000 years since the legendary Yellow Emperor. A person's lifespan was comparable to a civilization's history. This was too terrifying. To ordinary people who only had a short lifespan of 100 years, Chu Zhou was no different from a god. Name: Chu Zhou, Elementary Grade Martial God, Life Field Energy 10.99 million, plus 2 million. Chu Zhou glanced at his attribute board and realized that 200 more life field energy had been added this time, and his total life field energy had exceeded 10 million. Congratulations Master for advancing to Martial God. The Golden Eagle Emperor flew to Chu Zhou's side and congratulated him. Sensing the powerful energy fluctuation on Chu Zhou's body that almost suffocated it, the corners of its mouth twitched. He has just advanced to Martial God and is already so strong. It simply makes one's hair stand on end. Looks like he's another pervert. It muttered in its heart. Chu Zhou nodded at the Golden Eagle Emperor with a smile. He was in a good mood after successfully advancing to Martial God. Swoosh! The 1,000-star vine also flew over and wrapped around his body, quickly fusing into his body. Master, what should we do next? The Golden Eagle Emperor asked. What should we do? Of course we should take revenge on the 3 organizations and the monsters. Chu Zhou smiled coldly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. The 3 organizations and the monsters have sent people to kill me repeatedly. This time, they even set up an inescapable net to kill me. Now that I'm not dead, it's time for them to suffer. Do they really think that I, Chu Zhou, am made of clay? They can pinch me however they want. A dense and cold killing intent swept out from his body. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared behind him. It made one tremble in fear. The Golden Eagle Emperor was not surprised that Chu Zhou wanted to take revenge on the 3 organizations and the monsters. If it was the one being chased, after its strength increased, it would also take revenge crazily. However, it had to apply to Chu Zhou for a period of seclusion. It hesitated for a moment before finally saying to Chu Zhou. Master! During this period of time, I've obtained bad benefits by following you. Especially when you summoned the 2 mighty forces to descend, it helped me greatly. I've already felt the opportunity to fuse my Storm Profound and Origin power. Therefore, I want to go into seclusion for a period of time and try to become an intermediate tier martial god. Chu Zhou's eyes lit up when he heard the Golden Eagle Emperor's words. You're going to make a breakthrough? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and find another secret place to cultivate. As for taking revenge on the 3 organizations and the monsters, we'll talk about it after you make a breakthrough. There's no rush. Thank you, Master. The Golden Eagle Emperor heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Chu Zhou's agreement. Soon, the Golden Eagle Emperor brought Chu Zhou to a deserted mountain range again. It had actually opened a hidden cave here. According to what it said, rabbits had to hide in 3 caves for safety. And for safety, it had to learn from rabbits. It had roughly opened thousands of hidden caves in many desolate places in the wilderness. Chu Zhou was speechless. How afraid of death was he? The Golden Eagle Emperor's breakthrough speed was far slower than Chu Zhou's. Even if it found the opportunity to fuse the Storm Profound and Origin Power, it still took a full month to successfully break through and officially become an intermediate tier Emperor level. Ha ha ha, 1. The Golden Eagle Emperor, have finally become an intermediate tier Emperor level beast. The Golden Eagle Emperor soared in the sky, stretching its massive body. It seemed to be very excited and kept summoning tornadoes to crush the surrounding mountains to vent its joy. It couldn't be blamed. It had been stuck at the elementary grade Emperor level for too long. Now that it had finally broken through to the intermediate tier Emperor level, how could it not be excited? Chapter 374, Starting Revenge from Fishing. After Chu Zhou decided to take revenge, he didn't hide his tracks anymore. He and the Golden Eagle Emperor appeared in the wilderness and began to fish. Hee, Master, I wonder what big fish we'll catch. The Golden Eagle Emperor rubbed its fists in anticipation. It had just advanced to the intermediate tier Emperor level and was full of confidence. It wanted to find some opponents to test its combat strength. Even though it also knew that this fishing was risky. If he was not careful, he might catch a big fish. At that time, it would be hard to say who would be the hunter and who would be the prey. If it were itself, it would not dare to play such a dangerous game. However, with Chu Zhou and the 1000-star vine, it was fearless. You're looking forward to it so much. Aren't you afraid that the people who will come will be those top experts who are half a step into the omnipotent expert realm? Chu Zhou looked at the eager Golden Eagle Emperor with a faint smile. The Golden Eagle Emperor's face froze and he said with an embarrassed smile, he can't be that unlucky, right? Why would such a big shot appear? That's hard to say. The higher UPS of the three organizations and the monsters are very determined to kill me. Chu Zhou said calmly. The Golden Eagle Emperor was completely uncomfortable. If a half-step omnipotent expert really descended, its bones would not be able to withstand it. Although an intermediate tier Emperor level beast like it was quite powerful, it was probably no different from an ant in the eyes of those big shots. At this moment, it had the urge to give up on fishing. However, when it saw Chu Zhou's calm expression, the panic in its heart slowly disappeared. Chu Zhou was the person that the three major organizations and monsters really wanted to kill. If it wasn't even afraid of Chu Zhou, what was it afraid of? Moreover, based on its recent understanding of Chu Zhou was so calm. It was very likely that he had a way to deal with half-step omnipotent experts. The Golden Eagle Emperor relaxed and said passionately at that thought. What's there to be afraid of? At most, we'll die. Warriors should press forward without fear. It looked valiant and energetic. Chu Zhou rolled his eyes at the bird. How could he not know that this bird thought that he had something to rely on, so it showed such fearlessness? However, he did have something to rely on. He was relying on his own strength and the 1000-star vine. It had been 2 days since he became a martial god. In the past 2 days, after his body adapted to the fused domain profound, he successfully fused the tremor punch profound with his origin power. He had grasped 8 profounds in succession at the King Realm Expert Realm. His body, origin power, and spirit had long adapted to the power of profound. Moreover, he had mastered 100% of his profound. In addition, he had a terrifying foundation that other martial gods couldn't compare to. This made it much easier for him to fuse the tremor punch profound with his body and origin power compared to other martial gods. After the tremor punch profound and origin power merged successfully, he went from elementary grade martial god to intermediate tier martial god. When he was still a King Realm expert, he could easily kill an elementary grade martial god with his 6 domains. After paying a huge price, he could also barely kill an intermediate tier martial god. After he condensed the 8 domains, he could basically easily kill ordinary intermediate tier martial gods. After he became an elementary grade martial god, he vaguely felt that his strength had surpassed that of an intermediate tier martial god. He should be able to barely contend with an advanced tier martial god. His strength soared again after he became an intermediate tier martial god. Even though the current him had not been verified, he felt that he should not be inferior to an advanced tier martial god. Thus, even if a half-step omnipotent expert were to descend, he and the 1000-star vine would be able to escape in time even if they were no match for him. This was the reason why he dared to fish calmly. Of course, he wouldn't tell the Golden Eagle Emperor that, in case the bird became arrogant. Suddenly, Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor scanned the surrounding forest in unison. Almost at the same time, he thought to himself, "It's here." Rumble. A large number of monsters suddenly surged out of the surrounding forest like a tide and surrounded Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor. Hundreds of figures flew over from the sky other than the monsters. Among those figures, some were wearing silver cloaks, some were wearing earth armor, and some were wearing black suits that were filled with killing intent. These monsters in hundreds of figures were all elites. The lowest level was at the control realm. After these monsters in hundreds of figures appeared, they did not immediately attack Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor. Instead, they stood still, as if they were waiting for someone's order. Soon, 8 figures with terrifying auras descended. Among the 8 figures, there were 2 Emperor-level beasts, 2 new moon martial gods in silver cloaks, 2 earth martial gods in earth armor, and 2 martial gods surrounded by black fog. It was obvious that this was an elite alliance made up of monsters, New Moon Organization, Earth Organization, and Shadow Alliance. Chu Zhou, Golden Eagle Emperor, how dare you appear in the wilderness openly when you know that you're being hunted by the 4 major factions? Do you really think you're invincible after killing Huangfu Dongjun and the others? A New Moon martial god said coldly. An earth-shattering aura suddenly erupted from his body. A pair of black wings suddenly stretched out from his back, and a sea of stars immediately appeared in the sky. Vast starlight descended and enveloped his body, making him look like a god. The other 7 figures did not speak. They only released their auras one by one, causing the void in this area to boil. 8 intermediate-tier martial gods? Interesting. Chu Zhou sensed the auras emitted by the 8 figures and muttered to himself. When the 8 martial gods heard Chu Zhou's voice, their expressions immediately turned ugly. They could feel Chu Zhou's contempt. Chu Zhou, we're not like Huangfu Dongjun and the others. How dare you look down on us? You're courting death. Martial god Xinyu, who had spoken earlier, said and attacked Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor with a palm. That palm contained vast starlight, as if a starry sky was pressing down. It was extremely berserking. You're the one who's courting death. Let me deal with you. The Golden Eagle Emperor had been rubbing its hands together for a long time. How could it hold back now? It turned into a golden light and shot out. Its golden wings were like a divine saber that split the sky as it slashed fiercely at the palm that was pressing down. Boom! The Golden Eagle Emperor and New Moon Martial God both took a step back. How is that possible? The Golden Eagle Emperor has become an intermediate-tier Emperor level. Martial God Xinyu and the other 7 looked at the Golden Eagle Emperor in shock. They knew the Golden Eagle Emperor very well and knew that the Golden Eagle Emperor was only an elementary-grade Emperor-level beast and hadn't made any progress for many years. Now, the Golden Eagle Emperor had suddenly become an intermediate-tier Emperor level, which was completely unexpected. The Golden Eagle Emperor felt great when it saw the gazes of Martial God Xinyu and the others. My talent is unparalleled. In the past, I only chose to keep a low profile and didn't choose to break through. Now that you bastards dare to chase after me, I'll break through. The Golden Eagle Emperor said smugly, looking down on everyone. This evil bird likes to posture too much. I wonder who it learned it from. Chu Zhou muttered in his heart when he saw the Golden Eagle Emperor. Martial God Xinyu and the others' expressions darkened when they saw the Golden Eagle Emperor's disdainful gaze. He's just an intermediate-tier Emperor level. Does he think he's invincible? Martial God New Moon, who had attacked just now, snorted and flapped the 2 black wings on his back. With a loud sonic boom, he instantly turned into an afterimage that was difficult to see with the naked eye and charged at the Golden Eagle Emperor. This bird actually dared to look down on him and call him a bastard. He decided to tear it apart. Ha ha ha, come, I will show you how powerful I am. The Golden Eagle Emperor wasn't afraid at all and soon started fighting Martial God New Moon. Their speed was shockingly fast. In the blink of an eye, they charged into the sea of clouds from the ground. The 2 afterimages flashed and collided crazily. Shocking explosions exploded in the sea of clouds, creating huge holes. The other 7 figures were like 7 huge fiend mountains that suppressed Chu Zhou at the same time. All the surrounding monsters and hundreds of figures also attacked Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou crossed his arms and stood on the spot coldly, allowing the 7 figures, the monsters, and the people from the 3 major organizations to attack. For a moment, Chu Zhou's figure was drowned under the overwhelming attacks. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the earth, mountains, and forests within a radius of more than 10 kilometers were shattered by the combined attacks of 7 figures, many monsters, and the 3 martial artists. The place where Chu Zhou was standing turned into an incomparably huge sinkhole. Dust billowed above the sinkhole. Is this Chu Zhou stupid? He actually allowed us to attack. Who does he think he is? Can he just ignore our attacks? A martial god sneered. So Chu Zhou is just so-so. Huangfu Dongjun and the others are really too useless. They can't even take down Chu Zhou. A emperor-level tiger beast said disdainfully. Perhaps it's not that Huangfu Dongjun and the others are weak, but we're too strong. Hehe, with 8 intermediate-tier martial gods joining forces, even an advanced-tier martial god would have to retreat. A martial god of the Earth Organization in armor said proudly. No matter what, Chu Zhou should be dead. We can also sleep peacefully. The person who said this was an old man in a silver cloak. The 7 intermediate-tier martial gods looked at the dust-filled pit and were certain that Chu Zhou was dead. They did not think that Chu Zhou could survive the combined attacks of the 7 experts, many monsters, and martial artists from the 3 major organizations. However, just as the 7 living beings relaxed, a peerless and domineering fist mark suddenly pierced through the dust-filled sinkhole. In an instant, a figure exploded into a bloody mist. Then, a huge suction force came from the sinkhole and sucked the blood mist in. The remaining 6 martial gods were stunned. What just happened? One of their companions was actually killed in an instant? At this moment, the dust that filled the air automatically split from the middle. A handsome young man with a tall and straight figure slowly stepped out from the depths of the dust. Black gold vines were wrapped around his body. The black gold vines wrapped around his body like a layer of armor. Chu Zhou. How can you be fine? The 6 martial gods were stunned when they saw that Chu Zhou was not injured at all. Chapter 375, Massacre. Shocking all sides. The 6 martial gods were completely stunned when they saw Chu Zhou walk out of the dust safely. He patted his clothes with both hands, as if he was dusting them off. Then, he looked at the 6 martial god-level creatures indifferently and said with a hint of melancholy. Sigh, I've given you a chance, but you're useless. When the 6 martial gods heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Use your domains to deal with him. Suddenly, the old man in the silver cloak shouted and rushed towards Chu Zhou at lightning speed. He opened up a domain with dazzling starlight and enveloped Chu Zhou. The other 5 living beings also opened their domains and enveloped Chu Zhou. However, 8 domains instantly appeared outside Chu Zhou's body. The 8 domains overlapped, and the 8 types of order overlapped. An unimaginably vast power erupted like the collapse of a dam. The silver-caped elder's starlight domain was almost instantly shattered. The old man who rushed towards Chu Zhou was also forced to kneel in front of Chu Zhou by the extremely majestic and heavy power of the order. At this moment, the old man felt as if he was carrying 8 heavy worlds on his back. It was difficult for him to move. 8 domains. How is this possible? The old man spoke as if he was talking in his sleep, his face filled with disbelief. Bang! Chu Zhou expressionlessly slapped the old man's head, turning it into a bloody mist. In the next moment, a black hole appeared and swallowed the old man's corpse. At this moment, the domains of the other 5 martial gods also enveloped Chu Zhou. However, it was firmly blocked by the overlapping domain formed by the 8 domains in Chu Zhou's body. At this moment, the 5 martial gods also saw the 8 domains outside Chu Zhou's body and immediately gasped. Moreover, they also discovered that Chu Zhou was not an elementary grade martial god at all, but an intermediate tier martial god. This made their scalps tingle. It's now or never. I gave you a chance to kill me, but you were useless. Now, you don't have a chance. Chu Zhou said calmly. His figure moved and suddenly rushed towards the emperor-level tiger beast with his overlapping domain. His overlapping domain instantly suppressed the emperor-level tiger beast's domain and restrained its body. Pfft! Chu Zhou's palm was like the sharpest blade as it pierced through the tiger emperor-level's heart. This palm strike took away all the vitality of the emperor-level tiger beast. Then, a black hole swallowed its body. Kill! At this moment, the remaining 4 martial gods knew that Chu Zhou's overlapping domain was too strong. It was very difficult for them to pull Chu Zhou into their domain. Therefore, he had given up on the idea of pulling Chu Zhou into his domain just now. Instead, he augmented the power of all his domain profound meanings on the subsequent attacks. They wanted to use powerful attacks to tear apart Chu Zhou's overlapping domain and kill him. 4 earth-shattering attacks ruthlessly attacked Chu Zhou. The divine light was vast and mighty, and the world collapsed. However, to the surprise of the 4 martial gods, Chu Zhou actually gave up on using his domain to block their attacks. Instead, he simply put away his domain and charged at them like a bolt of lightning. Boom! 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 4 peerless and domineering fist imprints soared through the sky and forcefully shattered the 4 mighty attacks of the divine light. Chu Zhou's figure passed through the explosion at an unimaginable speed and appeared in front of a martial god-level living being. His palm grabbed at lightning speed, and his 5 fingers were like iron hooks, firmly grabbing the other party's head. Then, he pulled fiercely and forcefully tore off the other party's head. Blood gushed out of the corpse's neck like spring water. The next moment, a black hole appeared and swallowed the corpse. Chu Zhou also threw the head in his hand into the black hole. Impossible! How can he be so powerful? The remaining 3 martial gods were completely dumbfounded. There are still many things that you can't imagine. Chu Zhou said coldly. Like a death god from hell, his figure appeared behind a martial god like a ghost. Pfft! His fist instantly pierced through the other party's back. A terrifying shockwave spread out from his arm. In an instant, the internal organs and brain of the martial god-level creature that was pierced were shattered, and the other party's mental consciousness was also shattered. The black hole appeared again and devoured another martial god corpse. Oh no, our intelligence is seriously wrong. Chu Zhou's strength far exceeds our imagination. He's not someone we can deal with. Chu Zhou killed 5 martial god-level creatures in the blink of an eye. The remaining 3 martial gods were completely dumbfounded. They chose to split up and escape without hesitation. Pupu. Unfortunately, they had only fled for less than 100 meters when a black shadow flashed past. It first pierced through one of the martial god creatures, then the last martial god creature. A black gold vine returned with 2 corpses and was devoured by the black hole summoned by Chu Zhou. It's over. The 2 emperor-level experts and so many martial gods were all killed by Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou is too terrifying. We're not his match. If we continue to stay here, we can only wait for death. Many monsters and hundreds of figures felt their hearts turn cold when they saw Chu Zhou kill all 7 martial god-level creatures as if he was cutting vegetables. Then, all the monsters and hundreds of figures immediately fled crazily. However, a long after-image swept past them as soon as they started to escape. In an instant, almost all the fleeing monsters and hundreds of martial artists from the 3 major organizations were cut in half. At the same time, the surrounding mountains and forests were cut in half. A huge black hole appeared above the corpses and emitted a terrifying devouring power. All the corpses quickly flew into the black hole under the terrifying devouring power. Even some monsters and martial artists from the 3 major organizations who were lucky enough to not die could not escape calamity. They were forcefully pulled up by the terrifying devouring power of the black hole and fell into it. After the black hole devoured all the corpses of the monsters and martial artists from the 3 major organizations, Chu Zhou sat cross-legged on a large limestone and waited for the results of the battle between the Golden Eagle Emperor and the New Moon Martial God. Bang! A moment later, a corpse fell in front of Chu Zhou. The Golden Eagle Emperor also descended with injuries all over its body. It said to Chu Zhou, "Master, I didn't embarrass you, did one?" However, just as it finished speaking, its body trembled and it sat on the ground. Blood flowed down the countless wounds on its body. It was obvious that in order to kill the New Moon Martial God, it had also paid the price of being heavily injured. "No, you did a good job," Chu Zhou said sincerely to the Golden Eagle Emperor as he let the black hole devour the corpse. He did not patronize the other party. Instead, he really thought that the other party was not bad. The Golden Eagle Emperor had just become an intermediate-tier martial god, but it could already kill a veteran intermediate-tier martial god. This was indeed very impressive. Of course, compared to him, it was still a little short. Hearing Chu Zhou's praise, the Golden Eagle Emperor almost smiled crookedly, and it raised its head even higher. After destroying this elite alliance, Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor did not stop. They changed locations and continued fishing. At this moment, many allied forces of the monsters and the three organizations were chasing after Chu Zhou in the wilderness. They didn't know that Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor had already destroyed one of their elite allied forces. Soon, the second allied forces took the bait. Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle destroyed these allied forces forcefully again. This allied forces only had 2 martial gods. Therefore, in just 15 minutes, they were destroyed. Then, it was the third allied forces. The fourth allied forces. The fifth allied forces. Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle quickly fished everywhere. They caught a total of 12 allied forces and destroyed them all. After losing 12 allied forces in a row, the monsters and the 3 major organizations finally realized that something was wrong. They ordered the remaining allied forces to immediately stop chasing after Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor. As a result, Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor's subsequent fishing plan could no longer succeed. However, after the fishing failed, Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor immediately changed their strategy and began to take the initiative to search the wilderness. They discovered 3 more allied forces and directly slaughtered them. In each of the 15 allied forces, there were at least 2 martial god level creatures. Some even had 8 or 9 martial god level creatures. Among those allied forces, other than the martial gods, the rest were all elites of the monsters and the 3 major organizations. In a short period of time, they had lost 15 allied forces in a row. This was an extremely heavy loss for the 3 organizations and the monsters. In truth, when the higher UPS of the monsters and the 3 organizations received the news, they were all dumbfounded. Then, they all felt extremely pained. Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, how did he become so strong? Even 8 or 9 intermediate tier martial gods joined forces and were easily killed by him. Gasp. His growth speed is too abnormal. Is he still human? Damn it. We've lost so many martial god level creatures. How long will it take for us to recover? We failed. We completely failed. Not only did we not kill Chu Zhou, but he also severely injured us. The higher UPS of Monster and the 3 organizations were all roaring in anger. None of them could accept this result. Soon, the 3 martial arts schools and the Human Alliance learned of Chu Zhou's actions. Instantly, the higher UPS of the 3 martial arts schools and the Human Alliance were stunned. Chu Zhou had actually become so powerful? Could it be that we humans are really going to give birth to an existence that surpasses the omnipotent expert? Many of the higher UPS of the 3 martial arts schools and the Human Alliance were so excited that their bodies were trembling. Chapter 376, Second Ancestor of the Chu Family, Third Ancestor of the Chu Family. Hehe, Master, we haven't seen the monsters and the elites from the 3 organizations for the past 2 days. Looks like they're afraid of us. The Golden Eagle Emperor said proudly. The sense of accomplishment in his heart was simply intense to the extreme. Monsters and the 3 major organizations were terrifying forces. Now, he was actually scared by just 2 people. How great was his achievement? Don't be careless. Be it the monsters or the 3 major organizations, they're not that simple. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become one of the overlords of Earth. Chu Zhou said calmly. He did not underestimate the monsters and the 3 major organizations just because his revenge had gone smoothly. Instead, he became even more wary of the monsters and the 3 organizations. During this period of time, he had killed many monsters and martial god level experts from the 3 major organizations. However, most of them were elementary grade martial gods and some were intermediate tier martial gods. As for the advanced tier martial gods, there were none. The advanced tier martial god and the advanced tier emperor level were the true experts and foundations of the 3 organizations and the monsters. The 3 major organizations and the monsters had chased after him for so long. The top experts at the advanced tier martial god level had only mobilized the dark demon ape. Fortunately, at that time, the 1000-star vine had advanced to martial god and killed the dark demon ape, otherwise, they would be in trouble. Even though Chu Zhou was confident that his current strength was not inferior to an advanced tier martial god. If the 3 organizations and the monster faction sent many advanced tier martial gods, then he could only choose to avoid them for the time being. Let's go back to the Guangdong area. During this period of time, they had annihilated 15 allied forces of the 3 major organizations and the monsters. They had killed more than 40 martial god level experts. This sort of loss was enough for the 3 organizations and the monsters to feel pained for a long time. Chu Zhou finally vented his anger. Besides, he also knew that with his current strength, if he wanted to destroy the three organizations and the monsters, even if he wanted to cause serious damage to the three organizations and the monsters that could shake their foundations, he was still far from being able to do so. Therefore, he felt that he could stop for the time being. He decided to return to the Guangdong base city. Half a day later, Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle returned to the wilderness around the Guangdong area. They were not far from the Guangdong base city. However, something unexpected happened. Three figures filled with endless killing intent were waiting for them in front of them. These three figures were like three killing gods that had walked out of hell. Their pure and cold killing intent seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. When they saw these three figures, Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor vaguely heard countless miserable wails. There was no doubt that these were three extremely terrifying killers. Three advanced tier martial god level assassins. The Golden Eagle Emperor looked at the three figures in front of it and felt its scalp tingle. Chu Zhou's expression was also extremely solemn. He felt a serious threat from these three people. Let me make a simple introduction. My name is Yekai. Yes, many people call me Dr. Death. A refined-looking figure in a suit and round glasses smiled at Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor. The one on my left is my boss, Zhou Lei. Everyone calls him the King of Assassins. The one on my right is the evil beast Dahmer. Hiss, Master. They're the three heads of the underground world of you humans. The Golden Eagle Emperor gasped after hearing Yekai's introduction and quickly passed the information about the three heads of the underground world to Chu Zhou. The three heads of the underworld. After reading the message from the Golden Eagle Emperor, Chu Zhou immediately knew how terrifying these three people were. In the human underground world, there were countless experts. However, these three people could shake the entire underground world and be called the Three Giants. It could be seen how terrifying their strength was. He was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever met. These three people were probably not weaker than the Dark Demon Ape. Do I have any grudges with the three of you? Chu Zhou asked. Dr. Death, Yekai, smiled. I'm sorry. Even though we were called the three heads of the underworld, we were actually from the Shadow Alliance. Instantly, Chu Zhou understood why these three people had come to look for him. I wonder if the Thousand-Star Vine can deal with two advanced tier martial gods at the same time. Chu Zhou thought to himself and was already prepared to attack. However, at this moment, two sage-like old men in martial arts uniforms flew over from afar behind Chu Zhou. Upon closer inspection, they were walking in the void step by step. However, with every step they took, they would disappear into thin air and appear several miles ahead. Their sleeves fluttered like flowing water, indescribably elegant. Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor quickly became vigilant and turned around to look at the two old men who were flying over. When they saw the two old men appear, Zhou Lei, Yekai, and Dahmer frowned slightly, as if they were afraid of the two old men. Son of Dong Lei, I finally meet you, an old man in a white martial arts suit said to Chu Zhou kindly. Yeah, it's been too long. I didn't expect him to grow so big in the blink of an eye. I even carried him when he was born. Another old man in a black martial arts suit said with a smile. Master, are these two elders your elders? The Golden Eagle Emperor couldn't help but look at Chu Zhou curiously. Chu Zhou also looked at the two elders in confusion and said, Who are you? What has this got to do with me? The old man in the white martial arts suit looked at Chu Zhou kindly and smiled. Little Zhou, it's normal that you can't recognize us. After all, you were still young back then. Later on, you were even taken away from our Chu family by Dong Lei. However, as a person, you can't forget kindness, and you can't forget your ancestors. There are some things that you should know. You're a direct descendant of our Chu clan, and I'm your second ancestor. The old man in black martial arts suit also said, I'm your third ancestor. Second ancestor? Third ancestor? At this moment, Chu Zhou finally understood the origins of these two elders. It turned out to be the second and third ancestors of the Chu family in the capital city. To be honest, he was indeed a member of the Chu family. These two could be considered his second and third ancestors. However, he had long learned from his aunt Chu Kinga that his father, Chu Donglei, had become the enemy of the entire world because of his marriage with Suluan Feng, the mother of the New Moon Holy Maiden. He had encountered a huge conspiracy and was jointly dealt with by countless experts and factions. Among them, the Chu family had also played a very disgraceful role. This forced his father, Chu Donglei, to leave the Chu family and fight his way out of Jinghua base city. Ever since he found out the truth, Chu Zhou no longer felt that he had anything to do with the Chu family. Furthermore, the Chu family had already betrayed the Human Alliance and joined the New Moon organization. Haha, I remember that my father had already left the Chu family back then. Thus, I no longer have anything to do with your Chu family. Chu Zhou smiled coldly. When the second ancestor of the Chu family heard this, his expression turned serious. Little Zhou, don't spout nonsense. A family has the same bloodline. How can a relationship be broken just like that? Donglei, back then, he was too impulsive and chose to mess around. However, he is still a member of the Chu family in life and a ghost in death. No matter what he did, he is still a member of the Chu family. Right now, we've come to see you so that you can acknowledge your ancestors. Chu Zhou's third ancestor also said, Xiao Zhou, your current situation is very dangerous. Don't think that you've killed many martial god experts from the three major organizations and the monsters during this period of time. You're insufferably mighty. However, the water between the three organizations and the monsters is actually far deeper than you think. Especially the New Moon organization and the Earth organization. These two organizations controlled the replacement of human civilization on Earth behind the scenes. The horror of their foundation is not something you can imagine. Otherwise, Donglei would have been almost invincible in the world back then. He wouldn't have been unable to do anything to these two organizations. What you're doing now will only really anger these two organizations and accelerate your own death. Come back to the Chu family with us. Our Chu family is also a new noble in the New Moon organization. Even if the 10 great families in the New Moon organization have been passed down for countless years, they still have to give our Chu family some face. If our Chu family asks to protect you, it will definitely not be a problem. Furthermore, after you return to the Chu family, you will be the most important person in our Chu family's younger generation. Our Chu family will do our best to nurture you. Gentlemen, it's not good for you to do this. Chu Zhou is our target now, Zhou Lei, the king of assassins who had been silent, suddenly said. In an instant, endless killing intent surged out of his body, turning into blood clouds that filled the sky, blocking the sunlight in the sky. Upon hearing Zhou Lei's words, Ye Kai, the Doctor of Death, and Dahmer, the evil beast, also released their killing intent. They activated their vast killing intent and suppressed the second and third ancestors of the Chu family. The Chu family's second ancestor and the Chu family's third ancestor, faced with the murderous aura of the three heads of the underground world, had a calm expression on their faces. The second ancestor of the Chu family waved his sleeve lightly, and a vast golden light instantly swept out, dispersing the blood clouds and the surging killing intent. The three of you, I know you're in a difficult position, but Chu Zhou is a direct descendant of our Chu family. We have the right to deal with him. Why don't you hand Chu Zhou over to us? Traces of golden light appeared in the eyes of the second ancestor of the Chu clan, emitting a shocking majesty. When the king of assassins, Zhou Lei, and the other two looked into the eyes of the second forefather of the Chu clan, their minds trembled violently. Then, the king of assassins, Zhou Lei, and the others seemed to have discovered something. Their expressions changed drastically. What made them even more shocked was that the silver light in the eyes of the third ancestor of the Chu family also made them feel a terrifying pressure. Boss, these two old monsters of the Chu family are so scary. Why don't we just forget about it? Doctor of Death Ye Kai sent a voice transmission to the King of Assassins, Zhou Lei. The King of Assassins, Zhou Lei, did not reply to Dr. Death, Ye Kai. Instead, he stared deeply at the second and third ancestors of the Chu family and said, You took Chu Zhou away without permission. Aren't you afraid that Lord Mengqian will find out? The second ancestor said calmly, At that time, we will naturally give Lord Mengqian, and the Earth Organization, as well as your Shadow Alliance an explanation. Instantly, the King of Assassins, Zhou Lei, stopped talking. At this moment, Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Just from the verbal confrontation between the Chu family's second ancestor, third ancestor, and the King of Assassins, Zhou Lei, they could sense that the Chu family's second ancestor and third ancestor seemed to be unimaginably powerful, causing the King of Assassins, Zhou Lei, and the others to be deeply afraid. Master, what should we do next? The Golden Eagle Emperor asked nervously. Improvise. Chu Zhou replied. Chapter 377, escaping underground. 1. The second and third ancestors of the Chu family were incomparably domineering. They made the king of assassins, Zhou Lei, the doctor of death, Ye Kai, and the evil beast, Dahmer, and the other three heads of the underground world wary. Little Zhou, come back to the Chu family with us. We won't make the same mistake as your father back then. The second ancestors of the Chu family smiled at Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou raised his eyebrows. That's right. I'm not interested in returning to the Chu family. I'm living very well now. There's no need for me to return to the Chu family. The third ancestor of the Chu family also advised, Little Zhou, you have to believe in the family. The family won't treat you badly. Our Chu family is now a new noble family of the New Moon organization. We will only become stronger in the future. If you return to the Chu family, it will only be beneficial to you. There won't be any harm. I've already said that I'm not interested in returning to the Chu family. As Chu Zhou spoke, he secretly gave the Golden Eagle Emperor a look. The Golden Eagle Emperor immediately understood what Chu Zhou meant and quickly landed on the ground with Chu Zhou. Seeing the Golden Eagle Emperor land on the ground, the second and third ancestors of the Chu family didn't think too much and followed suit. Zhou Lei, Ye Kai, and Dahmer looked at each other and followed Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor to the ground. It was obvious that the three heads of the underground world still had no intention of giving up on killing Chu Zhou. Moreover, they could tell that Chu Zhou did not intend to listen to the second and third ancestors of the Chu family. They felt that there was still a chance. The second and third ancestors of the Chu family tried to persuade him a few more times during the descent, but Chu Zhou firmly refused to return to the Chu family. What a troublesome child! You don't understand our painstaking efforts. The Chu family's second ancestor shook his head helplessly and said, It seems that you, child, insist on forcing us to make a move. It seems that you've made the wrong choice, just like your father. As the third ancestor of the Chu family spoke, his body emitted waves of silver light. His entire body seemed to be cast from silver, emitting terrifying destructive fluctuations. Almost at the same time, the eyes of the second ancestor of the Chu family also shot out two beams of golden light that were as fast as lightning, causing one's heart to palpitate. Boss, these two old monsters of the Chu family have hidden themselves very well. I thought that they were just like us, an advanced tier martial god. But now, it seems that, they are half a step into the omnipotent expert realm. Doctor of Death, Ye Kai, transmitted his voice to the King of Assassins, Zhou Lei. They're indeed terrifying. I'm not their match. Dahmer admitted that he was inferior. The King of Assassins, Zhou Lei, fell silent for a moment before transmitting his voice. The Chu family has always been an extremely terrifying family. Even though there has always been a legend that they are the number one family in the human race, in fact, people don't have a deep understanding of the Chu family. The Chu family is not only the number one family in the human race. The top 10 families of the human race might not even be as powerful as the Chu family. First ancestor of the Chu family, second ancestor of the Chu family, and third ancestor of the Chu family. They were all giants who rose in the early stages of the cataclysm. They became famous even earlier than the three omnipotent experts, Dragon, Sun God Soul, and Chang'e Saha. Ever since the rise of the three omnipotent experts, the Chu clan's first ancestor, second ancestor of the Chu clan, and third ancestor of the Chu clan, these three old monsters, have quieted down. No one knows how strong they are after so many years. Furthermore, the Chu clan has produced many talents. Throughout the generations, martial gods have been born, and two legends, demonic human and Huang Yat, have been born. If not for the fact that the two legends, demonic human and Huangja, didn't agree with the Chu family's ideals and left the Chu family, the three martial arts schools and the Human Alliance probably wouldn't have been able to suppress the Chu family long ago. Second ancestor of the Chu clan, third ancestor of the Chu clan. As two of the first three old monsters of the Chu clan to rise, it's not strange that they have the strength of a half-step omnipotent expert. It's just that, even Meng Qian doesn't seem to know about their situation. But even if Meng Qian knows, even if he's unhappy, he probably can't do anything to them. After all, even though Meng Qian's status in the New Moon organization is high, and the Meng family was once one of the 10 great families of the New Moon organization, after experiencing the demonic human tribulation, the Meng family eventually declined. Right now, the Chu clan is also a new nobility in the New Moon organization. With the Chu clan's second ancestor, the Chu clan's third ancestor, and other half-step omnipotent experts, in addition to the even more unfathomable first ancestor of the Chu clan. The status of the Chu clan in the New Moon organization has probably already surpassed the Meng clan. This was the first time that Ye Kai and Dahmer, the Doctor of Death, knew about the inside story of the Chu family. They couldn't help but gasp. They did not expect such a terrifying family to be hidden among the humans. Boss, I know that the demonic human is Chu Donglei. But who is Huang Yat? Why haven't I heard of this person? Dr. Death, Ye Kai, asked. The evil beast Dahmer also looked at the king of assassins, Zhou Lei, curiously. Zhou Lei said indifferently. Huang Ya has a special identity. Other than the omnipotent experts, very few people know about it. It's normal that you don't know. Huang Ya and demonic human are both taboos. It's not convenient for me to reveal them to you now. All you need to know is that if you encounter Huang Ya, don't provoke her if you can. Even though she's not as murderous as a demonic human, nor is she as terrifying as a demonic human, the omnipotent experts of the three organizations are unwilling to offend her for no reason. Ye Kai and Dahmer felt their scalps tingle. At this moment, Chu Zhou sensed the terrifying aura that seemed to crush the sky from the second and third ancestors of the Chu family. He knew that the strength of the second and third ancestors of the Chu family had exceeded his imagination. Chapter 378, Escaping Underground. 2. Half-step omnipotent expert. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and grabbed the Golden Eagle Emperor decisively. Then, with a bang, he burrowed into the earth. Young people are indeed young people. Don't you know that it's useless for the weak to struggle in the face of absolute strength? The second ancestor of the Chu clan said indifferently as he transformed into a beam of dazzling golden light and burrowed into the earth. Almost at the same time, the third ancestor of the Chu clan turned into a beam of silver light and entered the earth. The king of assassins Zhou Lei, Doctor of Death Ye Kai, and the evil beast Dahmer, hurriedly burrowed into the earth and chased after him. The second and third ancestors of the Chu family originally thought that Chu Zhou was delusional to think that he could escape from the earth. As long as they were willing, they could quickly catch up to Chu Zhou and take him down. However, when they entered the earth, they were stunned. Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor were wrapped by a huge black gold vine and were drilling into the depths of the earth at an unimaginable speed. One had to know that there was resistance and pressure on earth. Moreover, the deeper he went, the greater the resistance and the greater the pressure. Thus, even an omnipotent expert's speed would be severely affected after entering the earth. It was far inferior to flying in the air or even running on the ground. However, that black gold vine did not seem to be affected at all. It even gave people the feeling that it was like a fish in water. Its speed was not slower than martial god flying at full speed in the void. What's that? Zhou Lei, Ye Kai, and Dahmer looked at the black gold vine that was rapidly burrowing into the depths of the earth with Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle. They were immediately stunned. They did not expect Chu Zhou to have such a trick up his sleeve. Little Zhou, you've really impressed us. I didn't expect you to have such a magical plant life form. However, no matter how many methods you have to return to the Chu family with us today. As he spoke, he pointed at Chu Zhou. In an instant, a beam of golden light transformed into an incomparably sharp golden divine sword. It cut through the layers of soil at lightning speed and pierced towards Chu Zhou's figure. At the same time, the third ancestor of the Chu family also pointed out a finger. A beam of resplendent silver light turned into a silver sword of light and shot towards the black gold vine that was moving at high speed. The incomparably sharp golden sword of light shot behind Chu Zhou almost instantly. At this moment, Chu Zhou suddenly turned around and instantly used all 8 domains. He also gripped the divine wing saber tightly. After the incomparably sharp golden light swords shot into the 8 domains, they were suppressed and weakened by the domains. Then, Chu Zhou slashed at the golden sword of light with rage. With a loud bang, the incomparably sharp golden sword of light was shattered by his slash. Almost at the same time, the 1,000-star vines struck the silver sword of light crazily. In the blink of an eye, it struck more than 100 times and forcefully shattered the silver sword of light. The golden sword of light and the silver sword of light dissipated one after another. The terrifying energy that erupted made the soil in the depths of the earth surge like a tide. The ground in this area had already experienced a shocking earthquake. Countless cracks spread on the ground. The 1,000-star vine disappeared from the vision and perception of the Chu family's second and third ancestors, as well as the king of assassins, Zhou Lei, and the others, along with Chu Zhou and the Golden Eagle Emperor in the depths of the earth, after the golden and silver lightsabers dissipated. When the Chu family's second and third ancestors saw the scene just now, they were all stunned. Third brother, did you see that just now? Little Zhou actually condensed 8 domains. The Chu family's second ancestor's voice was extremely excited, and even his body was trembling slightly. I saw it, I saw it. The third ancestor of the Chu clan was also extremely excited. Back then, when Donglei was still a martial god, he had only condensed 7 domains, but this has already shaken the past and present. I didn't expect that little Zhou had actually surpassed his father. He had just become a martial god not long ago, but he had already condensed 8 domains. This is simply unbelievable. Ha ha ha, our Chu family's bloodline is indeed the most outstanding bloodline in the world. Xiao Zhou has completely inherited Donglei's talent. In addition, he has also inherited his mother's new moon bloodline. In other words, he possesses the 2 top bloodlines in the world at the same time. His potential might even surpass Donglei. We must bring him back to the Chu clan no matter what. With his talent and the full nurturing of our Chu clan, it is very likely that our Chu clan will nurture an invincible giant that surpasses the omnipotent experts in the future. At that time, our Chu clan will rule the world. Even the New Moon organization and the Earth organization will have to prostrate themselves in front of our Chu clan. That's right. We must bring the small boat back. The second ancestor of the Chu family said firmly. Chu Zhou actually blocked the second ancestor's attack. Moreover, he actually condensed 8 domains. Dr. Death, Yekai, was extremely shocked. His father is a pervert. He's also a pervert. Dahmer said. Even the king of assassins, Zhou Lei, could not remain calm at this moment. This is an important discovery. We have to report Chu Zhou's situation to the chief as soon as possible. At this moment, the second and third ancestors of the Chu family abnormally did not chase after Chu Zhou. Instead, they looked at the king of assassins, Zhou Lei, and the other 2. Chapter 379, Escaping Underground. 3. Not good, these 2 old antiques. We know Chu Zhou's secret. These 2 old antiques want to silence us. Leave quickly. Zhou Lei's expression changed slightly. He immediately turned around and let the Doctor of Death, Yekai, and the evil beast, Dahmer, escape together. Upheaval dawned on Yekai and Dahmer when they heard this. They immediately turned into 3 figures shrouded in black fog and rushed to the ground together with Zhou Lei. The 3 of you, according to the legends, after a person dies, their soul will return to the sky, and their body will be buried on earth. This is the depths of the earth, so why don't the 3 of you rest in peace here? The second ancestor of the Chu family said gloomily. That's right. It's so convenient to bury him here. There's no need for a coffin. The third ancestor of the Chu family also sneered. As the 2 of them spoke, they attacked Zhou Lei, Yekai, and Dahmer. Streaks of incomparably sharp golden and silver lightsabers slashed crazily at earth. It caused the soil in the depths of the earth to surge like a tide. You 2 old farts, how dare you attack us? If I don't dissect your corpses 10,000 times, it will be difficult to vent the hatred in my heart. Yekai, the Doctor of Death, cursed as he tried his best to resist the attack. These 2 old monsters were really too evil. Speaking of which, they were still allies now. It was fine that they had unreasonably snatched their target, but now, they were actually killing them instead. The king of assassins, Zhou Lei, and the evil beast, Dahmer, also hated the backstabbing behavior of the second and third ancestors of the Chu family. However, the strength of the Chu family's second ancestor and third ancestor was indeed shockingly powerful, so they had no choice but to carefully resist. Of course, they were, after all, the 3 big shots of the underground world who had shaken the underground world for many years. Their strength was among the top of the advanced tier martial gods. It would not be easy for the second and third ancestors of the Chu family to kill them. An incomparably intense battle and killing erupted under the earth. Earth in a radius of 50 kilometers erupted with a huge earthquake. Extremely terrifying golden and silver light swords, as well as shocking murderous attacks, continuously broke out of the ground and destroyed everything around them. 10 minutes later, Zhou Lei, the king of assassins, and Yekai, the Doctor of Death, rushed out of the depths of the earth in a sorry state. Then, they quickly turned into two after-images and disappeared. As for the evil beast, Dahmer, he was forever sleeping on this earth. At this moment, the 1,000-star vine brought Chu Zhou to a depth of 30,000 meters underground. Then, from 30,000 meters underground, they quickly drilled towards the direction of Guangdong base city. It's a pity that Zhou Lei and Ye Kai managed to escape. Looks like the secret of the 8 domains that the small boat has condensed can't be kept anymore. The second ancestor of the Chu family sighed. Since we can't keep the secret, we have to bring him back to the Chu clan. The third ancestor of the Chu family said. Then, they followed the direction where the 1,000-star vine disappeared. They used their incomparably powerful strength to forcefully open a passageway on earth and chased until they were 20,000 meters underground. At this point, even though they were half-step omnipotent experts, they still felt an almost unbearable pressure. At the same time, they had lost all their perception on Chu Zhou. What? What is that vine? It can actually bring the small boat 20,000 meters underground, or even deeper. After losing all their perception on Chu Zhou, they were dumbfounded. They knew that they had miscalculated. They originally thought that even if the vine brought Chu Zhou deeper into the earth, it would not be able to withstand the increasingly terrifying pressure from the depths of the earth. As a result, it could only burrow about 10,000 meters into the earth. In that case, as long as they chased after him, they would be able to find Chu Zhou. However, the 1,000-star vine was more than 20,000 meters deep into the earth. They did not know how deep it was as they wandered 20,000 meters underground and searched for Chu Zhou for 10 minutes. After finding nothing and feeling that they were about to be unable to withstand the immense pressure, they could only give up on searching and return to the ground. Chapter 380, I'm back. Guangdong Base City. A few kilometers outside the city. Bang! A huge black gold vine suddenly broke out of the ground. Then, a handsome young man and a huge golden eagle monster flew out from the depths of the earth. Looking at the city wall a few kilometers away, Chu Zhou felt as if a lifetime had passed. He let out a long sigh. I'm finally back. Originally, he only wanted to go to Friendship City with Dongfang Mingzu to show his relationship with the Blade Edge Chamber of Commerce and back them up. However, he did not expect so many things to happen. First, the Holy Son of Earth, Huangfu Bigan, targeted him and challenged Dongfang Mingzu, Big Sister Saber, Ling Zhan, and the others beside him. This angered him, and he directly killed Huangfu Bigan. After that, the 10 martial gods of the Huangfu clan chased after him, and the 3 major organizations and monsters intercepted him. During this process, he first devoured tens of millions of monsters, then subdued the Golden Eagle Emperor. Then, he killed 5 martial gods of the Huangfu family, 3 emperor-level beasts, and continued to devour more than 20 million monsters. What followed was an even more ferocious pursuit by the 3 major organizations and the monsters. He and the Golden Eagle Emperor ran all the way and killed 5 more martial gods of the Huangfu clan. After that, he searched for a metal mine to help the 1,000-star vine level up. The 1,000-star vine displayed its might and killed the Dark Demon Ape. After that, he also became a martial god and took revenge. Together with the Golden Eagle Emperor, he destroyed 15 allied forces of the 3 major organizations and monsters. In the end, on the way back to the Guangdong base city, he encountered Zhou Lei, the king of assassins, Ye Kai, and Dahmer. Moreover, the second and third ancestors of the Chu family also appeared one after another, wanting to forcefully capture him and bring him back to the Chu family. Fortunately, he managed to escape 30,000 meters into the earth through the 1,000-star vine and returned to Guangdong base city from the depths of the earth. It could be said that his experiences during this period of time were richer than many people's lifetime experiences. During this period of time, he had also experienced countless risks. Many times, he had been on the verge of death. Fortunately, he came back alive in the end. Moreover, his strength had undergone a tremendous change. From now on, only those half-step omnipotent experts and omnipotent experts can threaten me. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He jumped onto the Golden Eagle Emperor's back and was about to fly it to the Guangdong base city. However, at this moment, dozens of figures suddenly descended in front of Chu Zhou. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, that's great. You're fine. You're finally back. Tang Yuanqing looked at Chu Zhou's figure and was overjoyed. Chu Zhou, you're back. Nai Ying also smiled. Chu Zhou, the three major organizations and monsters have almost gone crazy in order to kill you. They have mobilized a large number of martial gods and elites. Old woman, I thought I would never see you again. I didn't expect you to be so tough. You actually didn't die. Dugu Lan sighed as her wrinkled face revealed a hint of joy. Ever since she had helped Chu Zhou for the first time, she had thought very highly of this junior. As her understanding of Chu Zhou deepened, she gradually treated Chu Zhou as one of the pillars of humanity's future. Therefore, after knowing that Chu Zhou was trapped in the wilderness and was surrounded by the three major organizations and monsters, she had been worried about Chu Zhou's safety. Now that she saw Chu Zhou return alive, she was also very happy. Chu Zhou, welcome back. The beautiful woman in the Cheongsam, Xia Meng, looked at Chu Zhou with a gentle smile. Chu Zhou looked at Tang Yuanqing, Nai Ying, Dugu Lan, Xia Meng, and the others. He saw the relieved smiles on their faces and felt their concern for him. His heart warmed. Compared to the Chu family that he had no impression of, these people who cared for and helped him were his real family. Facing these families, Chu Zhou smiled and said, I'm back. These words were more than 1,000 words. They contained his deep longing for his family. Tang Yuanqing, Nai Ying, Dugu Lan, Xia Meng, and the others also felt the surging emotions under Chu Zhou's smiling face and immediately smiled happily. By the way, Chu Zhou, these King Realm experts are patrolling outside the city with the four of us every day in order to receive you immediately. Tang Yuanqing pointed at the dozens of figures behind them and told Chu Zhou their names and backgrounds. Chu Zhou was grateful to these people who had helped him. He looked at them carefully and listened carefully. He memorized their appearances, names, backgrounds, and other information. Thank you, everyone. If you need my help in the future, feel free to ask. Chu Zhou cupped his hands and said gratefully. Ha ha ha, Lord Chu Zhou, you're too polite. You're the future hope of humanity now. We're just doing our best. It's nothing. That's right, Lord Chu Zhou. It's our honor to be able to help you. Lord Chu Zhou, you're flattering us. We only did what we should have done. When the King Realm experts saw that Chu Zhou was actually thanking them so seriously, they all felt flattered. During this period of time, the entire world was paying attention to Chu Zhou's situation. Every brilliant battle achievement Chu Zhou had created in the depths of the wilderness would quickly spread to all of humanity and cause a global sensation. Chu Zhou's achievements were too glorious. All of humanity regarded Chu Zhou as a hero now. Moreover, everyone knew that Chu Zhou was already a martial god. Furthermore, he was an extremely powerful and terrifying martial god. A martial god like Chu Zhou, and a hero of all mankind, was actually expressing his gratitude to King Realm experts like them. How could they not be flattered? At this moment, these King Realm experts also felt that their efforts during this period of time were worth it. Chu Zhou. Suddenly, a graceful figure flew over from afar and threw herself into Chu Zhou's arms with a fragrance. Tang Yuanqing and the others smiled when they saw who it was. Chu Zhou, I've been so worried about you. I'm so worried that I won't be able to see you again. Dongfang Mingzu hugged Chu Zhou tightly, her voice choked with sobs. Unlike the others, every time she heard about Chu Zhou's glorious achievements, she would be frightened and worried for him. That was because she knew very well how terrifying the three organizations and the monsters were. The more brilliant Chu Zhou's achievements were, the stronger the pursuit of the three organizations and the monsters against Chu Zhou would be. Just like that, she worried over and over again. During this period of time, she could be said to be suffering from insomnia every day. However, she was more afraid of suddenly losing news of Chu Zhou or hearing about his death. Fortunately, she finally saw Chu Zhou return. Don't worry. I'm back. Chu Zhou looked at Dongfang Mingzu's haggard expression and the deep dark circles under her eyes. His heart ached as he hugged her tightly. As a king-to-be, Dongfang Mingzu's vitality and physique were incomparably strong. Now that she was so haggard, it could be seen how worried she was for him. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back, Dongfang Mingzu muttered to herself as she pressed her face against Chu Zhou's chest and fell asleep. She was too tired since she didn't sleep much during the period when Chu Zhou was being chased. She finally couldn't take it anymore now that she saw Chu Zhou return. I've been so worried about you. Chu Zhou sighed and carried Dongfang Mingzu up. Sigh, Mingzu is indeed too tired. She's worried about your condition every day and asks me a few times every day if you're safe. Moreover, she often patrols with us and wants to see you as soon as you return. Now, she can finally have a good sleep." Tang Yuanqing sighed and told Chu Zhou about Dongfang Mingzu's recent situation. Chu Zhou didn't say anything else and hugged Dongfang Mingzu even tighter. Soon, Big Sister Saber, Yang Zhenzhen, and Ling Zhan flew over in a hurry. When they saw Chu Zhou appear in front of them alive, they heaved a long sigh of relief. "It's good that you're back." A sweet smile appeared on Big Sister Saber's usually cold face. "Chu Zhou, why did you only come back now? We were so worried. Do you know that every time we heard that you were surrounded and killed by so many people, we were terrified?" Yang Zhenzhen scolded with a smile. Her eyes were red and a little moist. "Captain, welcome back." Ling Zhan and Li Qingxi walked up to Chu Zhou with a smile. "Ha ha ha, boss, you're really playing big this time. Tisk tisk, you've devoured more than 30 million monsters this time. The number of emperor level and martial gods you've killed is even more terrifying. Especially your glorious achievements of killing the 5 martial gods of the Huangfu clan, crushing mountains of corpses and seas of blood within 500 miles, slaughtering 15 elite allied forces, and so on. They have spread all over the world and become classics. However, next time, if you continue to play so big, you must bring me along. Don't just bring a silly bird." Shi Meng laughed loudly and said. However, just as he finished speaking, he was sent flying hundreds of meters by a wing. Then, he was pressed to the ground by a huge golden claw. "Kid, who are you calling a stupid bird?" The Golden Eagle Emperor looked down at Shi Meng with an unfriendly gaze and scolded, "I'm the famous Golden Eagle Emperor. I've followed my master through many battles and killed the 3 organizations and monsters. How dare you slander me when I've achieved so much?" The Golden Eagle Emperor spat on Shi Meng's face. You're that bird." Shi Meng was dumbfounded. "That's me." The Golden Eagle Emperor looked at Shi Meng contemptuously and continued, "I think you're the stupid one. Your whole family is stupid." Shi Meng stared at the Golden Eagle Emperor in a daze. He didn't care about the Golden Eagle Emperor's curses at all. He suddenly hugged one of the Golden Eagle Emperor's legs and shouted, "Boss! Take care of me in the future." The Golden Eagle Emperor was stunned for a moment, as if it couldn't understand Shi Meng's actions. It only realized after a moment that he was calling him Big Brother. It used to have many underlings, but they were all monsters and had never had a human underling. It seemed like one was not bad. Immediately, it patted Shi Meng lightly with its wings and said casually, "You're not bad, kid. Looking at your sincere attitude, you're my little brother from now on. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell me. I'll blow their heads off." Hearing the Golden Eagle Emperor's words, Shi Meng put on a cunning smile. He had gained an emperor-level bodyguard by cozying up to the Golden Eagle Emperor. No matter how he looked at it, this business was profitable. This silly bird seemed to be lacking in intelligence. It was so easy to deceive. Little did he know that the Golden Eagle Emperor's golden eyes also flashed with cunningness. This human kid wanted him to be a bodyguard just because he was called a big shot. He was a dreamer. Did he really think he was stupid? If it didn't cheat him a few times in the future, it wouldn't be the Golden Eagle Emperor. Is that the Golden Eagle Emperor? Tang Yuanqing and the others looked at the Golden Eagle Emperor in amazement. They had never thought that humans could subdue an emperor-level beast and make it willingly follow and help them. Chu Zhou ignored the intimate interaction between the Golden Eagle Emperor and Shi Meng. He looked at Big Sister Saber, Yang Zhenzhen, Ling Zhan, Li Qingxi, and the others. When he saw that their eyes were bloodshot, he was deeply touched. Without a doubt, they had been like this recently because they were worried about him, Chu Zhou. And these people were the ones worthy of his guardian, Chu Zhou. As for the Chu family, they were nothing. Chapter 381, Attribute Points reaching 4 billion. News of Chu Zhou's return to Guangdong base city quickly spread. After the higher UPS of the 3 martial arts schools and the Human Alliance learned that Chu Zhou had returned, they immediately ordered them to retreat. At the edge of the various human cities, the human martial artists and troops who were confronting the martial artists of the Earth Organization and the New Moon Organization began to retreat in an orderly manner. The martial god elite team that had entered the depths of the wilderness to search for Chu Zhou also returned to the human city. When the three organizations and the monsters found out that Chu Zhou had returned to the human city, they could only helplessly withdraw their troops. During this period of time, the dark clouds of war that had been shrouding the world suddenly dissipated. Countless people heaved a sigh of relief. So, the three martial arts schools and the Human Alliance have done so much for me recently. Battleaxe Martial Arts School, Villa Number 3. In the garden, Chu Zhou was lying comfortably on a recliner, bathing in the sunlight. He opened the web page and read the news. Through this news, he gained a deeper understanding of what the three martial arts schools and the Human Alliance had done for him during the period when he was being chased by the three major organizations and monsters in the wilderness. For him alone, countless martial artists and armies of the Human Alliance were mobilized. Even the three omnipotent experts Dragon, Sun God Soul, and Changa Saha were mobilized. Even though they were stopped by the omnipotent experts of the three major organizations. If it weren't for the actions of the countless martial artists and armies of the Human Alliance, as well as the actions of the three omnipotent experts, such as Dragon, it would have caused a huge restriction on the experts of the three organizations and the monsters. I'm afraid that the powerful fighters sent by the three organizations and the monsters to kill me will be even more terrifying. In fact, there might have been advanced tier martial god level experts chasing after me long ago. They wouldn't give me a chance to grow further. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He was very grateful for everything the three martial arts schools and the Human Alliance had done for him. Chu Zhou, the roasted meat is ready. Come and eat. At this moment, Dongfang Mingzu's voice sounded. Chu Zhou closed the web page and looked up. Dongfang Mingzu was waving at him with a smile. She was sitting next to a huge barbecue grill. On the grill, pieces of beast meat were roasted until they were golden and fragrant. Big Sister Saber, Yang Zhenzhen, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, Tang Yuanqing, Nai Ying, Du Gulan, Xia Meng. There were also dozens of King Realm experts that Chu Zhou had seen yesterday. At this moment, they were chatting happily while drinking and eating meat. It was extremely lively. The Golden Eagle Emperor was huge, but it was also squatting nearby. A bird's head reached over and picked up a piece of fragrant meat from the grill from time to time, wolfing it down. Boss, there's no point in just eating meat. Drink! Shi Meng shouted and threw a bottle of wine to the Golden Eagle Emperor. The Golden Eagle Emperor grabbed it with its mouth. Gulp! It raised its head slightly and poured the wine into its mouth. Its two golden eyes quickly lit up, and its face revealed an intoxicated expression. I miscalculated. This human wine is actually so unique and delicious. I actually neglected it in the past. Its heart was suddenly filled with regret. If it had known that human wine had such a taste, it would have asked its underlings to get countless good wines from human society. It quickly finished the bottle of fine wine and casually placed the bottle under its body. One more bottle. It said to Shi Meng. Ha ha ha, Big Shot is indeed a kindred spirit. Shi Meng laughed and threw another bottle of wine to the Golden Eagle Emperor. Then the third bottle, the fourth bottle, the fifth bottle, the 100th bottle. The Golden Eagle Emperor didn't refuse anyone. It had completely fallen in love with the taste of wine and drank hundreds of bottles in the blink of an eye. In the end, it simply lay on the ground and drank and ate meat with Shi Meng. They started to brag and tease each other, and even started to call each other brothers. When everyone saw this, they could not help but laugh. Many people also looked at Shi Meng enviously. Shi Meng would undoubtedly have a powerful backer in the future if he could have an emperor-level beast as his brother. Chu Zhou was sitting on a recliner. When he saw this scene, he immediately smiled. He felt that time had passed peacefully. He stood up and walked towards Dongfang Mingzu and the others. Soon, he started chatting and laughing with them. This was the most relaxing day Chu Zhou had had recently. On this day, there were no enemies, no killings, and no cultivation. They only chatted and laughed, ate meat, and drank wine. Soon, a day passed. Late at night, Chu Zhou sat cross-legged in the martial arts cultivation room and opened his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Intermediate Tier Martial God, 12.99 million Life Field Energy. Attribute Points, 4 billion, plus 3,950 million. Tremor Punch, Profound Physical Fusion Rate 100%, Origin Power Fusion Rate 100%, Spirit Fusion Rate 1%, Upgradable. Repulsion, Profound 100%, Unupgradable. Incinerating Fire, Profound 100%, unupgradable. Rainstorm, profound 100%, unupgradable. Rage, profound 100%, unupgradable. 9 levels of hell, profound 100%, unupgradable. Cutting blade, profound 100%, unupgradable. Black hole, profound 100%, unupgradable. Compared to when Chu Zhou had just advanced to elementary grade martial god, there was a new change in the information on his attribute board. His life force had reached 12.99 million. His attribute points had reached 4 billion. During this period of time, it had increased by a total of 3,950,000,000. It was an astounding number. It was also the gains Chu Zhou obtained from slaughtering the 15 elite allied forces of the 3 major organizations and the monsters. He continued to read and immediately saw that the information about the Tremor Punch Profound had changed. It showed the integration of the Tremor Punch Profound with his physical body, origin power, and spirit. After a simple glance, Chu Zhou looked at the remaining profound meaning of repulsion, incinerating fire profound, rainstorm profound, berserking profound, cutting blade profound, black hole profound, and other profounds. He looked at the words unupgradable displayed at the back. He fell into deep thought. The current him already knew that these profounds were part of a certain law. However, he had personally experienced the terrifying power of the laws of the universe when they descended and knew that the power of the nomological profound he had grasped now was nothing compared to that terrifying power. This shouldn't be the case. Since the rule profound is a part of the rules, if it's raised to the limit, it shouldn't be so weak. After all, the laws of the universe maintain the entire operation. Even a portion of a certain law's profound should have unimaginable power. Could it be that even though the profound I've grasped now shows that the level of mastery is 100%, in fact, this is not the limit? Or is it still far from the limit? But if it's not the limit, then why can't I continue to increase my attribute points when I already have 4 billion points? Chu Zhou asked the attribute board with such doubts. Soon, a message came back from the attribute board. The deduction and upgrade function of stats superpowers is not limitless. It is based on all the knowledge and information that the host has come into contact with, as well as the host's imagination, before deducing and upgrading the corresponding skills. Seeing this feedback, Chu Zhou vaguely understood why the many nomological profounds could not continue to level up. This should be due to his lack of knowledge, imagination, martial arts foundation, and so on. It was no longer enough to support the attribute board to deduce more advanced content. Even the omnipotent experts after martial god, who were also at the star realm, did not know what concept and how to cultivate. He had no direction at all. The attribute board naturally did not know which direction to deduce and upgrade. If he forcefully gave the attribute board a deduction and upgrade direction, the attribute board might be able to forcefully upgrade. However, if the upgrade direction was wrong, the problem would be huge. Chu Zhou did not dare to gamble with his future. Looks like I have to understand what kind of existence the omnipotent experts are and how they cultivate as soon as possible. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and decided to continue contacting Dragon and his aunt, Chu Kinga, to ask them about the mysteries of the omnipotent experts. Of course, this time, because Chu Zhou lacked knowledge, imagination, martial arts foundation, and so on, his attribute board could not advance to the profound realm. This also made Chu Zhou realize that he had overlooked a huge fortune. First, he downloaded all the cultivation technique manuals from the martial artist mall. He had downloaded those cultivation technique manuals for a long time. However, he had only cultivated and studied a few cultivation technique manuals. He had not studied most of them seriously. This made Chu Zhou realize that he was impetuous. These cultivation technique manuals contained the wisdom of countless people. Even if he did not cultivate them, he should study them seriously and absorb the wisdom inside to increase his martial arts accumulation. It would also provide a more theoretical basis for the deduction and upgrade function of the attribute board. In addition, he ignored the absorption of the wisdom contained in human civilization. The so-called civilization was generally divided into a material civilization and a spirit civilization. Material civilization was the material result of man's transformation of nature. The improvement of human material production and material life was the material foundation of the spirit civilization. It played a decisive role in the construction of the spirit civilization, especially its culture. The nature of the material civilization was determined by the way it was produced. The spiritual civilization was the sum of the spiritual achievements humans had achieved in the process of transforming the objective world and the subjective world. It was a state of advancement in human intelligence and morality. The first was martial arts knowledge, including various cultivation methods and knowledge from apprentice to omnipotent expert. The second is the scientific and cultural aspect, including the cultural, intellectual status of society, the scale and level of development of education, science, culture, art, health, and sports. The third is the ideological and moral aspect, which includes the political thought, moral appearance of society, social morality and people's worldview, ideals, sentiments, awareness, beliefs, and the state of organization and discipline. In civilization, there was great wisdom. It was the essence of a race. Absorbing the wisdom of civilization was beneficial to Chu Zhou himself and his attribute board. It really shouldn't be. I actually neglected such a huge sum of wealth that was within reach. Chu Zhou sighed deeply. Suddenly, he thought of the new moon and earth. These two organizations had existed on Earth for countless years and had always controlled the change of races and civilizations on Earth. They were like farmers. With every additional period of time, they would harvest the results of civilization when they grew up and matured. Then, they would plant new seeds. After the seeds grew up and matured, they would harvest them again. This cycle repeated. In the past, Chu Zhou had always thought that the harvests of the New Moon organization and the Earth organization were only the fruits of martial arts and scientific technical knowledge. But now, he vaguely felt that his horizons might have been narrow. The New Moon organization and Earth organization might not only want development results in martial arts, but also scientific technological results, but everything. They might not only want the results of martial arts, but also all the results of his material civilization and spirit civilization. At this moment, Chu Zhou suddenly realized how terrifying the New Moon organization and Earth organization were. These two organizations had manipulated Earth behind the scenes for countless years and harvested many civilizational achievements to develop themselves. Then, how terrifying would the foundations of these two organizations be? Just thinking about it made one's blood run cold. Chapter 382, First Meeting with Dragon. The Secret of the Omnipotent Expert. It was Dragon. This was the first time Chu Zhou had seen this man who was called the #1 expert on Earth by countless people. This man's body was very tall, at least 3 meters tall. His entire body exuded a terrifying aura, as if he was a demon god that ruled over the infinite Earth. His bronze skin flickered with a dazzling luster. His legs made his majestic body look even more like it was about to reach the starry sky. The scarlet cloak on his body fluttered in the wind, and his palms were broad and wide, as if they contained the most terrifying power in the world. The most touching thing was that his entire body was like an ocean that was filled with hidden surging waves. There was silence in his movements, and there was movement in his silence. It caused others to be completely unable to grasp his movements. Supervisor, I'm just asking you about the mysteries of the omnipotent experts. I didn't expect you to come personally. Chu Zhou was flattered. Last night, he realized that he knew nothing about the omnipotent experts. After severely affecting the deduction and upgrade function of the attribute board, he contacted Dragon and said that he wanted to understand the mysteries of the omnipotent experts. Dragon only replied, "Last night, I'll answer you tomorrow." After that, he hung up. However, he did not expect that Dragon would come personally today. Dragon smiled and said, "It seems that you don't know how important the question you're asking is. You're asking about the secrets of the omnipotent experts. The secret of the omnipotent experts is the highest secret of humanity. At the same time, it is also the highest secret of the monsters and the 3 major organizations. All factions are extremely secretive about the secrets of the omnipotent experts. You asked me on the phone. In case someone was eavesdropping, of course I couldn't say. I can only personally come over and tell you the secret of the omnipotent experts." Chu Zhou was stunned when he heard that. However, he did not expect that the various large factions would place so much importance on the secrets of the omnipotent experts. However, after thinking about it carefully, he understood. The birth of any omnipotent expert would affect the entire situation on Earth. It was understandable that the various large factions would strictly guard against the secrets of the omnipotent experts. At this moment, Dragon looked at Chu Zhou seriously and exclaimed, "I thought that your father was already heaven-defying back then. He had already condensed 7 domains in the martial god realm. I didn't expect you to be even more heaven-defying. Not long after you became a martial god, you condensed 8 domains. I wonder what kind of dog shit luck your father had to have a son like you. Chu Zhou smiled and said, this is called father like son, like mother like daughter. Father is so outstanding. I can't embarrass him. You father and son are a pair of freaks. Dragon muttered and said, actually, the secret of the omnipotent experts should have been told to you by your father. On Earth, including the 3 organizations and the monsters, no one can have a deeper attainment in profound than your father. Unfortunately, your father has something to do now. He went to a mysterious place where all contact will be cut off. You can't contact him through your communications watch. Therefore, I can only do it for him. Chu Zhou fell silent. The last time he saw his father's flesh puppet in the West, his father had vaguely revealed that he wanted to go to a mysterious place. Moreover, he could not contact outsiders in that place. Where the hell is my father? Chu Zhou could not help but ask. What kind of place could prevent his father from contacting the outside world? I can't say. You can find the answer yourself when you become an omnipotent expert in the future. Dragon smiled. When Chu Zhou heard Dragon say this, he did not continue asking. Martial God, how can I become an omnipotent expert? Chu Zhou asked. Dragon also became serious. However, he didn't answer Chu Zhou's question directly. Instead, he stared into Chu Zhou's eyes and asked. Do you really understand the profundities? Chu Zhou said straightforwardly, profundities form a part of a certain law of the universe. People have always been used to saying domain profound meanings, as if domains and profound meanings are one. However, I think it's more accurate to describe them with nomological profound meanings. Profound meanings are only a part of the nomological laws. Upon hearing Chu Zhou's words, Dragon's eyes narrowed slightly. He was shocked. He did not expect Chu Zhou to give him a precise answer to the profundities. What, your father told you this? Dragon said in shock. No. This is what I comprehended when I advanced to martial god. Chu Zhou said calmly. Is this very difficult to understand? Every time he increased his profound, the laws of the universe would descend. If he still couldn't discover this secret, he would be a fool. The corners of Dragon's mouth twitched when he heard Chu Zhou's words. He felt like he had been k.o.ed. Difficult? It's more than difficult, Dragon smiled bitterly and said, do you know why no omnipotent experts have been born before Sol, Changa Saha, your father, and your aunt? It's because no one has discovered the essence of the profound. Even if someone is lucky enough to grasp the profound and advance to martial god, it's also because they don't understand the essence of the profound and don't know how to cultivate in the future that they can't advance to the omnipotent expert realm. Of course, just knowing the essence of the profound is not enough. You still need to have enough comprehension and the method to advance to the omnipotent expert realm. However, no matter what, if you don't even understand the essence of the profound, then forget about it. I, Sol, and Changa Saha only understood the essence of the profound because of your father. Only then did we successfully become omnipotent experts. Chu Zhou was stunned. He did not expect the 3 omnipotent experts to learn the essence of the profound from his father. He couldn't help but feel a little proud. Dragon continued, you were right just now. Profound is a part of the universe laws. Then, you can probably imagine that a universe law has many nomological profounds under its jurisdiction. These nomological profounds all reflect a certain characteristic of the laws. For example, the water law has the water element profound, ice profound, cloud profound, steam profound, water profound, rainstorm profound, and so on. However, you probably don't know that profound is divided into low-level, medium-level, and high-level profound. It's still the same example as before. The cloud profound is a high-level profound. The cloud profound and the mist profound are low-level profound. The cloud profound can be upgraded to the cloud profound after fusing with the mist profound. Generally speaking, the lower the level of the profound, the easier it is to comprehend. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to comprehend. However, for a king realm expert, no matter which profound they comprehend, as long as the power of the profound fuses with one of the 3, namely the physical body, origin power, and spirit, they can advance to martial god. The key to martial god's cultivation is still profound. After fusing the power of profound with one's body, origin power, and spirit, one can advance to the peak of martial god. Chu Zhou listened carefully and was slightly shocked. He really did not know that profound was actually divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Moreover, profound could be fused from elementary profound to intermediate or advanced profound. Dragon continued, next, what I want to say is the true secret of the omnipotent experts. Here, let me correct you first. The so-called omnipotent expert is actually just a term used by humans on Earth. In the universe, omnipotent experts should be called star-ranked experts. Supervisor, have you come into contact with the experts of the universe? Chu Zhou couldn't help but ask. Dragon shook his head and smiled. I've never come into contact with them. Your father told me these secrets. Perhaps your father has come into contact with them. Ask him when you see him. Alright, let's get back to the point. To advance from martial god to star grade. This is an incomparably difficult process. First of all, you have to comprehend 1% of the profound meaning of a law. What does it mean? It means that a law contains many profound meanings. All the profound meanings you comprehend have to reach 1% of this law. It's fine if you comprehended a high-level profound. Perhaps one is enough. However, if you comprehend low-level profound, you have to comprehend 2, 3, or even more. Secondly, with the 1% nomological profound you have comprehended as the core, condense a nomological star. Then, trigger the descent of the universe's resistance and modify your body and soul, allowing you to completely adapt to the power of the nomological star. This is the origin of star realm powerhouses. This is the secret of the omnipotent experts that you want to know. With that said, Dragon's eyes narrowed slightly and suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. A majestic spiritual will spread from his body. Chu Zhou immediately rushed to a torrent-like information that was crazily surging into his mind. He knew that Dragon was giving him the omnipotent expert's secret technique. Therefore, he did not resist. Soon, a large amount of information about the nomological profound, the classification of profound, the method to condense the nomological stars, what to pay attention to when the universe resistance descended, and so on appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. This information allowed Chu Zhou to quickly gain an extremely detailed understanding of the mysteries of the omnipotent experts. The attribute board in his body also trembled violently at this moment, as if it was undergoing some kind of transformation because it had absorbed a large amount of high-value information. After imparting all the secrets of the omnipotent experts to Chu Zhou without reservation, Dragon looked at Chu Zhou solemnly. Chu Zhou, the secrets of the omnipotent experts that I imparted to you are the supreme secrets of our human race. I reckon that your father obtained some shocking opportunity and learned these secrets. But no matter what, these secrets are very precious to us humans. Even the upper echelons of the 3 major organizations might not know. Therefore, I hope you can keep this a secret. Unless you confirm that he will never betray us humans and has great potential, only then can you teach him the secrets of the omnipotent experts. I understand. Chu Zhou nodded. He realized how precious this knowledge was. It would be fine if it was leaked and obtained by humans, but if it was obtained by the 3 major organizations and monsters, the consequences might be very serious. Regardless of whether it was the monsters or the 3 major organizations, they all had omnipotent experts. They definitely knew how to become omnipotent experts. However, it was the same method of advancement. The secrets of the omnipotent experts of the monsters and the 3 major organizations might not be as detailed and specific as what the dragon had passed to him. In short, he could not let the enemy benefit for nothing. Alright, I can't leave the Battle Axe base city for too long. I'm going back. I hope to see you advance to the omnipotent expert realm as soon as possible. After saying that, Dragon's figure suddenly moved and disappeared cleanly. Chapter 383, Path of Laws. Chu Zhou's attention immediately returned to his attribute board after Dragon left. His attribute board was still flashing crazily. Analyzing the world. Seeing the notification from the attribute board, Chu Zhou was shocked. I didn't expect that the secret of the omnipotent experts that Dragon imparted to me would actually cause such a shocking change to the attribute board. Chu Zhou's expression changed. At this moment, he suddenly felt his attribute board shake violently. Countless information torrents suddenly spread out from his body. The communication watch on his hand actually turned on automatically. In the void of space, hundreds of web pages appeared. The contents of cultivation technique manuals were displayed on the interface, and they were flipping at an extremely fast speed. It was as if someone was browsing through these cultivation technique manuals at high speed. At the same time, a torrent of information spread all over the world through the internet at lightning speed. All the information and knowledge that existed on the internet was quickly copied and plundered at this moment. He also discovered that the information torrent that emerged from the attribute board not only entered the human network world, but also a portion of it surged into the depths of the void, as if it was communicating with the omnipresent laws of the universe. Chu Zhou was one with the attribute board, so he could vaguely see everything from a mysterious perspective. There was an indescribable shock in his heart. He originally thought that he would have to calm down and spend a long time learning and absorbing the civilizational achievements of humans. Only then could he slowly increase his foundation and add more theoretical basis to his attribute board. However, before he could take action, his attribute board acted on its own. Moreover, the way the attribute board plundered the civilization's achievements was so rough and efficient. Might cheat automatically learn and upgrade itself? At this moment, Chu Zhou had a strange expression on his face. For an entire day, a torrent of information that was 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or hundreds of thousands of times more terrifying than the information that surged out of the attribute board instantly flowed back into the attribute board. After absorbing a large amount of feedback, the vibrations on his attribute board became even more intense. I wonder when the attribute board will complete its transformation. Chu Zhou had a feeling that his attribute board would undergo an extremely shocking transformation. In the following days, Chu Zhou silently waited for the attribute board to complete its transformation while he fused the tremor punch profound with his spirit. His foundation was too deep. As a result, the tremor punch profound was thousands of times easier than other martial gods when it came to fusing the body, origin power, and spirit. In just 3 days, the tremor punch profound had successfully fused with his spirit. He had successfully advanced to an advanced tier martial god, and his strength had skyrocketed. After advancing to an advanced tier martial god, he continued to fuse the profound meaning of repulsion, incinerating fire profound, rainstorm profound, berserking profound, cutting blade profound, black hole profound, and other profounds with his body, origin power, and spirit. With the fusion experience of the tremor punch profound, the remaining profounds could be fused even faster. His strength was also changing day by day. Even though he was still an advanced tier martial god. However, he, an advanced tier martial god, was many times stronger than other advanced tier martial gods. This period of time was also a rare period of leisure time since he started cultivating. Other than spending some time every day after fusing the profound, the rest of the time was spent gathering with Dongfang Mingzhu, Big Sister Saber, Yang Zhenzhen, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, and the others. It was very comfortable. Of course, the others were not as relaxed as him. They were either busy cultivating or busy with work. Therefore, every time they gathered, it was basically just 1 or 2 of them. Time flew by. The leisurely days passed especially quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. In these 3 months, all the profounds that Chu Zhou had mastered had completely fused with his body, origin power, and spirit. His strength had unknowingly risen to an extremely terrifying level. Right now, if he were to face the encirclement of the Chu family's 2nd ancestor, 3rd ancestor, King of Assassins Zhou Lei, Doctor of Death Ye Kai, Evil Beast Dahmer, and the others, he felt that he could directly counterattack. In addition to his own improvement, there were 2 other joyous events. Dongfang Mingzhu and Ling Zhan had both successfully advanced to the King Realm Expert Realm. On this day, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded in his mind. He immediately opened his attribute board. He immediately realized that the transformation of his attribute board had been completed. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Tier Martial God. Attribute points, 4 billion. Rule Breaker, less than 1%, Tremor Punch Profound Small Success, Berserking Profound Small Success, Cutting Blade Profound Small Success. Repulsion Law, less than 0.01%, Profound Meaning of Repulsion, Beginner. Gravity Law, less than 0.0%, Black Hole Profound Beginner. Fire Law, less than 0.0%, Incinerating Fire Profound Lesser Mastery. Water Law, less than 0.0%, Rainstorm Profound Lesser Mastery. Soul Law, less than 0.01%, Initial Mastery of the 9 levels of Hell Profound. The information on the attribute board changed drastically. The life field energy was no longer displayed. However, the greatest change was that many profounds were no longer displayed separately. Instead, they were summarized under the corresponding rules. The ratio of comprehension of each law was also displayed. At the same time, Chu Zhou received some information from the attribute board after it transformed. Indeed, as he had expected, the profound he had grasped in the past was only at the initial stage of the profound realm. Profound was roughly divided into 4 stages according to the level of mastery: beginner, lesser mastery, large mastery, and perfection. Moreover, different profounds required different attribute points to level up, especially some special profounds. For example, the Tremor Punch Profound, Berserking Profound, and Cutting Blade Profound were all low-level profound. The attribute points consumed when leveling up were the least. However, Profound Meaning of Repulsion was a high-level profound that was the heaviest and core of the repulsive laws. It was much more special than ordinary high-level profound. This profound contained more than 60% of the repulsive laws. Therefore, to upgrade the profound meaning of repulsion to the lesser mastery stage, it would probably consume much more attribute points than to upgrade the Tremor Punch Profound to the perfection stage. After understanding the information of the profound, Chu Zhou's attention returned to the various rules. When he saw the laws of destruction, repulsion, and gravity, he was overjoyed. These rules were undoubtedly clear ways to become stronger. As long as he could continuously comprehend the various profounds contained in the laws, he could continuously increase the proportion of his comprehension of the laws until he comprehended 100% of the laws. This path of becoming stronger was simply too clear. It also let him know at a glance that the profound he comprehended belonged to that law. All in all, the changes in his attribute board allowed Chu Zhou to clearly understand how he should become stronger in the future. Chapter 384, Rushing Out of Earth. Attribute Points, 4 billion. Rule Breaker, less than 1%, Tremor Punch Profound Small Success, Berserking Profound Small Success, Cutting Blade Profound Small Success. Chu Zhou looked at the information on the rules and tried to increase the profound of the Tremor Punch. Increasing the Tremor Punch Profound requires 5 billion attribute points. Without enough attribute points, it can't be increased. The attribute board quickly provided feedback. I thought that my attribute points exceeded 4 billion, which was already a lot. But I didn't expect that it wasn't even enough to increase the basic profound of the Tremor Punch. I'm still poor. He took a deep breath and sighed. He could basically confirm that as long as he upgraded the Tremor Punch Profound, Berserking Profound, Cutting Blade Profound, and any of the other 3 profounds to large mastery, his comprehension of breaking laws should reach 1%. At that time, he would be able to condense a nomological star and advance to the star realm. I'm still short of 1 billion attribute points. Devouring a martial god realm expert can roughly obtain 80 million attribute points. In that case, I still have to devour about 13 martial god realm experts. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. It was getting restless. 13 martial god level powerhouses were not many. Basically, 2 or 3 contributions from each of the 3 organizations and the monsters were enough. The 3 organizations and the monsters all know that I have 8 domains. They must want to kill me right now. If I continue fishing, I should be able to fish out 13 martial god level powerhouses. However, doing this seems to be suicidal. Forget it. It wasn't easy for me to kill my way back from the wilderness. I won't court death for the time being. Chu Zhou suppressed his urge to fish. With a thought, he took out a star map that flickered with countless stars from his body. This was the ancient map of the starry sky that he had obtained from the 5th ruin of humanity. It was also one of the 3 treasures of the Wook's civilization. The other 2 treasures were the Divine Wing Saber and the Book of Profound. The ancient map of the starry sky was the result of the Wook's civilization's exploration of the cosmic starry sky. It recorded the coordinates of more than 1 million stars around Earth. Some stars were labeled as resource stars and explained the geographical environment, mineral distribution, climate change, and so on. Ever since he obtained the ancient starry sky map, he had never studied it seriously. This was because he was too weak previously and did not have the strength to explore the starry sky. But now, he was already an advanced tier martial god. He already had the strength to rush out of Earth and explore the starry sky around Earth. He unfolded the starry sky ancient map and studied it seriously. Soon, he knew that this ancient map of the starry sky was an ancient map of the situation of the stars in the solar system. He first noticed 8 planets orbiting the Sun. These 8 planets had their names marked in the Wook's civilization's language. However, even though the names were different, there was no doubt that it was Venus, Saturn, Jupiter, Mercury, Earth, Mars, Uranus, Neptune, and the other 8 planets. In the ancient map of the starry sky, other than Earth, the other 7 planets were marked with the blood-red word forbidden in the Wook's civilization's language. At the same time, there was a blood-red word forbidden on the moon. Moreover, the word forbidden on the moon was obviously larger than the other 7. It seemed to indicate that the moon was more dangerous than the other 7 planets. Forbidden. Chu Zhou looked at the word forbidden on these planets and fell into deep thought. Then, he flipped through the information that had been sent to his mind when he obtained the 3 treasures of the Wook's civilization. Soon, he found the meaning of the word forbidden in his mind. The meaning was simple. It was dangerous. When the Wook's civilization was exploring the starry sky on a large scale, they had sent a large number of space fleets to the Moon, Venus, Saturn, Jupiter, Mercury, Earth, Mars, Uranus, Neptune, and other planets. In the end, they were wiped out by terrifying and mysterious enemies. Especially the King of Wooks at that time, who died on the Moon. According to the information revealed by Dragon, the Moon seems to be the headquarters of the new Moon organization. It seems that the King of Wooks at that time had broken into the headquarters of the new Moon organization. It's normal for him to be killed. However, Venus, Saturn, Mercury, and other planets have enemies from the Wook's civilization. Could it be that these planets have also been occupied and developed by the new Moon organization? Chu Zhou thought in confusion. Unfortunately, there was no such information in the information sent to him by the Wook's civilization. He had to find the answer himself. He looked at the ancient starry sky map again. In the ancient map of the starry sky, other than the Sun and the 8 planets, there were more than 1,000,000 celestial bodies. Many of them were standardized as resource celestial bodies. He focused on those planets with rich metal resources. This planet is labeled with the word Wo. Could it be that the Wook's civilization left something on it? Suddenly, Chu Zhou discovered the word Wo on a relatively remote dim planet. This made his imagination run wild. Looks like it's time to make a trip to the starry sky. On the one hand, I'll find some celestial bodies with rich metal resources and provide them for the 1,000-star vine to devour. I will see if I can improve the 1,000-star vine. On the other hand, let's see if the Wook's civilization has anything left on that remote planet. Chu Zhou decided to make a trip to the starry sky. Late at night, he sent a message to Dongfang Mingzu and all his family and friends, informing them that he would be in seclusion for a period of time and would be cut off from the outside world. Then, he went to the helipad and put his triangular fighter jet into his internal space. The next moment, he turned into an afterimage and soared into the sky. He was too fast, and his entire body was covered in a layer of dark elemental. Therefore, no one knew that Chu Zhou had left Guangdong base city. It rushed into the sky, into the clouds, and out of the atmosphere. About half an hour later, Chu Zhou rushed out of the atmosphere and appeared in space. At this moment, he floated in space and looked down at the blue earth. He couldn't help but feel proud. Using his own strength to rush out of Earth was something that he did not even dare to think about in his previous life. And now he did. Martial God-level experts had already touched the laws of the universe and could absorb cosmic energy at any time to replenish their body's consumption. They had the ability to walk and survive in the universe. Therefore, even if Chu Zhou was floating alone in the dark universe, he was not afraid at all. The moon. He took a deep look at Earth, which was not far from Earth. He did not try to verify if the headquarters of the new Moon organization was on the moon. Now was not the time. However, it will be soon. Let's find those planets with rich metal resources and help the 1,000-star vine grow. He muttered to himself and instantly turned into a stream of light that rushed into the depths of the universe. Chapter 385, The Legacy of the Wook's Civilization. 1. In the dark and deep starry sky, a triangular fighter jet flew past a meteorite belt between Mars and Jupiter and finally stopped above an asteroid. Chu Zhou flew out of the triangular fighter jet and looked down at the asteroid below. Asteroids are objects in the solar system that orbit the Sun like planets, but are much smaller in size and mass than planets. Most asteroids are concentrated in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter's orbit. This asteroid was about 500 kilometers in diameter. Its shape was irregular, like a rugby ball, and there were countless huge impact craters on its surface. According to the records of the ancient map of the starry sky, this asteroid had a metal content of about 15% of the asteroid's composition. It was an extremely precious metal star. Just as Chu Zhou was looking down at this asteroid, the thousand-star vine seemed to have smelled the smell of food and had long surfaced from his body, looking restless. Go! Chu Zhou waved his hand. In an instant, the thousand-star vine turned into a black line and rushed towards the asteroid below, drilling into it. Immediately, the entire asteroid shook like an earth dragon turning over. Its surface shook endlessly, and the mountain rocks collapsed. Half an hour later, the thousand-star vine that had grown more than 100 meters broke out of the ground and returned to Chu Zhou's side. Chu Zhou immediately headed to the next metal resource planet marked in the ancient map of the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Chu Zhou followed the coordinates left behind by the ancient map of the starry sky and found hundreds of metal resource planets one after another. He got the thousand-star vine to devour all the metal substances inside. The thousand-star vine's length continued to increase. On this day, the thousand-star vine reached a length of 50,000 meters, which was 50 kilometers. An extremely powerful energy storm erupted from the thousand-star vine, shattering the surrounding meteorites into dust. The thousand-star vine has finally advanced to the peak of martial god. Chu Zhou looked at the thousand-star vine that was like a black and gold dragon swimming in the meteorite belt with a happy expression. When the thousand-star vine advanced to elementary grade martial god, it could kill advanced tier martial gods like the dark demon ape. Now that the thousand-star vine had advanced to the peak of martial god, it was undoubtedly even more terrifying. Chu Zhou estimated that its strength was comparable to a half-step omnipotent expert. If I join forces with the thousand-star vine, no one on earth other than the omnipotent experts can do anything to me. He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confidence. It's time to see what else the Wook's civilization left on that remote planet. Chu Zhou put away the thousand-star vine and immediately piloted the triangular fighter jet towards the remote star marked with the word Wo in the ancient map of the starry sky. A day later, Chu Zhou arrived at the star marked with the word Wo. It was also an asteroid with a diameter of about 300 kilometers. Moreover, this asteroid was far away from the 8 planets and was located in a relatively remote area of the solar system. On the surface, this asteroid looked ordinary and nothing special. However, since the Wook's civilization had specially marked the word Wo on this asteroid in the ancient map of the starry sky, they must have left something here. The triangular fighter jet landed on this asteroid. Chu Zhou immediately released his majestic spiritual consciousness and searched the ground of this asteroid inch by inch. This asteroid was about the size of 6 Guangdong base city. Chu Zhou's mental conception could directly cover half of the asteroid. Therefore, he quickly searched the entire asteroid. Found it. Suddenly, his figure moved, turning into an afterimage as he rushed towards a desolate mountain on the asteroid. Soon, he arrived in front of the barren mountain. He punched out, flattening the entire mountain. A dark cave entrance appeared at the bottom of the barren mountain. With a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, he discovered that there was a tunnel leading deep into the earth of the asteroid. He strode into the cave and quickly flew down the tunnel. Soon, he arrived at the end of the tunnel and saw a metal door filled with technology. Could the Wook's civilization have also established a base here? Looking at the metal door, Chu Zhou couldn't help but think of the 5th ruin of humanity. The 5th ruin was also left behind by the Wook's civilization. He wondered if he should forcefully dismantle the metal door, but soon, he saw a dent in the metal ground on the left front side of the metal door. The dent was in the shape of a knife. With a thought, he immediately took out the divine wing saber from his internal space and placed it on the dent. It matched perfectly. Welcome back, the wielder of the divine wing saber, King of Wooks. The metal door suddenly emitted an electronic sound and opened automatically. Instantly, a base that shone with blue light and was filled with technology appeared in Chu Zhou's vision. He put away the divine wing saber and strode in. Crack, crack, crack. Chu Zhou stepped on the silver metal floor and scanned the base. This base was about the size of 10 football fields. It looked very empty. However, in the center of the base, there was a flying saucer-shaped spaceship. Other than the spaceship, there was nothing else in the entire base. Could it be that the Wook's civilization only left a spaceship here? Chapter 386, The Legacy of the Wook's Civilization. 2. Chu Zhou thought suspiciously. He did not know what the function of this spaceship was. If it could not even compare to his triangular fighter jet, it would not be of much value. He flew straight to the side of the spaceship. At this moment, a beam of blue light suddenly shot down from the top of the base and formed a dignified figure in front of Chu Zhou. New King of Wooks, welcome. I am the previous King of Wooks, Min. The dignified figure introduced himself. Chu Zhou was slightly shocked. He did not expect this person to be the previous King of Wooks. Clearly, the previous King of Wooks had left a recording before he died. It was only at this moment that Chu Zhou's arrival triggered it. Min continued, our Wooks civilization was once extremely brilliant and glorious. Science and technology were advanced, and experts were as common as the clouds. However, we were not satisfied. We stepped into the starry sky and explored millions of stars, wanting to establish a cosmic civilization. However, our actions have violated the interests of the mastermind who has secretly controlled Earth for countless years. They are too powerful. Our Wooks civilization was destroyed in a short period of time. It's a pity that we've found the location of other space civilizations and living beings. Just a little more and we'll be able to communicate with other space civilizations and develop. What a pity! New King of Wooks, I don't know what race you are and how you obtained the Divine Wing Saber, but since the Divine Wing Saber is in your hands, you are the King of Wooks. Everything in the Wooks civilization will be inherited by you. I only have one request. I hope that one day, if you are strong enough, you can avenge the Wooks civilization and destroy the mastermind who destroyed the Wooks civilization back then. With that, the dignified figure disappeared. 4 cracks appeared on the ground, and a square platform rose. On the platform was a blue crystal the size of a basketball. Everything in the Wooks civilization will be inherited by me. Could it be that everything about the Wooks civilization is recorded in this blue crystal? Chu Zhou pondered. Back then, when he, Big Sister Saber, Yang Zhenzhen, and the others entered the ancient human ruins where the 1000-star vine seed was located, they inherited the secret spiritual scroll, soul fusion, from a crystal tombstone. Therefore, it was not surprising that the ancients sealed the knowledge and inheritance in the crystal for their descendants to inherit. He walked over and placed his hand on the blue crystal ball. In the next moment, the blue crystal ball emitted an extremely intense light. Information surged into Chu Zhou's mind like a torrent. This blue crystal ball contained too much information. After half a day of teleportation, all the information was transmitted to Chu Zhou's brain. Chu Zhou was secretly glad that his mental strength was large enough. Otherwise, he would probably have exploded from the vast amount of information today. The previous King of Wooks, Min, was not lying. All the knowledge, technology, martial arts, and other information of the Wooks civilization were stored in the crystal ball. He had inherited everything now. He had indeed inherited everything from the Wooks civilization. He glanced at the blue crystal ball and found that this crystal ball that had completed its mission had already exploded into powder. Then, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and quickly flipped through the huge amount of information that had just been sent to his mind. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised. He realized that the technology of the Wooks civilization was much more developed than the current human alliance. Not only could the Wooks civilization create space battleships that could travel in space, but they could also create small star annihilation cannons that were far more powerful than the laser cannons of the human alliance. Chu Zhou was shocked when he saw the words Star Annihilator Cannon. He immediately read the information about the Star Annihilator Cannon in detail. Soon, he understood that the planet annihilation cannon of the US civilization was not as terrifying as he had expected. It could destroy planets like Earth in one shot. Or rather, a planet annihilator cannon that could destroy a planet in one shot was just the Wooks civilization's idea, but they had yet to create it. The small planet annihilation cannons of the Wooks civilization could destroy asteroids within a diameter of 100 kilometers in one shot. However, this was already very terrifying. One had to know that a 0.000 mushroom bomb only had an effective damage radius of 3.22 kilometers. The effective damage area was about 33 square kilometers. Even so, many emperor-level beasts and martial gods on Earth were afraid of the mushroom bombs. If it was a small planet-destroying cannon, the emperor-level and martial gods would be terrified. He could predict that if he handed the manufacturing technology of the small star annihilator cannon to the Human Alliance, the Human Alliance would have another lethal weapon that could seriously threaten the monsters and the 3 organizations. I wonder if a small star annihilator cannon is dangerous to Star Realm powerhouses. He couldn't be sure of the answer, he thought. After all, a Star Realm powerhouse had already deeply used the power of the Rule Profound. His strength was also extremely terrifying. It was still unknown if the small 1000-star cannon could threaten him. He continued to flip through all kinds of information in his mind. Suddenly, his expression changed to one of ecstasy. He found information about the flying saucer, as well as something more important. This flying saucer was not made by the Wook's civilization. Instead, it was accidentally picked up by the Wook's civilization on a remote asteroid during their exploration of the universe. At that time, beside the flying saucer, there was the corpse of a living being from the depths of the universe. The Wook's civilization also learned about the existence of a wormhole that led to the depths of the universe from the clues left behind by the corpse. Moreover, the important figures of the Wook's civilization even rode on a flying saucer and passed through the wormhole to see the civilizations and living beings in the depths of the universe. However, the important figure of the Wook civilization was very cautious. After passing through the wormhole, he only stayed for a few days before returning immediately. He did not communicate with any living beings in the depths of the universe. After that important person returned to the Wook's civilization, he immediately reported the situation. After the king of Wooks, Min, learned of the situation, he was prepared to send people through the wormhole again to communicate with the civilizations in the depths of the universe and learn the technology of other civilizations to develop the Wook's civilization. Unfortunately, before he could carry out his plan, the Wook's civilization was destroyed. At this moment, Chu Zhou finally understood why the king of Wooks' eyes were filled with regret when he said almost. It was indeed worth regretting. The wormhole that leads to the depths of the universe. Chu Zhou memorized the coordinates of the wormhole and was extremely excited. Now that he knew the coordinates of the wormhole, it was basically equivalent to obtaining a pass to the depths of the universe. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to flip through the information in his mind. A large amount of knowledge and technology from the Wook's civilization flowed through his mind. There were also many martial arts manuals from the Wook's civilization that appeared in his mind. He had roughly read through some of the martial arts manuals of the Wook's civilization and realized that the martial arts of the Wook's civilization were far inferior to their scientific and technological achievement. They had only produced 2 omnipotent experts and could not compare to the number of omnipotent experts in the current human alliance. It's about time. It's time to go back. The gains this time far exceeded his imagination. Chu Zhou stood up. With a thought, he put the flying saucer into his internal space and walked out of the base. Chapter 387, Encountering a Space Fleet. It was pitch black in the deep starry sky. A few huge meteors tore through the sky from time to time, bringing a trace of vitality to the cold and silent atmosphere here. At this moment, 7 huge spaceships flew over from the distant starry sky. The surface of the spaceships emitted intense multicolored light. From afar, they looked like a few beautiful stars emitting light. These 7 spaceships flew very quickly. As they approached, they quickly enlarged. Soon, they passed through this place and flew towards the distant starry sky. This was a space fleet. The one in the middle was especially huge. It was 25,000 meters long and was in the shape of a disc. It was flat at the bottom and protruding at the top. From afar, it looked like a huge steamed bun. The disc kept revolving around the center of the circle at an extremely fast speed. The surface emitted a colorful light, like a huge colorful wheel. The surface of the spaceship was very smooth, without any traces of welding. The surface was a faint gray, reflecting the cold metal light under the sunlight. Unlike the other spaceships, this spaceship did not have any tail flames. It was as if it did not need any power. It was very unbelievable. In addition to this mothership, there were 6 corvettes around. The 4 huge frigates formed a huge triangular cone around the mothership and flew quickly. Their speed had reached tens of thousands of kilometers per second, and they were slowly accelerating imperceptibly. Each of these 4 frigates was 8,000 meters long. Their tails spewed out surging flames, forming a huge cylinder shape. There was a pitch-black hole at the head that was more than 1,000 meters in diameter, and it was filled with a dangerous and ferocious aura. Inside the space carrier, it was like a small city. It was divided into crowd control area, commercial area, plantation area, resting area, manufacturing area, and imprisonment area. The prison was filled with transparent containers that were several meters tall. Each container was filled with light blue liquid. Moreover, there were humans soaking in it. Numerous tubes extended down from the top of the vessel and connected to the humans. Some of these humans had fainted, and some had their eyes wide open, revealing fear and anger. Their hands kept slapping the transparent vessel, as if they wanted to shatter it and break free. Unfortunately, these people seemed to have been drained of their strength and were extremely weak. Moreover, those vessels were made of special materials and could not be broken at all. There were also dozens of figures in silver cloaks patrolling back and forth in the prison. He didn't care about the humans in the container. They looked at the humans in the containers as if they were looking at grass by the roadside, cold and heartless. Keep a close eye on these experimental subjects. It's not easy to transport them. Don't let any accidents happen, the patrol captain said solemnly to the people around him. Captain, there's no need to be so nervous. We're in space now. What accident can happen? As for these experimental subjects, it's not enough. We can just capture another batch from Earth. There are so many humans anyway. We can catch them however we want. A patrol member said with a smile. The other team members chimed in. The patrol captain glared at these people. What do you know? This batch of experimental subjects is not ordinary humans. They are all martial artists. From awakening realm martial artists to extraordinary realm martial artists, to control realm martial artists, to boundary realm martial artists, and even king realm experts, they are all present. Lord Yinghui of the Martian Research Base is preparing to perform a comprehensive dissection and research on human martial artists of all levels. This is the experimental material that Lord Yinghui urgently wants. If something really happens, will you replace it as research material? Don't. Let's patrol properly. I don't dare to be the research material of Master Yinghui. Hearing the patrol captain's words, many of the team members were shocked. Thinking of Lord Yinghui, who liked to dissect living beings and cut their bodies into pieces for research, many of them felt their scalps tingle. Captain, Lord Yinghui is actually preparing to study human martial artists of all levels. Why is there no martial god here? With our strength, it shouldn't be difficult to capture a martial god, right? A team member asked. Master Yinghui has requested, but Master Meng Qian, who is currently in charge of Earth's affairs, has not agreed. Lord Meng Qian said that capturing human martial god as research material now is too sensitive. It will agitate the humans who have joined our new Moon Organization and the Human Alliance. It's not beneficial to our new Moon Organization's subsequent actions. The patrol captain replied. It's fine if they're afraid of provoking the Human Alliance. As for those humans who have joined our new Moon Organization, why would they be afraid of provoking them? Do they dare to resist? That's right. The humans on Earth are the seeds we planted. Now that the seeds have matured, we naturally have to harvest them. Whoever dares to resist, just kill them. It's their honor to become the research material of our new Moon Organization. The team members said one after another. The patrol captain glanced at the team members indifferently and said. When we treat human civilization in the past, we do as you say. But not this time. The three omnipotent experts of the Human Alliance, Dragon, Sun God Soul, and Changa Saha, are not simple. They are much stronger than ordinary omnipotent experts. Once they find out that our new Moon Organization is capturing human martial god as experimental material, they might retaliate. More importantly, the demonic human isn't dead yet. As long as the demonic human isn't dead, we can't be fearless. Could it be that you want the demonic human to attack the moon again? When the team members heard the word demonic human, their bodies instinctively trembled. A terrifying figure standing amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood couldn't help but appear in his mind. Many of them had personally witnessed the terrifying scene of that terrifying figure slaughtering on the moon. That scene was their lifelong nightmare. They definitely did not want to experience it again. Seeing that many of his team members had fallen silent, the patrol captain did not say anything else. He knew that these people were afraid of that person. How could he not be afraid? In the crowd control area, many figures in silver capes were busy operating various flashing instruments. One of the huge stereoscopic screens was filled with dense grids marked with thin patterns that seemed to be some kind of text. Suddenly, a red dot appeared on the grid of the three-dimensional screen. Moreover, the red dot was rapidly approaching the fleet. Woo! In an instant, an ear-piercing alarm sounded in the control room. Lord Fan Ming, a living being has been discovered, and it is rapidly approaching us. A figure operating an instrument noticed the red dot and immediately ran to a middle-aged man with a dignified expression to report. The middle-aged man strode to the screen and looked at the red dot with a serious expression. "Let's see what that red dot is." When the figures heard the order, they quickly operated various instruments. Soon, the grid on the screen disappeared, and a dark blue triangular fighter jet appeared on the screen. "Are these the Human Alliance's Universe-tier smart fighter jets?" Fan Ming immediately recognized the origin of the triangular fighter jet. As a higher-up of the New Moon organization, he naturally had a lot of research into the Human Alliance. Other than knowing that the Human Alliance had 3 omnipotent experts and many martial gods, they also knew that humans had relatively advanced weapons and technology. The smart fighter jets were one of the strategic weapons of mankind. Naturally, he would not ignore them. He seriously sized up the dark blue smart fighter jets on the screen. His gaze suddenly landed on the number B0154 on the fuselage, and his pupils instantly constricted. Every smart fighter jet had a serial number. He remembered that this number belonged to Chu Zhou, who could only use fighter jets. Human Chu Zhou, he actually appeared here? Furthermore, I happened to meet him. Fan Ming muttered to himself, a look of astonishment on his face. But soon, the shock on his face turned into a smile. In order to kill Chu Zhou, the New Moon organization had joined forces with the Earth organization, the Shadow Alliance, and the monsters to hunt Chu Zhou down. However, not only did he not kill Chu Zhou, but he also suffered Chu Zhou's powerful revenge and suffered heavy losses. Moreover, it allowed Chu Zhou to successfully advance to the martial god realm. This was simply too humiliating. When has their New Moon organization ever suffered such a loss? Actually, it seemed like it did. That man even went straight to their base camp. No matter what, the higher UPS of the New Moon organization could not accept such an outcome. If not for Meng Qian's special identity and extremely powerful strength, he would have been able to advance to the omnipotent expert realm. It was likely that the higher UPS of the New Moon organization had already held Meng Qian accountable. Fan Ming also had some complaints about Meng Qian. A mere human king realm expert had actually escaped from his New Moon organization's pursuit one after another. In the end, he even let the other party advance to martial god. This was too outrageous. However, even if he had complaints, he could not do anything to Meng Qian because Meng Qian's strength and status were much higher than his. However, he was not going to stand on ceremony with the credit that came knocking on his door. "Chu Zhou, even though I don't know why you appeared in space, since you actually came knocking on my door, I won't stand on ceremony." Fan Ming smiled, killing intent condensing in his eyes. Space fleet. Chu Zhou looked at the huge space fleet opposite him in shock. He vaguely knew that Venus, Saturn, Jupiter, Mercury, Mars, Uranus, Neptune, and the other 7 planets were in danger. It was very likely related to the New Moon organization or the Earth organization. Therefore, when he returned to Earth, he deliberately avoided the 7 planets and stayed far away. However, he did not expect an accident to happen. He encountered a space fleet here. I wonder where this space fleet came from. Is it from the New Moon organization? Or the Earth organization? Or from some other faction? He guessed in his heart. At this moment, a red beam of light suddenly shot out from the huge circular space carrier opposite him and shot towards his triangular fighter jet. Chu Zhou's expression turned cold. He immediately ordered the triangular fighter jet to dodge. At the same time, his figure moved and appeared in space. Chapter 388, Tearing the Space Fleet by Hand. A red energy beam that was more than 1,000 meters thick passed through the spot where the triangular fighter jet was just now and quickly disappeared. The surrounding spatial energy shook violently, as if even space could not withstand it. Chu Zhou looked at the disappearing speed of light and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. With a thought, he stored the triangular fighter jet into his internal space to prevent it from being destroyed by the upcoming battle. He looked at the space fleet opposite him. At this moment, the 6 frigates suddenly spread out, and the disc-shaped mothership retreated. The 6 frigates formed a semicircle, and the behemoth-like mothership was in the middle of the arc. At the same time, the 6 frigates suddenly squirmed rapidly, and many spiral patterns appeared. The patterns quickly unfolded, and countless circular holes with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared on the originally smooth cabin walls. The round hole quickly began to emit a white light, and the light became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, countless white pillars of light shot out of these circular holes. The energy pillars flew at close to the speed of light and quickly flew towards Chu Zhou. At the same time, the main and secondary cannons of the frigate began to charge. Due to the large consumption of energy, the energy shield on the surface of the spaceship could not be supplied for a while and dimmed a lot. The powerful energy fluctuations caused the space to begin to distort slightly. The power is not bad. It's enough to threaten an ordinary martial god. It's a pity that you encountered me. Chu Zhou sneered and walked towards the fleet calmly. Tremor punch domain, rage domain, cutting domain, repulsive domain, black hole domain, incinerating domain, rainstorm domain, and 9 levels of hell domain appeared one after another outside his body, forming a huge overlapping domain. In the overlapping domain, endless energy rolled and roared. Countless white beams of light instantly entered Chu Zhou's overlapping domain. In an instant, all the white beams of light were affected by vibration, cutting, repulsion, burning, rainstorm, and other orders. The energy of the white light beams kept dissipating, disintegrating, being rejected, devoured, incinerated, and washed away. The energy of the beam became weaker and weaker, and the speed of the beam became slower and slower. Its brightness also became dimmer and dimmer. However, when it reached Chu Zhou, there were only a few firefly-like shimmers left. In the space carrier, a group of new moon martial artists who were controlling various instruments saw this scene and their expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? Our entire fleet fired at him, but we didn't crack his domain. These new moon martial artists all had some understanding of martial god's domain. They all knew that martial god's domain was very strong. However, the weapons on their fleet were targeted at martial god. If the entire fleet fired, once they hit, even if they couldn't kill martial god, they could usually tear his domain apart. However, the scene before him shattered his understanding. As expected, this person has condensed 8 domains. Fan Ming had personally witnessed the process of Chu Zhou releasing domains one after another and finally forming overlapping domains. When he saw Chu Zhou release 8 domains, he was indescribably shocked. Even though he had long received information from the New Moon organization and knew that Chu Zhou had condensed 8 domains. But knowing was one thing, seeing it with one's own eyes was another. Order all the battleships to continue firing. Even if we can't kill him directly, we have to exhaust most of his strength. A strong murderous intent appeared in Fan Ming's eyes. From Chu Zhou, he saw the shadow of a demonic human. Back then, demonic human, who was an omnipotent expert, released 9 domains when he killed his way to the moon. He was invincible. No one on the moon could do anything to him. They could only watch as he killed until blood flowed like a river. Finally, if not for some reasons that forced demonic human to retreat, their New Moon organization might have been destroyed by demonic human. Chu Zhou was still a martial god, but he had already condensed 8 domains. He had one more domain than the martial god's demonic human. Then, if Chu Zhou became an omnipotent expert, would he have more domains than a demonic human? At that time, Chu Zhou would be the nightmare of the entire New Moon organization. He would never allow Chu Zhou to reach that stage. He had to kill Chu Zhou today. After Fan Ming gave the order, the main cannons and secondary cannons of the mothership and the 6 frigates flashed with intense light again. They were about to be fully charged. At this moment, Chu Zhou was already 3,000 meters away from the fleet. Recently, I have some comprehension of the tremor punch profound, berserking profound, and cutting profound. I'll test them on you. Chu Zhou coldly locked onto a frigate. Destructive fist. In an instant, his body and muscles expanded violently. A violent energy storm roared out of his body. At the same time, he suddenly bowed and stepped forward. Then, his fists were like drums as he threw a punch at the locked guard. With this punch, he gathered the 3 profundities of the tremor punch profound, berserking profound, and slicing profound to form an extremely destructive punch. Boom! Sound travels through the air in the form of waves. When we speak, for example, the vibrations of the vocal cords compress the air around us. The compressed air makes the air around us flow and carries sound waves. Eventually, these compressed air reaches the listener's ears, and the brain interprets this activity as sound. However, there was no air in space. Sound was difficult to transmit. Even when the fleet fired just now, there was no sound. The sound effects of sci-fi movies and space battles were only artificially added to make the scene not so boring. However, at this moment, Chu Zhou threw a punch. A world-shaking sound sounded in space. This was because his punch had stirred up some power of laws, stirring up the dark energy in the universe. The surging dark energy spread the sound far and wide. A fist imprint the size of a mountain landed on a frigate. The shockwave, violent, and cutting power poured onto the frigate in a billionth of a second. Boom! After a blinding white light, the frigate turned into dust in the universe. At this moment, countless white beams of light shot towards Chu Zhou and into his overlapping domain. The situation was exactly the same as before. After all the white beams entered the overlapping domain, they continuously dissipated, disintegrated, were rejected, devoured, burned, and washed away before finally turning into scattered spots of light. Chu Zhou was like a god of destruction. He walked in the void and punched out expressionlessly. One by one, the battleships turned into cosmic dust under the terrifying fist mark. Only the disc-shaped mothership was left. As for all the new moon martial artists in the mothership, their faces were pale. "Monster, this is a monster!" a new moon martial artist said in fear. Fan Ming stared fixedly at Chu Zhou's figure, his expression becoming more and more solemn. Chu Zhou was much stronger than he had imagined. According to the information we received, he should have just advanced to martial god not long ago. How could he be so powerful? Fan Ming frowned, deep in thought. At this moment, Chu Zhou suddenly disappeared from the screen of the mothership's control room. Then, the entire mothership shook violently. At this moment, Chu Zhou appeared at the bottom of the space carrier. He shattered the energy shield of the space carrier with a punch and stabbed it firmly into the space carrier like sharp claws. The energy in his body flowed rapidly. He suddenly shouted and tore his hands apart. In an instant, the entire mothership was forcefully torn apart by him. A huge crack quickly spread on the mothership, and then the entire mothership was broken into two. A huge explosion immediately occurred on the mothership that had been broken into two. The powerful impact wave that was produced rushed towards the broken ship at an extremely fast speed, like a huge tide. The metal on the mothership's surface instantly distorted, and the entire mothership had become a pile of scrap metal. Bang! After a blinding white light, there was a loud bang, and a huge mushroom cloud appeared in the sky. One of the wreckages of the ship turned into a huge fireball and turned into cosmic dust. The other section of the ship had also completely disintegrated. At this moment, many transparent containers fell out of the disintegrating hull. Some of the vessels exploded, and a large amount of blue liquid gushed out. There were also many humans connected to transparent tubes. There were also some vessels that were still sealed intact. Humans woke up. When they saw Chu Zhou, they patted the vessels crazily and looked at him pleadingly. However, more humans had already died or died in the explosion just now. When Chu Zhou saw this scene, his expression instantly darkened. He instantly released a majestic spiritual power from his body, stabilizing all the transparent containers and the humans who fell out of them in space. He grabbed with his right hand and grabbed a human martial artist. Before Chu Zhou could ask, this martial artist took the initiative to speak. "Lord Chu Zhou, these new moon martial artists are all beasts. They secretly captured a large number of human martial artists. It's said that they're going to send them to the Mars research base to be experimental subjects for research. If we had known that the New Moon organization was so cold and heartless, we wouldn't have joined the New Moon organization in the first place." As this human martial artist finished speaking, his face was filled with regret. Chu Zhou captured a few more human martial artists and obtained a similar answer from them. These human martial artists were all humans who had joined the New Moon organization. The New Moon organization suddenly gathered them with the order to cooperate with the investigation and then captured them. Then, they sealed their power and locked them in those vessels, preparing to send them to the Mars research base. Chu Zhou had mixed feelings about these humans who had joined the New Moon organization. To a certain extent, these people were all traitors of the Human Alliance. However, he also knew that the New Moon organization occupied many human cities that previously belonged to humans. Many people in those human cities did not join the New Moon organization voluntarily. Instead, they had no choice but to join. Therefore, he did not hate the humans who had no choice but to join the New Moon organization because of the situation. He only hated those who took the initiative to join the New Moon organization and became their lackeys, henchmen, lapdogs, and dealt with the Human Alliance. He did not have the time to screen them for the time being. The human martial artists here had joined the New Moon organization because of the situation. He released the 1000-star vine and asked it to protect all the human martial artists who fell out of the transparent container or were still alive. Then, he looked at the nearly 1000 New Moon martial artists who had escaped from the disintegrating space carrier, and the killing intent in his eyes soared. The New Moon organization actually dared to capture human martial artists as experimental subjects. He deserved to die. Chapter 389, Devouring Advanced Tier Martial God. Chu Zhou swept his gaze across the nearly 1000 New Moon martial artists opposite him. His figure moved and immediately turned into an afterimage as he charged over. Cutting profound. With a thought, black jagged ripples appeared on his body. These ripples kept cutting through the void, giving off a feeling that they could cut through everything. In the next moment, countless jagged black ripples flew towards nearly 1,000 New Moon martial artists. Shit! Dangerous! Many New Moon martial artists saw the sawtooth black ripples cutting over and felt the aura of death. Their expressions changed as they used their own methods to resist. However, whether it was their weapons, energy shields, or shields condensed from spiritual power, they were all useless. In just an instant, all of their defensive methods were cut and shattered. Even the spiritual wool released by some spiritual masters was cut and shattered. Many New Moon martial artists screamed. Soon, they were all cut into pieces and turned into corpses. A black hole appeared among the corpses and instantly devoured them. Hiss, Chu Zhou is too terrifying now. He actually killed so many New Moon martial artists in the blink of an eye. It has to be known that there was no lack of King Realm experts among these New Moon martial artists, but they were also killed by him in the blink of an eye. Many humans who were protected by the 1000-star vine gasped and were dumbfounded when they saw the scene just now. Chu Zhou, it wasn't easy for you to escape the joint pursuit of our three major organizations and the monsters and return to the human alliance. Instead of being a chicken, a coward and a scaredy cat in the human city, you still dare to appear in space. Looks like you don't know how to spell the word death. Fan Ming sneered and appeared in front of Chu Zhou. He did not care about Chu Zhou killing and devouring nearly 1,000 New Moon martial artists. In his opinion, as long as he could kill Chu Zhou today, it would be worth it even if he had to sacrifice 100 times more New Moon martial artists. I don't know how to spell death, but you seem to be very proficient. Why don't you teach me? Chu Zhou smiled coldly. He could already tell that the other party was an advanced tier martial god. However, this advanced tier martial god seemed to think that he could defeat Chu Zhou. What a joke! You're just like what the intelligence said. You're indeed an arrogant person. However, sometimes, arrogance is useless. You only have strength. Even if you have condensed 8 domains, you are only a martial god who has just advanced. Fan Ming indeed thought that he had Chu Zhou in his grasp. He locked his gaze on Chu Zhou indifferently. You can be considered a demon of your generation. You have the right to know my name. Remember, the person who killed you was the Fan family's Fan Ming. With that said, his figure suddenly moved. As if he had teleported, he appeared above Chu Zhou's head and grabbed down with his right hand. Instantly, Chu Zhou felt as if his body was bound by countless threads and he could not move. The thin threads were formless, but he could clearly feel that they were like extremely fast-moving air currents. Is it about the profound of wind? Chu Zhou looked enlightened. He twisted his body slightly and felt the strength of these threads. He realized that those threads were extremely hardiness. Even an ordinary advanced tier martial god would find it difficult to break free. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, this is my fetters of wind profound. You can't break free. When Fan Ming saw Chu Zhou's actions, he couldn't help but laugh coldly. Even though you've condensed 8 domains, it's good to have more domains, but it doesn't mean that the more domains you have, the stronger you are. As for how strong martial god's strength is, apart from how much he has grasped profound, it also depends on the degree of his mastery of profound and his own strength. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Unfortunately, you can only slowly comprehend this lesson of mine in hell. Fan Ming's voice was cold as he spoke, and his figure moved once more. More than 100 Fan Mings appeared in front, behind, above, and below Chu Zhou. Fan Ming had actually created nearly 400 doppelgangers in one go, completely surrounding Linli. Chu Zhou only calmly looked at Fan Ming's clones one after another. His expression was calm, as if he did not take Fan Ming's next attack seriously at all. When Fan Ming saw Chu Zhou like this, he was secretly angry. Die! Fan Ming shouted angrily. Immediately, nearly 400 clones slashed out with their palm blades at the same time. Instantly, this palm blade phantom instantly enveloped Chu Zhou, providing him with any room to dodge. Humph, the attack power of one doppelganger can't be considered strong. It can only be comparable to the attack power of an elementary grade martial god. However, with more than 400 doppelgangers attacking together, even an advanced tier martial god would die after being hit by this move of mine. Furthermore, there's also the palm blade of my main body among them. Fan Ming was full of confidence. This guy is only a new martial god. Pu. 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 In an instant, the palm blade phantoms that covered the sky and earth all struck Chu Zhou's body. To be precise, it struck the thin membrane condensed from 8 domains on the surface of Chu Zhou's body. Fan Ming thought that he was an advanced tier martial god. Even if Chu Zhou had 8 domains, he could still use his ultimate technique to tear them apart. However, he did not know that Chu Zhou was also an advanced tier martial god. Moreover, the overlapping domains formed by the 8 domains were far more terrifying than he had imagined. In particular, when the power of the Tremor Punch domain, Rage domain, and Slicing domain were stacked together, their power soared and vaguely had the power to destroy laws. When the overwhelming palm blade phantoms slashed at the thin membrane on Chu Zhou's body, the membrane only shook slightly before all the palm blade phantoms shattered. As for Chu Zhou, he was not injured at all. That's impossible. When Fan Ming saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even an advanced tier martial god would die from this attack. How could Chu Zhou be fine? Looks like you're at this level. Now that you're done attacking, it's my turn next. Chu Zhou said calmly. His body shook slightly and shattered the invisible threads that bound him. Swoosh! In the next moment, he moved like a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of Fan Ming. Destructive Fist. He threw a punch at Fan Ming. The power of the Tremor Punch Profound, Berserking Profound, and Cutting Profound erupted at the same time as his punch. In an instant, a blood-red fist print that emitted countless shockwaves and saw-toothed ripples blasted towards Fan Ming. Under Chu Zhou's deliberate compression, the fist mark was only the size of a fist. And at this moment, Fan Ming's eyes seemed to see the terrifying scene of billions of living beings turning to dust under the blood-colored fist mark. I can't block it, I definitely can't block it. Alarm bells rang in his heart as he sensed the danger of death. He prepared to dodge with all his might, but he realized that the entire space had already fluctuated violently. The void had become like a sticky quagmire, making it difficult for him to move at high speed. Pfft! The blood-red fist mark pierced through Fan Ming's chest, leaving a hole in front and behind. Then, the fist mark continued to fly for 100 miles and hit a huge meteorite, instantly turning it into cosmic dust. After Fan Ming was pierced by the blood-red fist print, his eyes lost all their brilliance and he became a corpse. The fist mark just now continuously destroyed all his vitality and even his mental consciousness. Attribute points, 4,123,000,000, plus 123 million. Chu Zhou glanced at his attribute board and was delighted to see that he had gained 123 million attribute points. Devouring Fan Ming had roughly increased his attribute points by 80 million. In other words, the other new moon martial artists who had devoured had also contributed 43 million attribute points to him. This was a little beyond Chu Zhou's expectations. He originally thought that he would not obtain many attribute points when he devoured other new moon martial artists. It seemed that the new moon martial artists he had devoured just now were all elites of the new moon organization. There were probably many King Realm experts among them. I'm still short of 877 million attribute points to reach 5 billion. As long as my attribute points reach 5 billion, I will be able to raise the Profound of Tremor Punch to the large mastery realm. At that time, my control over breaking the rules will reach 1%. I will be able to condense a nomological star and advance to the star realm. Chu Zhou thought to himself. He suddenly glanced in the direction of Venus, Saturn, Jupiter, Mercury, Mars, Uranus, Neptune, and the other 7 planets. Originally, after realizing that these 7 planets were very likely to be occupied by the New Moon Organization or the Earth Organization, he was not prepared to attack these 7 planets to avoid falling into danger. But he had changed his mind now. It was too difficult to accumulate 877 million attribute points through normal means. It took too long. He didn't have the patience to wait that long. In particular, the New Moon organization actually dared to capture humans to Mars for research. This completely angered him. You treat humans as research materials, while I harvest you as attribute points. This is very fair, right? I don't ask for much. You only need to contribute 877 million attribute points to Maine. You have a big family and business. I believe you have no objections to contributing a little to me. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as he looked at the humans protected by the 1,000-star vine. When the space carrier exploded, most of the humans in the containers died with the explosion. In the end, only 40 to 50 people survived. Chu Zhou thought about how to deal with these people. With a thought, a spiritual consciousness enveloped the remaining half of the space carrier. Soon, his eyes lit up. In the half of the wreckage, he found 3 small spaceships that were in good condition. These 3 small spaceships should be enough to send these humans back to Earth. He immediately flew to the wreckage of the space carrier and activated his origin power to drag the 3 small spaceships out. Then, he got the 1,000-star vine to bring the 40 to 50 humans over and arranged for them to enter 3 small spaceships. I still have something important to deal with, so I can only help you so much. You guys figure out how to control the spaceship and pilot it back to Earth. Chu Zhou and the other humans said. Thank you, Lord Chu Zhou. I will never forget your kindness. Many human martial artists also knew that it was already a huge favor for Chu Zhou to help them, the traitors of the Human Alliance. Moreover, Chu Zhou had found 3 small spaceships for them. How could they dare to ask Chu Zhou to do more? Chu Zhou waved his hand and quickly took out the triangular fighter jet. Then, he piloted the triangular fighter jet and flew towards Mars. Wasn't the Mars research base of the New Moon organization to study human martial artists? In that case, he would attack Mars first. In the 3 small spaceships, many human martial artists bowed deeply in the direction Chu Zhou had left. Then, they studied how to control these small spaceships. Chapter 390, Invading Mars. Mars is the 4th closest planet to the Sun, and the 2nd smallest planet in the solar system after Mercury. A triangular fighter jet tore through the dark universe and appeared outside Mars. Mars, we're here. Chu Zhou walked out of the triangular fighter jet and put it into his internal space. As soon as he came out, the 1,000-star vine appeared on its body restlessly. This time, the 1,000-star vine's agitation was much stronger than when it arrived at the metal resource stars. The 1,000-star vine is actually so agitated. Then there's only one reason. There's a huge amount of metal that can promote its growth on Mars. Chu Zhou knew the reason for the 1,000-star vine's restlessness almost immediately. At this moment, he could not help but think of the human research on Mars in his previous life. The surface of Mars was covered by a layer of hematite, so the entire Mars was orange-red. Mars was half the diameter of Earth, which showed how abundant hematite was. Of course, Chu Zhou was not an astronomer and only remembered this. He did not know much about Mars. However, seeing how agitated the 1,000-star vine was, he could basically confirm that the metal content on Mars might be far beyond his imagination. I wonder if the 1,000-star vine can directly advance to the star realm after devouring a large amount of metal on Mars. Suddenly, this thought appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. This thought made him decide that he had to descend to Mars no matter what. His figure moved and turned into an afterimage as he rushed towards Mars. Soon, he transmigrated into the Martian atmosphere. The atmosphere of Mars was both thin and cold. However, it did not affect a martial god like Chu Zhou. Then, he looked down from the sky and saw the red surface that was filled with craters, canyons, sand dunes, and gravel. To his surprise, he didn't see any signs of cities or bases on the surface of Mars. Even though he activated his spiritual consciousness with all his might to scan the surface of Mars, he still did not discover anything. He originally thought that after New Moon Base occupied this planet, they would build a large number of cities here. It was a little unexpected that he did not see it now. Could it be that the New Moon organization didn't modify this place? Chu Zhou thought in confusion, but he quickly thought of another possibility. No, even though the New Moon organization didn't build a city on the surface of Mars, it doesn't mean that they won't build an underground city deep in the earth of Mars. Chu Zhou confirmed his guess almost instantly. He did not believe that the New Moon organization would not make use of such a huge planet after occupying it. Just as Chu Zhou was guessing where the underground city of the New Moon organization was built, Hundreds of miles away from the place where he landed in a straight line, there were suddenly pieces of ground that were several miles in radius moving, revealing huge underground passageways. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous sci-fi fighter jets with flashing blue lights flew out of the huge passageways and flew in Chu Zhou's direction. Soon, the densely packed blue light fighter jets entered Chu Zhou's sight. As expected, it's impossible for the New Moon organization not to use Mars. They just didn't build a city on the surface, but underground. Seeing the densely packed fighter jets flying over, Chu Zhou smiled. He knew that he had guessed correctly. At this moment, the blue light fighter jets that blotted out the sky all fired at Chu Zhou. Lasers, tracking missiles, plasma balls, plasma cannonballs, and so on all covered Chu Zhou. There were even huge cannon muzzles on the ground that aimed at Chu Zhou's figure and fired blue energy beams that were thousands of meters long. The entire sky was covered by cannon fire. These attacks were indeed powerful. If it were any other martial god, they would have to retreat in the face of such dense artillery fire, especially those energy beams that were 1,000 meters in size. But now, it was Chu Zhou. He activated the 8 domains and walked leisurely towards the huge passageways in the void. After all the attacks entered the overlapping domain formed by the 8 domains, they shattered and disintegrated under the effect of the 8 types of order, finally turning into some faint light. Chu Zhou seemed to be able to shrink into an inch. With every step he took, his figure appeared 1,000 meters away. He quickly stepped into the densely packed blue light fighters. He walked step by step expressionlessly and did not attack. However, the 1,000-star vine made its move. The 50-kilometer-long 1,000-star vine suddenly shot out from Chu Zhou's body. Then, it turned into an afterimage and quickly shuttled through the blue light fighters. Like lightning, it pierced through one blue light fighter after another. When Chu Zhou passed through the densely packed blue light fighters expressionlessly, the 1,000-star vine also pierced through all the blue light fighters and all the New Moon martial artists controlling the blue light fighters. The next moment, the 1,000-star vine's long vines twisted violently. Boom 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 boom. In the sky, one blue-ray fighter aircraft after another exploded. The densely packed blue-ray fighter jets exploded, forming incomparably grand and spectacular fireworks in the sky. Chu Zhou walked step by step in front of the spectacular fireworks without looking back. After crushing all the blue-ray fighter jets, the 1,000-star vine rushed down to Earth at lightning speed and burrowed into the depths of the Earth. A moment later, the huge cannons that shot blue energy beams at Chu Zhou also exploded. A huge metal vine rushed out of the explosion and returned to Chu Zhou's side. Its head wrapped around his arm. In a technologically advanced underground city, many white-robed figures looked at the expressionless young man with a metal vine wrapped around his arm on the screen in fear. Lord Yinghui, this intruder is too terrifying. We've mobilized so many fighter jets and activated so many turbine energy cannons, but we can't do anything to him. The metal vine in his hand is also very shocking. In just a few dozen breaths, it destroyed all our fighter jets and many turbine energy cannons. Many white-robed figures spoke to a blue-haired woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses with cold sweat all over their faces. Of course he's scary. Haven't you recognized him yet? Yinghui gently adjusted her glasses and looked at Chu Zhou's figure with a hint of passion. He's the human monster that our New Moon organization has been wanting to kill the most in the past year or two. Chu Zhou. If he wasn't strong, how could he have caused our New Moon organization to suffer such a huge loss on Earth? What? He's Chu Zhou. Many white-robed figures were shocked when they heard Yinghui's words. These people were different from ordinary New Moon martial artists. They were both martial artists and researchers. It should be said that they were more focused on research than cultivation. For researchers like them who were immersed in research all year round, they were not very concerned about the outside world. Although they had all heard about Chu Zhou, they had only treated it as a pastime when they were busy. They had never really understood Chu Zhou in detail. Hence, when they saw Chu Zhou, they did not recognize him immediately. Now that they knew that this person had actually caused their New Moon organization to suffer a huge loss on Earth, Chu Zhou was instantly shocked. No matter how unconcerned they were about the outside world, they knew that Chu Zhou was a very terrifying human monster that made the higher UPS of the New Moon organization deeply afraid. Furthermore, Chu Zhou's identity was special. He was the son of the previous Holy Maiden of the New Moon organization and that terrifying man. All of this left a deep impression on them with the name Chu Zhou. I've always heard from those who went to Earth that Chu Zhou is extremely monstrous and terrifying. Only now do I know that he lives up to his reputation. As expected of someone who has awakened the supreme bloodline of our new moon organization. Someone sighed. Ying Hui looked at Chu Zhou's figure excitedly with a burning gaze. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she said. Chu Zhou not only inherited the supreme bloodline of our new moon organization, but he also inherited the bloodline of that terrifying man. I heard that when he advanced to martial god, he condensed 8 domains. This might be because he inherited the bloodline of that terrifying man and was able to do this. The 2 most top-notch bloodlines in the world have all gathered on him, making him a peerless genius that even our holy maiden is far inferior to. I'm very interested in his body, bloodline, and genes. If we can dissect him and conduct detailed research on his body, bloodline, and genes, we might be able to study the reason why he became so strong so quickly. In fact, we can even duplicate his bloodline so that our new moon organization can give birth to a similar monster. When the researchers heard Ying Hui's words, their eyes lit up. If they could unlock the secret on Chu Zhou and apply this secret to the martial artists of the new moon organization, it would definitely increase the strength of the new moon organization. Of course, they would first use this secret on themselves. It would be even better if he could copy Chu Zhou's bloodline into himself. Suddenly, a researcher hesitated and said, Lord Ying Hui, although Chu Zhou is our enemy, he is also the son of the previous Holy Maiden. The previous Holy Maiden is also a member of our new moon organization's holy race. If we do this, will the previous goddess and the saints pursue the matter? If we do this, will the previous goddess and the saints pursue the matter? Besides, I didn't say that I wanted to kill him. Even if you want to kill him, I won't agree. He has such a terrifying bloodline and such a good test subject. If he doesn't reproduce with at least a few hundred descendants, I can't bear to let him die. Hearing Ying Hui's words, many researchers heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he did not kill Chu Zhou. Lord Ying Hui was not afraid that the previous Holy Maiden and the Holy Race would pursue the matter. But they were afraid. Moreover, if they really killed Chu Zhou, who knew if that terrifying man would fly into a rage and kill his way to Mars to tear them into pieces. However, they were also very enthusiastic about capturing Chu Zhou as a research subject. They were also extremely eager to obtain the secret that Chu Zhou was rapidly becoming stronger. Chapter 391, Mechanical Martial God. In the air, Chu Zhou walked step by step towards the passageway that the blue light fighters had flown out of. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Because he sensed that someone else was coming. Crack! Crack! A mechanical voice sounded. Chu Zhou looked up in the direction of the voice and saw 12 half-mechanized figures on the crimson plain. There were men and women among the 12 figures. All of them were tall and burly. The most eye-catching thing was that almost half of their bodies were mechanical. A combination of flesh and machinery, a cyborg. He looked at the half-mechanized figure and his gaze froze. He did not expect that the new moon organization could even create a cyborg. Moreover, these 12 cyborgs were still emitting vast energy fluctuations of the martial god realm. This was shocking. A cyborg was nothing, but a martial god level cyborg had a different meaning. Chu Zhou did not know if martial god level cyborgs could be mass-produced. If the new moon organization could mass-produce martial god cyborgs, it would definitely be a huge disaster for the human alliance. However, regardless of whether the martial god level cyborgs could be mass-produced, it made Chu Zhou realize how terrifying the new moon organization was again. This faction had been hiding behind the scenes on Earth for countless years. They had controlled the change of countless civilizations and harvested the results of one civilization after another. The foundation of this faction was completely incomparable to the human alliance. Be it martial arts foundation, science and technology, biotechnology, or other technologies, they would probably completely crush the human alliance. The reason why the human alliance could maintain the current situation was really because of the presence of omnipotent experts like the dragon. Otherwise, the human alliance would not be able to resist the new moon organization, which had suppressed them in all aspects. Chu Zhou retracted his wandering thoughts and returned his attention to the 12 mechanical martial gods. In reality, he was pleasantly surprised to see these 12 mechanical martial gods. He was still 877 million points away from reaching 5 billion points. Generally speaking, he could roughly obtain 80 million attribute points by devouring a martial god level creature. In other words, if he devoured the 12 mechanical martial gods, he might be able to obtain about 960 million attribute points. If this wasn't a surprise, what was? Originally, I thought that I had to sweep through the 7 planets to accumulate 5 billion attribute points. Now, it seems that I can achieve my goal on Mars. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but smile. At this moment, another group of figures appeared behind the 12 martial gods. The group of figures was led by a plump blue-haired woman with golden-rimmed eyes. Around the blue-haired woman stood 4 to 5 white-robed figures. In addition, there were 5 black-robed figures outside the group. Chu Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw the blue-haired woman with golden-rimmed eyes. He instinctively felt that the blue-haired woman was the leader of the New Moon organization on Mars. Everyone in the New Moon organization here had to listen to her. To Chu Zhou's surprise, the blue-haired woman took the initiative to shout at him. Chu Zhou, my name is Ying Hui. I'm the person in charge here. Your bloodline and talent are very powerful. It's a waste not to do in-depth research. I'm very interested in you. Are you interested in being my experimental subject? Chu Zhou was stunned. His first reaction was, is that woman crazy? Then, killing intent condensed in his eyes as he replied coldly, I'm not interested in being someone else's test subject, but I'm very interested in collecting someone else's corpse. I think I can collect your corpse later. How dare you? How dare you? Chu Zhou, do you know about Lord Ying Hui's status in our New Moon organization? How dare you speak to her like this? 4 or 5 researchers in white robes shouted angrily when they heard Chu Zhou's words. It was as if Chu Zhou had offended their faith. In fact, to the researchers of New Moon, Ying Hui was indeed a godlike existence. Ying Hui was a well-known wise man in the New Moon organization. He grasped the top biotechnology knowledge, human modification knowledge and weapons and equipment knowledge in the New Moon organization. He was widely recognized as one of the most intelligent people in the New Moon organization. Her position in the New Moon organization was not inferior to Meng Qian's position in the New Moon organization. She was one of the most powerful and famous people under the omnipotent experts of the New Moon organization. In the eyes of all the researchers of the New Moon organization, the benefits of mastering top-notch knowledge and technology were no different from gods. Hence, when they heard that Chu Zhou actually dared to say such arrogant words to Ying Hui, they were very angry and wished they could tear Chu Zhou apart. Ying Hui smiled. Looks like there's no room for negotiation. Only by subduing you will you obediently listen to my orders. As soon as she finished speaking, the 12 mechanical martial gods seemed to have received an order. They moved at the same time and charged towards Chu Zhou. Boom! One of the mechanical martial gods' mechanical arms suddenly transformed into a sharp sword that could extend freely. With a whoosh, it extended to 1,000 meters away and stabbed fiercely at Chu Zhou. The other mechanical martial god grabbed with his hand, and a white pillar of light turned into a javelin in his hand. He raised his palm, and with a loud buzz, the javelin transformed into a dragon-shaped pillar of light that shot towards Chu Zhou. There was also a mechanical martial god. His mechanical arm turned into a cannon barrel and shot a beam of purple energy at Chu Zhou, causing the entire void to tremble. There was also a mechanical martial god who flew above Chu Zhou's head at lightning speed. His mechanical right leg instantly turned into a huge axe the size of a small mountain and slashed down fiercely at Chu Zhou. Energy chains suddenly extended from his body and crazily wrapped around Chu Zhou. Mechanical martial god also aimed his palms at Chu Zhou and suddenly released rings of vibrating light waves. These light waves contained a terrifying energy force field. All in all, these mechanical martial gods' fighting styles were different from ordinary martial gods who were used to using profound powers. They were more inclined towards the attack style of technological weapons. However, it had to be said that these mechanical martial gods were also extremely powerful. They were no weaker than ordinary martial gods of the same level. If it were any other advanced tier martial god, they would probably be instantly killed by the combined attack of 12 mechanical martial gods. In fact, be it Ying Hui or those researchers, the 12 mechanical martial gods that they had personally modified were very confident. The moment these mechanical martial gods were successfully created, they had fought with many martial gods from the New Moon organization. Reality proved that the mechanical martial gods they created were not weaker than martial gods of the same level. Among the 12 mechanical martial gods, 1 was an advanced tier martial god, 3 were intermediate tier martial gods, and the remaining 8 were elementary grade martial gods. Such a lineup could be said to be extremely powerful. Other than half-step omnipotent experts and omnipotent experts, Ying Hui and the others couldn't think of anyone else who could defeat 12 mechanical martial gods alone. In their eyes, the current Chu Zhou was almost like a prisoner of the same level. And yet, soon, the expressions of Ying Hui and the 5 researchers changed. A dark overlapping domain appeared around Chu Zhou. All the attacks of the mechanical martial god shattered and disintegrated after entering the overlapping domain. At the same time, the black gold vine wrapped around Chu Zhou suddenly moved and turned into a line-like afterimage that was 50 kilometers long. Then, everything flew through the air. In an instant, the 6 mechanical martial gods' bodies were sliced into 2. Moreover, his vitality was completely obliterated and he died directly. Gasp, what exactly is that black gold vine? It actually killed 6 mechanical martial gods in an instant. The 5 white-robed researchers could not believe their eyes when they saw the scene just now. Their scalps turned numb as they sucked in a cold breath. Metal life form. This is a metal life form that only exists in the depths of the universe. Ying Hui stared fixedly at the 1000-star vine as if she had thought of something. She became extremely excited. She looked at the 1000-star vine with a possessive gaze. The value of this metal life form is not inferior to Chu Zhou's. No matter what, I have to capture Chu Zhou and his metal life form today. She muttered to herself, her eyes burning with madness. At this moment, Chu Zhou also made his move. Destructive Fist. He punched out. The tremor punch profound, berserking profound, and cutting profound fused together, forming a peerlessly domineering and violent blood-colored fist mark. One punch pierced through the bodies of 2 mechanical martial gods one after another, destroying all their vitality. At the same time, he appeared beside the 3 mechanical martial gods like a ghost. Then, he suddenly expanded his overlapping domain and pulled the 3 mechanical martial gods into his overlapping domain. Then, he suppressed them until they were lying on the ground in his domain. 3 black holes appeared at the same time, and the 3 powerful mechanical martial gods were directly devoured. Almost at the same time, the 1000-star vine pierced through the last mechanical martial god. It also skewered all the mechanical martial god corpses and brought them to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou directly let the black hole devour all the corpses. Attribute points, 4,753, plus 630 million. Chu Zhou glanced at his attribute board. After devouring 12 mechanical martial gods, I only obtained 630 million attribute points. Looks like the life force of these mechanical martial gods is less than that of normal martial gods. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. His gains this time were much less than he had expected. Then, he looked sharply at Ying Hui and the 5 black-robed figures around her. He sensed that Ying Hui and the 5 figures in black robes were also martial gods. If he devoured them, his total attribute points would definitely reach 5 billion. At this moment, the expressions of Ying Hui and the 5 white-robed researchers changed slightly. The strength of Chu Zhou and the 1000-star vine far exceeded their imagination. However, they were not afraid. On their side, were still 5 real advanced tier martial gods. Chapter 392, 5 Elements Divine General. 1. 12 mechanical martial gods were actually killed so easily. Looks like the mechanical martial god that we developed is still a distance away from the real martial god. Ying Hui was a little dissatisfied when she saw the 12 mechanical martial gods being easily killed by Chu Zhou and the 1000-star vine. However, she still seemed to be confident in taking down Chu Zhou. The 5 researchers looked at each other, not daring to make a sound. In their opinion, the mechanical martial god they had developed was already strong enough. At the very least, it was comparable to ordinary martial gods of the same level. However, Chu Zhou and the black gold vine were too abnormal. That was why the 12 mechanical martial gods lost so miserably. However, since Ying Hui had spoken, they naturally did not dare to refute. He could only work hard to research and modify mechanical martial god in the future so that he could become stronger and meet the requirements to win. At this moment, Chu Zhou had also arrived 500 meters away from Ying Hui and the others. He stood on the plain and looked at them coldly. Attack! Ying Hui waved his hand. Instantly, the figures of the 5 guardians around them erupted like a volcano, erupting with an earth-shattering energy fluctuation. In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere. The ground shook and the mountains shook. The entire plain shook violently. Countless spider web-like cracks spread crazily across the scarlet plain. In the sky, the weather changed. At the same time, the black robes on the 5 figures also exploded. 5 strange humans appeared in front of everyone. One of the humans seemed to be made of metal and was golden in color. The second human was tall and had green hair and blue eyes. Vines were wrapped around his body. The third human had a human head and a fish tail. He seemed to be the legendary mermaid, but he was a man. The waves below him surged like an ancient water god riding the water. The fourth human was covered in flames and had red hair. The fifth human was a woman with a human head and a snake body. She also had 6 arms. Each of these 5 strange humans emitted an energy fluctuation that could topple mountains and overturn seas. They were much stronger than the 12 mechanical martial gods. With the appearance of these 5 strange humans, both Ying Hui and the white-robed researchers revealed confident expressions. Clearly, they were filled with confidence in these 5 strange humans. It's been so many years I can finally see Lord Ying Hui's 5 Elements Divine General attack again. Haha, with the 5 Elements Divine General taking action, Chu Zhou will definitely lose. Indeed, the 5 Elements Divine General's domain combined into the 5 Elements domain is too invincible. Moreover, the 5 Elements Divine Generals are all advanced tier martial gods. If they join forces and use the 5 Elements domain, even half-step omnipotent experts won't be able to do anything to them in a short period of time. It's Chu Zhou's honor to be defeated by the 5 Elements Divine General. Many researchers looked at the 5 strange humans with terrifying auras and disgust. Ying Hui adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. Her eyes were filled with confidence. The 5 Elements Divine Generals were actually advanced tier martial gods among the ancient humans. Furthermore, they came from different ancient human civilizations. When the New Moon Organization harvested civilizations, it would not completely wipe out all the experts in those civilizations. Some experts with special abilities would be suppressed by them and sealed in ice with special techniques. Some of these frozen ancient humans were used as precious research materials, while others were kept for other uses. Ying Hui had also paid a huge price to obtain the approval of the few giants of the New Moon Organization. She had obtained the 5 Elements Divine General who still had some consciousness and vitality from the ice warehouse that stored the ancient human experts. Then, he would use his own technology to implant a biochip in the 5 Elements General's brain and erase his personality. Then, he would use a series of complicated methods to make them listen to him. The 5 Elements God General did not disappoint her. The 5 Elements domain unleashed by the 5 Elements God Generals together rendered ordinary advanced tier martial gods powerless. Even a half-step omnipotent expert would not be able to do anything to the 5 Elements Divine General in a short period of time once he fell into the 5 Elements domain. It was also because of the 5 Elements Divine General that Ying Hui was still so confident after Chu Zhou killed 12 mechanical martial gods. At this moment, the 5 Elements Divine Generals pressed towards Chu Zhou at the same time. Their bodies released vast auras of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The entire void of the plain was boiling. The power of the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth became unprecedentedly active. 5 high-level martial gods who have mastered the metal law profound, wood law profound, water law profound, fire law profound, and earth law profound respectively. Furthermore, their powers complement each other. Chu Zhou looked at the 5 elements divine generals who were rapidly approaching him and suddenly felt that it was interesting. If he guessed correctly, the combined strength of these 5 figures had already reached the level of half-step omnipotent experts like the second and third elders of the Chu clan. However, the current him was no longer the same as when he met the second and third ancestors of the Chu family. The current him had already advanced to the advanced tier martial god realm. Furthermore, all 8 profounds had been integrated into his body, origin power, and spirit. Chapter 393, 5 Elements Divine General 2. Moreover, the laws contained in his Tremor Punch Profound, Berserking Profound, Cutting Profound, and other profounds were faintly close to 1% of breaking the rules. He was only one step away from becoming a true omnipotent expert. It could be said that he was also a half-step omnipotent expert now. Furthermore, he was an extremely powerful half-step omnipotent expert. Other than himself, the 1000-star vine was now equivalent to a half-step omnipotent expert. Therefore, he did not feel any pressure at all when facing the 5 figures who were walking over with overwhelming auras. However, Ever since he had advanced to the half-step omnipotent expert realm, he had never met a true half-step omnipotent expert. The combined power of these 5 figures was probably about 70% of the half-step omnipotent experts. Chu Zhou felt a little itchy and decided to play with them. In the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the 5 elements divine generals rushed in front of Chu Zhou and released their domains. Moreover, the 5 domains instantly fused together to form a huge 5 elements domain. Chu Zhou did not dodge and allowed the 5 elements divine general to pull him into the 5 elements domain. When Chu Zhou entered the 5 elements domain, he seemed to have appeared in a 5-colored world. Countless metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements surged in the 5 elements domain like a 5-colored tide. At the same time, 5 invisible orders pressed down on Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou stood calmly in the middle of the 5 elements domain. When he felt the 5 types of order descend on him and begin to suppress and weaken his power, he immediately released all 8 of his domains and compressed them into a thin membrane that covered his body. Instantly, the 5 types of power of order that were suppressing him quickly disintegrated. Those 5 types of power of order were simply no match for the 8 types of power of order on his body. Moreover, he also felt that the 5 types of power of order had not truly fused into one. Instead, they had barely been pieced together. Previously, he had faintly guessed that if the 5 elements could truly fuse into one, then its might would probably reach an extremely terrifying level. In that case, even if he had 8 orders, he wouldn't be a match for him at all. However, Chu Zhou naturally did not believe that these 5 people could fuse the profound of the 5 elements. He was also a martial god and cultivated nomological profound. He knew too well the difficulty of fusing the nomological profound. Even under the same rule, the difficulty of fusing different profounds was extremely high. Not to mention that the profound of different laws had fused together. That level of difficulty was absolutely unimaginable. In particular, the profound of 5 different laws were scattered on 5 different people. Their thoughts were all inconsistent. In this situation, the possibility of successfully fusing was infinitely close to 0. At the very least, Chu Zhou felt that it was very difficult for 5 advanced tier martial gods to do it. It was precisely because of this that he allowed himself to be pulled into the 5 elements domain by the 5 elements god general. Otherwise, why would he have a death wish? After pulling Chu Zhou into the 5 elements domain, the 5 elements divine generals also attacked. First, the god of gold, whose entire body seemed to be cast from gold, attacked. He suddenly raised his hands to the sky. In an instant, the metal elements in the 5 elements domain boiled. Countless golden spikes appeared above his head, forming a dense golden forest. He suddenly pressed down with both hands, and the golden spikes that covered the sky and the earth immediately covered Chu Zhou's figure with a series of sharp whistles. The entire sky was covered by the dense golden spikes. What was even more terrifying was that there seemed to be an endless supply of golden thorns. After one piece was shot down at Chu Zhou, another piece immediately appeared in the void. Piece after piece, never ending, never stopping. Endless golden spikes enveloped Chu Zhou like waves of golden tides. Almost at the same time, the divine general of wood, who had vines wrapped around his body, made his move. The vines on his body suddenly grew and split at a terrifying speed. In the end, it formed a surging vine tide that swept towards Chu Zhou. The divine general of water with a human head and a fish body screamed and summoned a monstrous tsunami that drowned Chu Zhou. The divine general of fire wrapped in flames summoned countless huge fireballs from the sky, as if he wanted to conduct world destruction. Finally, the divine general of earth with a human head and a snake body and 6 arms shot 2 dangerous beams of yellow divine light at Chu Zhou. Facing the joint attack of the 5 elements divine generals, Chu Zhou's reaction was very calm. He stood on the spot and allowed the other party to attack. Endless golden thorns, tide-like vines, torrential floods, huge fireballs that blotted out the sky, and 2 dangerous beams of yellow divine light quickly drowned Chu Zhou's figure. As he launched all kinds of attacks, the 5 elements divine general also mobilized the order in his domain with all his might to crazily suppress and weaken Chu Zhou. However, Chu Zhou's figure was like an immovable rock. No matter how the wind, rain, and gush washed over him, he did not move. 15 minutes. 30 minutes. 3/4 of an hour. After half an hour, Chu Zhou's body did not move at all. He experienced the attacks of the 5 elements divine general over and over again and firmly imprinted that feeling in his heart, making it easier for him to comprehend the profound of the 5 elements laws in the future. It's barely 60 to 70% of the strength of a half-step omnipotent expert, but that's all. Chu Zhou imprinted that feeling in his heart and finally attacked. The overlapping domain that covered his body like a thin membrane instantly expanded and enveloped the 5 elements domain. The 8 great orders displayed their might and immediately suppressed the 5 elements order that was pieced together. The surging and boiling 5 elemental elements also disappeared. The 5 elements divine generals were all pressed to the ground. Boom 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 boom. 5 peerless and domineering fist imprints appeared in the void. Then, they pierced through the bodies of the 5 elements god generals in an instant and completely killed them. Then, 5 black holes appeared and devoured their corpses. Attribute points, 5,153,000,000, plus 400 million. Finally over 5 billion. Chu Zhou smiled when he saw that his attribute points had increased by 400 million. His total attribute points had exceeded 5 billion. The omnipotent expert realm, which was also the star realm, was within reach. With a thought, he put away the 8 domains and appeared in front of Ying Hui and the others again. When Ying Hui and the others saw the domain space disappear, they were originally prepared to celebrate capturing Chu Zhou. However, when they saw only Chu Zhou's figure appear, the 5 elements divine general completely disappeared. They were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 394, Chu Zhou, I carry out my promises. When I say I will collect the corpse, I will collect the corpse. How is this possible? Many researchers of the New Moon organization were dumbfounded when they realized that the 5 elements divine general had disappeared and that Chu Zhou was safe and sound. They knew exactly how strong RHE 5 elements divine generals were. Now, RHE 5 elements divine general had actually been killed by Chu Zhou. Didn't this mean that Chu Zhou's strength had at least reached the level of a half-step omnipotent expert? This was unbelievable. He's actually so strong. Even Ying Hui was unable to remain calm at this moment. Shock was written all over his face. Pu, pn, puv pu. Suddenly, a shadow as fast as lightning flashed past. The 5 white-robed researchers beside Ying Hui were all pierced through by a black gold vine. These researchers did not even have time to scream before they were all killed by the 1,000-star vine. The 1,000-star vine did not stop after piercing through the 5 white-robed researchers. Instead, it pierced through Ying Hui. Ying Hui's expression changed. She instantly turned into an afterimage and flew into the sky at an extremely fast speed, dodging RHE 1,000-star vine's attack. However, just as she flew into the air, she saw Chu Zhou appear in front of her expressionlessly with his arms crossed. Her entire body stiffened. I said LD collect your corpse. I always keep my word. Chu Zhou said calmly. Is that so? A strange smile appeared on Ying Hui's face. Chu Zhou, you're very strong to defeat my 5 elements divine general, but I'm not weak either. Boom. A terrifying energy pillar suddenly erupted from her body and directly broke through RHE atmosphere of Mars. Splash. 2 azure wings suddenly extended from Ying Hui's back. In an instant, the entire sky darkened. A corner of the ancient starry sky appeared with stars blinking. A vast pillar of starlight descended from the ancient starry sky and enveloped Ying Hui. Ying Hui was an advanced tier martial god. Now that she had obtained the support of the starlight pillar, her aura force kept increasing. She had actually stepped into the level of a half-step omnipotent expert. Circles of white air waves that were 100 meters tall spread out from her body like a tsunami that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The tsunami-like airwaves brought up countless red sand on the surface of the red sparks, forming rolling red waves that swept through the world. The scene was indescribably spectacular and shocking. In the underground city of Mars, many people from the New Moon organization were originally worried about Ying Hui after watching the battle through the screen. Now that they saw Ying Hui's destructive power, they were relieved. I knew it. Lord Ying Hui is the person in charge of Mars. He's extremely powerful. How can he lose to an invader? That invader killed 12 mechanical martial gods in a row, as well as Lord Ying Hui's 5 elements divine general. His strength is indeed astonishing, but Lord Ying Hui is even stronger. Many people from the New Moon organization spoke one after another. Chu Zhou was a little surprised that Ying Hui could erupt with strength comparable to a half-step omnipotent expert. However, it was only a little. He calmly looked at Ying Hui, his gaze landing on the pair of blue wings on her back. He had encountered several new moon martial artists who could use their wings. However, the wings that those people used were inherently inferior to the silver wings that they possessed after awakening the new moon bloodline. It could only be considered a poor imitation. Its power could not be compared to the real silver wing. However, from the pair of blue wings on Ying Hui's back, he felt a bloodline fluctuation that was close to silver wings. Furthermore, the blue wings on Ying Hui's back could actually resonate with the many stars in the starry sky and summon the vast power of starlight to descend to support her. It could be said that Ying Hui's blue wings already possessed 50 to 60% of silver wings' true power. How is it? Chu Zhou, the blue moon bloodline I developed isn't much inferior to your new moon bloodline, right? Ying Hui smiled smugly. The two blue wings on her back flapped slightly, and two huge starlight storms attacked Chu Zhou. Is that so? Then I'll show you the power of the new moon bloodline. Chu Zhou said calmly. With a swish, 4 5-kilometer-long silver wings instantly extended from his back. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to be covered by the 4 huge silver wings behind him. Moreover, countless ancient and profound runes continuously revolved on the 4 huge silver wings, emitting waves of incomparably noble, incomparably ancient, and incomparably majestic aura. A heavy and vast pressure instantly enveloped more than half of Mars. At this moment, nearly 1 million new moon citizens in the underground city of Mars knelt down uncontrollably under the heavy and vast pressure. When those new moon citizens saw the 4 terrifying silver wings behind Chu Zhou through the projection screen, they were all shocked. Isn't this the silver wing that our new moon organization's God race bloodline, the new moon bloodline, possesses? And, it's actually in a 4-winged state. Who is this intruder? He actually has the God race bloodline of our new moon organization. Many new moon citizens in the underground city were dumbfounded. This is a 4-winged state? Ying Hui's expression changed drastically when she saw the 4 huge silver wings that covered the sky behind Chu Zhou. As a core executive of the New Moon Organization and a sage of RHE Organization, she knew the New Moon bloodline too well. The New Moon bloodline was unique to the Su clan of the New Moon Organization. However, even if it was a descendant of the Su family, the probability of awakening the New Moon bloodline was very low. It would be good enough if there were 2 or 3 of them in a generation. Moreover, even if one also awakened the New Moon bloodline, different people would have different potential after awakening. In the Su family, a woman's awakened New Moon bloodline usually had greater potential than a man's. Even if the men of the Su family awakened their New Moon bloodline, they could only awaken their 2 wings. Only the successive holy maidens of RHE Su family had the chance to awaken the 4-winged state and even surpass the 4-winged state. Chu Zhou could be considered a descendant of the Su family, but he had actually awakened his 4-winged state. If the Su family found out, they would definitely not let Chu Zhou off. At the same time, Ying Hui also felt RHE huge difference between her blue wings and the 4 silver wings on Chu Zhou's back. The 2 blue wings on her back were completely suppressed by Chu Zhou's 4 silver wings. The corner of the starry sky in the sky was originally summoned by her, but now, the control of that corner of the starry sky was forcefully usurped by Chu Zhou. Even the stars in that corner of the starry sky had become more numerous and more brilliant. The pillar of starlight that had enveloped her instantly disappeared. Then, an even more vast and majestic pillar of starlight descended from the sky and enveloped Chu Zhou. So the blue moon bloodline that I developed was completely suppressed and restrained by the true new moon bloodline. Feeling that her Lan Yu bloodline was completely suppressed, Ying Hui's expression instantly became as gloomy as water. At this moment, Chu Zhou's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. The next moment, Chu Zhou appeared in front of Ying Hui, and one of his hands had already pierced through her chest. Ying Hui instantly felt all the strength in her body being sucked out. How is it? I'm not bad, right? I mean what I say. I'll collect your corpse if I say so. Chu Zhou smiled at Ying Hui. Ying Hui looked down at the arm that had pierced through her chest and felt her internal organs and brain that had almost been completely destroyed. She looked up and stretched out her fingers with difficulty to push up her gold-rimmed glasses before saying to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, I know where your mother is being held. I want to make a deal with you. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you where your mother is being held. Even though her injuries were extremely serious and could even be said to be on the verge of death, Ying Hui was still very calm. She wanted to make a deal with Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou's pupils constricted when he heard Ying Hui's words. Even his mind was in a mess. This was the first time he had heard news about his mother from an outsider. He already knew that his mother was the previous holy maiden of the New Moon organization, Suluan Feng. He also knew that his mother had betrayed the New Moon organization for his father and would definitely be severely punished by the New Moon organization. If the New Moon organization did not directly execute his mother, then it was indeed very likely that she was imprisoned in an extremely hidden place. As a core senior executive of the New Moon organization, it was indeed possible for Ying Hui to know where her mother was being held. However, Chu Zhou did not believe a word Ying Hui said. If Ying Hui lied to him and set a trap for him, and he foolishly entered the trap, it would be no different from tempting fate. Secondly, even if Ying Hui did not tell him, as long as he was strong enough, he would be able to find the answer. Moreover, the speed at which he became stronger was also fast enough. He could become an omnipotent expert at any time. Furthermore, he could continue to become stronger. He believed that he could rely on his own strength to find and save his mother. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your deal." As Chu Zhou spoke indifferently, a surging energy gradually surged out of his arm and spread towards Ying Hui's seriously injured body. "Chu Zhou, don't you want to save your mother?" Feeling RHE surging energy in Chu Zhou's hand, Ying Hui hurriedly shouted. She was originally very confident in this transaction. However, she did not expect Chu Zhou to reject the deal. "I will naturally save my mother, but I don't need your help. You should just die," Chu Zhou said coldly. The energy flowing out of his arm became even more turbulent. Instantly, all the cells and spiritual consciousness in Ying Hui's body were almost instantly destroyed. Countless cracks that emitted strong light appeared on her skin. However, at this moment, she calmed down instead. It was as if she did not care about her life or death at all. She even smiled at Chu Zhou. "What a calm, cold, and perfect man. I originally wanted to use your mother's news to kill you, but I didn't expect you to not fall for it. But, we'll meet again in the future." With that, countless intense lights emerged from the dense cracks on her body. Her entire body exploded into a bloody mist in the strong light. A black hole appeared and instantly swallowed the blood mist that had yet to disperse. After Chu Zhou killed Ying Hui, he was not too happy. He was thinking about what he had said at the end. "We'll meet again in the future." Could it be that Ying Hui's body was also a clone like the one Meng Qian had used? However, it didn't matter. As long as he became an omnipotent expert, all enemies and obstacles would no longer matter. Chapter 395, I'll shoulder all the sins. Attribute points, 5,233,000,000, plus 80 million. Looking at his attribute board, his attribute points increased by 80 million again. Chu Zhou was in a good mood. Swoosh! The 1000-star vine returned to Chu Zhou's side with a string of researchers' corpses. These researchers' strength was average, only around the King Realm expert level. To the current Chu Zhou, the attribute points he could obtain by devouring a King Realm expert were already nothing. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. With a thought, he swallowed the 5 King Realm experts' corpses. Then, he looked at the restless 1000-star vine and said, "Go and devour the metal matter you need for evolution on this planet." As soon as he finished speaking, the 1000-star vine turned into an afterimage and burrowed into the earth below. "I hope that the 1000-star vine can directly become an omnipotent expert this time." He looked at the disappearing 1000-star vine and was filled with anticipation. Then, with a flash, he appeared in front of a passageway that led deep underground and flew in. He spent a lot of effort to kill Ying Hui and the others. It also reaped a wave of results. Now it was time to harvest the second wave of results. Soon, Chu Zhou appeared above an underground city that was filled with science fiction. It was a huge underground city, densely packed with steel and glass buildings. On every floor of each building, there was a small botanical garden. Countless flying cars shuttled back and forth between the buildings. Robotic police were patrolling the streets. However, the underground city, which was filled with science fiction, was now in chaos and panic. The entire city was in chaos. When Chu Zhou appeared above the city, the panic in the city reached its peak. Countless people were fleeing in panic, searching for a safe place to hide. Some people even shouted, "The invaders are going to massacre the city." Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, densely packed tracking missiles flew towards Chu Zhou from the depths of the city. Beams of energy also shot towards Chu Zhou. In addition, dozens of King Realm experts led a dense army of martial artists and robots to attack Chu Zhou. Ants trying to shake a tree. Chu Zhou said indifferently as his body trembled. In an instant, a formless repulsive force that could topple mountains and overturn seas erupted from his body. The sky above the entire city shook violently. A huge amount of air, under the effect of the invisible repulsive force that could topple mountains and overturn seas, formed a white air wave that was 100 meters tall. Like a tsunami, it instantly swept through the entire city. All the tracking missiles and energy beams exploded under the terrifying repulsive force, turning into balls of dazzling flames. Dozens of King Realm experts, the dense army of martial artists, and the mechanical army were also crushed and exploded under the overwhelming repulsive force. For a moment, the entire city was covered in a rain of blood and mechanical parts. A total of 6 black holes appeared in the sky above the city, devouring all the King Realm experts and martial artist corpses. Attribute points, 5,463,000,000, plus 230 million. Chu Zhou was in a good mood after harvesting another wave of attribute points. Meanwhile, the entire underground city fell completely silent. Everyone trembled as they looked at Chu Zhou's figure. Fortunately, it was as if he was looking at a peerless killing god that had descended from another world. Chu Zhou released his immense mental strength expressionlessly and enveloped the entire underground city. Almost instantly, all the remaining martial artists in this city were exposed to his mental will. Strands of spiritual consciousness suddenly transformed into invisible spiritual thorns that pierced through the brains of all the remaining martial artists in this city. In an instant, all the remaining martial artists in this city died from headshots. A huge black hole floated above the city. The corpses of all the martial artists slowly floated up and flew towards the black hole. In the underground city, the remaining citizens of the New Moon organization looked at Chu Zhou in extreme fear and hatred when they saw this scene. Demon. Executioner. Cold-blooded butcher. Many citizens of the New Moon organization cursed and resented Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou did not react. He watched everything expressionlessly. He knew that what he had done today was a little cruel. However, those who were not of the same race would definitely have different intentions. The New Moon organization was destined to be the enemy of the human alliance. There was no possibility of relief. In other words, if the martial artists here did not die, when the New Moon organization wanted to completely harvest the human alliance in the future, the martial artists here would raise their butcher knives and slash at everyone in the human alliance, including the ordinary people of the human alliance. This was not a guess. It was almost inevitable. In history, many ancient human civilizations had been completely destroyed by the New Moon organization. Moreover, it was the extermination of a clan. Instead of letting more people from the human alliance die in the future, Chu Zhou would rather destroy these New Moon martial artists now. I shoulder all the sins. Chu Zhou muttered to himself, his heart as hard as ice. He continued to activate his spiritual consciousness and invaded the memories of many citizens to find the location of Ying Hui's laboratory. He turned into an after-image and flew towards the laboratory. Soon, he appeared in an extremely large laboratory with many high-tech equipment. As soon as he entered the laboratory, his expression was extremely furious. In this laboratory, there were at least 2,000 glass containers filled with light blue liquid. In every glass container was the corpse of a human martial artist. Furthermore, many of the corpses had been dissected and were incomplete. At the same time, many high-tech equipment that Chu Zhou had never seen before in the laboratory were also activated, as if they were reading the data of many corpses. Ying Hui, it's best if you're still alive. I really want to kill you 10,000 times. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as killing intent surged in his heart. Attribute board, hack and plunder all the data, information and knowledge in this city's network and database. He walked to a computer-like device that was running and placed his palm on it. Ever since the last time the attribute board hacked into Earth's network and copied all the information and knowledge on Earth's network, Chu Zhou knew about this function of the attribute board. Now, he wanted to take the initiative to let the attribute board hack and plunder the data, information and knowledge in the many technological equipment and networks of this underground city. Moreover, he also let the attribute board destroy all the data, information and knowledge after achieving its goal. Soon, Chu Zhou felt his attribute board tremble. A huge torrent of information quickly spread from his palm to the operating device in front of him. Then, with lightning speed, it quickly spread to the entire laboratory's equipment and the entire underground city's network. Countless data, information, and knowledge were replicated and plundered in an instant. A moment later, an even larger torrent of information returned to his attribute board. A lot of organized knowledge, technology, information, and so on appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. At the same time, the internet in the entire underground city suddenly stopped functioning. All the information contained in it had now become blank. Many New Moon citizens who were immersed in fear and hatred discovered the changes in the internet. They vaguely knew that something big had happened. But now, they did not know if they could live until tomorrow. They did not care much about the changes on the internet. New Moon martial arts knowledge, human transformation knowledge, genetic evolution knowledge, mechanical martial artist crafting knowledge, weapon and equipment knowledge, biochip knowledge, and so on. At this moment, many precious knowledge clearly appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. This knowledge could be said to be priceless. It was extremely useful for the development of a civilization. Chu Zhou took a rough look and was pleasantly surprised. Even though this kind of knowledge could not directly increase his strength, it could broaden his horizons, increase his foundation and accumulation, and also increase his wisdom. It would be extremely useful for his future cultivation. Moreover, if this knowledge was handed over to the Human Alliance, it could greatly promote the development of the Human Alliance. Chu Zhou was a grateful person. When he was in danger, be it the 3 martial arts schools or the Human Alliance, they did their best to help him. Now that he had a chance to repay the Human Alliance, he naturally would not miss it. He was prepared to make a copy of all this knowledge and hand it over to the Human Alliance. These high-tech equipment are also something that the Human Alliance doesn't have. Take them all away. With a thought, he stored all the high-tech equipment in the laboratory into his internal space. Then, with a thought, he summoned a vast expanse of sun gold fire that drowned the entire laboratory. He sighed as he watched the human corpses turn into ashes in the sun golden fire. That was all he could do for these human martial artists. Then, he went to Ying Hui's villa and took away all her treasures. It fully explained what it meant to scrape the ground 3 feet. Not only that, the underground city was too big. There was a lot of high-tech equipment that he could not take away. Therefore, he simply destroyed them all. In any case, he would try his best to take whatever good things he could. If he couldn't continue to leave them for the New Moon organization. By the time he was done, more than half a day had passed. However, Chu Zhou still did not leave. He silently sat cross-legged in the sky above the city. Attribute points, 5,960,000,000, plus 497,000,000. After devouring all the martial artists in this city, his attribute points increased by 497 million, reaching a total of 5,960 million. Chu Zhou glanced at the attribute board indifferently and ignored it. Now, it's time to become an omnipotent expert. The New Moon citizens in the underground city were all ordinary people. Moreover, the entire city's weapons system had been destroyed by him. Therefore, he boldly chose to break through in the sky above the city without worrying about being disturbed. Improve the tremor punch profound. He gave an order to his attribute board. Chapter 396, Advancing to Omnipotent Expert Realm. Improve the tremor punch profound. With a thought, Chu Zhou gave this order to the attribute board. In the next moment, his attribute board vibrated violently. Countless messages flashed crazily. Chu Zhou's thoughts were also pushed by the strange power of the attribute board. All kinds of profundities regarding the tremor punch profound appeared. A quake meant a quake. Fist represented strength. Tremor punch was the power of vibration. The power of the vibration contained a shocking destructive power. The stronger the vibration, the more destructive it was. Only by causing destruction would one be able to break the rules. At this moment, countless mysteries regarding the tremor punch and the destruction of rules surfaced in Chu Zhou's mind. It made his understanding of the tremor punch profound and breaking the rules deepen. Almost at the same time, a supreme power suddenly descended and enveloped Chu Zhou's body, causing the space around him to distort. With the help of this mighty force, his comprehension of the tremor punch profound and the rules of destruction became faster and faster. At a certain moment, his body shook, and a terrifying vibrational power suddenly spread out from his body. In an instant, countless white cracks appeared in the sky above the city, like broken glass. Name, Chu Zhou, Advanced Tier Martial God. Attribute points, 960 million. Rule Breaker, greater than 1%, less than 10%, Tremor Punch Profound Large Mastery, Berserking Profound Lesser Mastery, Cutting Blade Profound Lesser Mastery. He had mastered the profound of the Tremor Punch. Moreover, his comprehension of breaking the rules had exceeded 1%. My comprehension of breaking the natural order has finally reached 1%. Next, it's time to condense a nomological star. Chu Zhou forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. He calmed himself down slowly. Then, according to the method taught to him by the dragon, he began to condense the nomological stars and slowly gathered the power of the Tremor Punch Profound, Berserking Profound, and Cutting Profound in his mind. He silently experienced the different aspects of breaking the rules contained in these three profounds. Vaguely, he seemed to see a terrifying law that contained the profundities of vibration, berserking, and cutting, lying in the depths of the dark space. Coming. Chu Zhou naturally had a feeling in his heart. He could clearly feel that he had crossed a certain boundary, the boundary between a martial god and a star realm. He opened his eyes and looked up. Wang! A huge and soul-shaking power suddenly descended. This power was even greater than the mighty force that had descended on Chu Zhou. It completely covered his body and even his soul. That's scary. Chu Zhou could sense that vast, boundless, and ancient strange power. He knew that this should be the universe resistance that the dragon was talking about. In front of it, Chu Zhou felt like an ant. The universe resistance is too powerful. Chu Zhou was extremely shocked. The terrifying universe resistance descended, and all the new moon citizens in the underground city instinctively prostrate themselves. Their minds were completely blank. They instinctively prostrate themselves in fear and reverence, but their thoughts seemed to have stagnated. They could not enter a state of thought at all, and they even lost their ability to remember. This level of power was not something they could touch. Even if they came into contact with it, their thoughts would stagnate, and would have no idea what they had experienced. Their bodies, however, instinctively prostrate and worshipped. At this moment, Chu Zhou didn't need to do anything. A special power directly entered Chu Zhou's mind and enveloped his soul. At this moment, all the mysteries of Chu Zhou's soul were seen through. The Tremor Punch Profound, Berserking Profound, and Cutting Profound that he had comprehended were naturally seen through by this special power. Wang Wang! In Chu Zhou's mind, a ball of power that contained the aura of laws began to condense. At the same time, the power to destroy laws surged out from the depths of space and time and entered Chu Zhou's body. Finally, a miniature star condensed in Chu Zhou's mind. This is a nomological star. The moment he saw the satellite star, Chu Zhou naturally understood all the information about it. Finally, I've advanced to the omnipotent expert realm, which is also the star realm. A smile appeared on Chu Zhou's face. At this moment, he naturally received a piece of information from his soul. He can mobilize the power to break the rules and temper his body and soul. With a thought. Boom! The rule star in his mind shook slightly. In an instant, the destructive rule power that permeated the universe surged over like a surging black tide, drowning his body. Soon, his soul and body underwent a shocking transformation under the tempering of the law destruction. His soul had been strengthened 3 to 4 times in this short period of time. Furthermore, his soul also possessed the characteristics of breaking the rules. In the future, not only would his soul be even more difficult to destroy, moreover, every wisp of spiritual consciousness carried some power to break the rules, making the power of his mental attack even more terrifying. Similarly, his already powerful physical body had also transformed to a completely new level. Is this what it means to be an omnipotent expert? Powerful, too powerful. Chu Zhou looked down at the underground city below. He felt that as long as he wanted to, he could turn the entire underground city into ruins in an instant. The current him was more than 100 times stronger than before he became an omnipotent expert. The so-called half-step omnipotent expert was just a joke in front of a true omnipotent expert like him. Not long after Chu Zhou advanced, he also felt a terrifying cosmic fluctuation coming from outside. Could it be that the 1000-star vine has also successfully become an omnipotent expert? He was overjoyed. With a flash, he tore through the air and disappeared above the underground city. In the underground city, the the citizens who were prostrating on the ground woke up with blank expressions on their faces. They had no idea why they were prostrating on the ground, nor did they have any memories of what happened just now. When Chu Zhou appeared in the sky above Mars, he saw a black gold vine that was 100 kilometers long. It swam wantonly in the void, stirring up terrifying energy storms. The huge black gold vine inadvertently swept across a mountain range. In an instant, the mountain range that was 500 to 600 miles long turned into ashes. Good, this is great. The 1000-star vine has also successfully advanced to the star realm. Sensing the nomological fluctuations emitted by the 1000-star vine, Chu Zhou knew that the 1000-star vine had also advanced to the star realm. He could not help but be overjoyed. This Mars is really my blessed land. Chu Zhou sighed deeply and waved at the 1000-star vine. In an instant, the 1000-star vine flew to his side at lightning speed and wrapped around his body before slowly fusing into it. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky. 3 spherical spaceships broke through the clouds. Then, before the 3 spherical spaceships landed on the ground, 3 murderous figures rushed out of one spaceship. Shockingly, the terrifying fluctuations of a half-step omnipotent expert permeated from these 3 people. Chu Zhou, how dare you invade Mars controlled by our new moon organization? You're courting death. Chu Zhou, we were still thinking about how to get rid of you on Earth. I didn't expect you to be tempting fate. What will happen to Ying Hui? Let me tell you, if Ying Hui dies, you will wish you were dead. The moment these 3 half-step omnipotent experts appeared, they charged towards Chu Zhou aggressively. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned and immediately understood. Just as he was dealing with Ying Hui and the others, someone in the underground city had probably sent the news of his invasion to the headquarters of the New Moon Organization. These 3 half-step omnipotent experts of the New Moon Organization had probably rushed over to support and suppress him as soon as they received the news. Ying Hui? She might be dead, she might not be dead. But whatever the outcome, you're too late. Chu Zhou said calmly. If these 3 people had arrived earlier, it might have been a little troublesome. But now? They were scum. He casually stretched out his hand and grabbed it. In an instant, a huge and boundless palm phantom enveloped the 3 half-step omnipotent experts. Terrifying destructive power of laws seeped out from that palm phantom. The void began to distort and collapse crazily. Terrifying destructive power wreaked havoc within it. Bang! 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 The 3 half-step omnipotent experts did not even have time to scream before they instantly turned into 3 balls of blood mist and were devoured by a black hole in the center of the palm phantom. This is the power of an omnipotent expert. Chu Zhou sighed deeply. Then, he took out the triangular fighter jet from his internal space and flew out of Mars on it. Chapter 397, New Moon Bloodline Advances to 6-Winged. At Venus Base City, the New Moon citizen Ma Qi and his companions walked on the streets in boredom. I'm so envious of those who can go to Earth to carry out missions. They can easily obtain a large number of merit points. That's right. Humans on Earth are like chives that can be harvested at will by our New Moon organization. In history, our New Moon organization has done this countless times. It's not difficult at all. Unfortunately, our levels are too low and we're not strong enough. We're not qualified to go to Earth to carry out missions. Ma Qi listened to his companion's words with a hint of yearning in his eyes. He could easily obtain a large number of merit points by going to Earth to carry out missions. Moreover, the greater the merit, the more merit. In the New Moon organization, merit points were extremely important. Basically, all the resources of the New Moon organization could be exchanged with merit points. Ma Qi also wanted to go to Earth to carry out the missions of the organization and earn merit points. In this way, he could use his merit points to exchange for a large number of cultivation resources to become stronger as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough and was not qualified to go to Earth to carry out a mission. Suddenly, a huge shadow descended. Puzzled, Ma Qi raised his head and immediately realized that in the sky above the city, a figure carrying 4 silver wings that blotted out the sun had appeared out of nowhere. Has the Lord of the Holy Race descended? Ma Qi was shocked. His companions also sensed that something was wrong. When they looked up and saw a figure with 4 silver wings that covered the sky, their reaction was the same as Ma Qi's. They thought that a Lord of the Holy Race had descended. In the New Moon organization, everyone knew that only people from the holy race could awaken the true new moon bloodline and awaken Silver Wing, who was known as the Wings of Stars. Now, the figure in the sky was carrying 4 silver wings that covered the sky. If it wasn't the Lord of the holy race, who else could it be? Ma Chi and the others weren't the only ones who noticed the figure in the sky. In this city, almost all the citizens of New Moon City discovered the figure that looked like a god or a devil. Some people even knelt down and worshipped the figure with 4 wings on its back. Suddenly, wang! The void trembled, and a substantial spiritual pressure pressed down like a mountain, enveloping the entire Venus-based city. This spiritual pressure was too terrifying. The void seemed to be unable to withstand it as a large area of distortion appeared. Almost instantly, Ma Chi felt as if his head had been hit by a heavy mace. An unbearable pain surged from the depths of his brain. All! He could not help but scream. He held his head in his hands and knelt on the ground. What's going on? Why would the lords of the holy race attack us? Ma Chi's heart was filled with confusion. Under the stimulation of the bone-piercing pain in his mind, his vision became blurry. He could only vaguely see that his companions had also knelt down. No, almost everyone on the long street knelt down. Human Chu Zhou, why are you here? Ma Chi vaguely heard such an angry roar. He struggled to raise his head, fighting the headache. He looked at the sky and tried to clear his blurry vision. Immediately, he vaguely saw figures with torrential flames flying up from various parts of the city and rushing towards the figure with 4 wings on its back. He was just an ordinary New Moon citizen and a low-level member of the New Moon organization. He didn't know most of the experts in this base city. However, he recognized the figure who led the experts into the sky. It was the highest-ranking person in charge of the base city, Lord Su Sheng. Other than Lord Su Sheng, he also vaguely recognized the other martial gods. Why did the Lord of the Holy Race attack us? Why did Lord Su Sheng lead everyone to deal with the Lord of the Holy Race? At this moment, Ma Chi felt a sharp pain in his head, and his thoughts were a little sluggish as he thought in a daze. Vaguely, he felt that the name Lord Su Sheng called out was somewhat familiar. At this moment, he saw an incomparably terrifying scene. The terrifying figure with 4 wings on its back slowly stretched out a hand, opened its 5 fingers, and suddenly clenched them. In an instant, Lord Su Sheng, the few martial gods, and all the experts who rushed into the sky were all squeezed into blood. At this moment, Ma Chi's mind went blank. His scalp went numb, and his body trembled instinctively. His body secreted sweat crazily, dyeing his clothes wet. Then, he vaguely saw a horrifying scene. Many people on the street suddenly had their heads exploded. Not far from him, the heads of a few powerful martial artists in silver cloaks suddenly exploded also. Scarlet blood even splattered at his feet. Am I going to die? Ma Chi thought in fear. However, he did not die. His companions who were kneeling on the ground beside him were not dead either. He did not know why he and his companions did not die. His heart was filled with fear, and he did not have the energy to think about anything else. He only saw a huge black hole appear in the sky above the city. Then, corpses floated up and flew towards the black hole before being devoured by it. Vaguely, he saw the terrifying figure with 4 wings flying towards a secret building in the center of the base city. A moment later, the figure soared into the sky and completely disappeared from his sight. At the same time, the mental pressure that enveloped the entire city disappeared, and so did the huge black hole. Ma Chi collapsed to the ground and took in deep breaths of air, slowly recovering from the suffocating feeling. However, there was still deep fear in his eyes. It was the same for his companions. Lord Su Sheng is dead. The martial gods guarding our base city are also dead. There are so many experts, but all of them are dead. It seems that we survived because we are not strong enough. Yeah, we survived because we weren't strong enough. Su Sheng's companions trembled at this moment, and their faces turned pale. Ma Chi smiled bitterly. He had also noticed that the people who died on the long street were all strong people, while weak people like them had survived. Suddenly, he remembered who Lord Su Sheng had shouted before he died. Chu Zhou. Isn't this the most terrifying genius in the human alliance on Earth? He actually appeared in our Venus base city and killed all our experts. Even Lord Su Sheng was killed by him. Has his strength already reached this level? Ma Chi finally remembered Chu Zhou's identity. He was extremely shocked by this. In the sky of Mars, Attribute points, 3,730,000,000, plus 500 million. Chu Zhou looked at his attribute board and saw that he had gained another 500 million attribute points. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. After leaving Mars, he visited Saturn, Jupiter, Mercury, Uranus, Neptune, Venus, and the other 6 planets at his fastest speed. He ended with Venus. Even though the powerhouses of these 6 planets were far inferior to Mars in terms of mass and quantity, it still contributed a large number of contribution points to him. His total attribute points reached 3,730,000,000. Upgrading the nomological profound requires too many attribute points. Even a low-level profound requires about 1 billion points from beginner to lesser mastery. It requires 5 billion points from lesser mastery to large mastery and 10 billion points from large mastery to perfection. As for the increase in intermediate and advanced level profound, the attribute points consumed are even more terrifying. 3,730,000,000 attribute points. It looks like a lot, but in fact, it's still unable to raise any of my profound from lesser mastery to large mastery. At this moment, Chu Zhou suddenly felt the barnidity of the solar system. The solar system consisted mainly of the Sun, 8 planets, numerous dwarf planets and asteroids, and countless smaller celestial bodies. However, the only planets with life were Earth, the Moon, Mars, and the other 7 planets occupied by the New Moon organization. However, the life force of the New Moon organization was far inferior to that of Earth. It was not even 1,000th of the life force on Earth. Therefore, it could be said that life in the solar system was basically concentrated on Earth. Chu Zhou could obtain attribute points by devouring powerful life. The stronger the life form, the more attribute points he would obtain after devouring it. On the other hand, if it was too weak, the attribute points after he devoured it would be almost negligible. There were too few planetary life forms in the solar system. Even martial gods were few in number. With his current situation, he could probably devour all the life in the entire solar system. It was probably far from being able to raise all the profounds he had grasped to the large mastery realm. It was because of this that he suddenly felt that the solar system was barren. Looks like I have to find other ways to obtain attribute points in the future. Let's see if I can find one. Other than devouring flesh and blood, I can also obtain attribute points through other methods. He muttered to himself and looked at the attribute board again. He pulled up the information about the New Moon bloodline that he had not paid attention to for a long time. New Moon bloodline, wings 100%, upgradable. Even though I've embarked on the path of laws and ordinary bloodline powers are no longer of much help to me, the increase in strength from the New Moon bloodline is still very considerable. Moreover, the New Moon bloodline can actually give birth to abilities like internal space and instant flash. It must be related to space. The New Moon bloodline is not simple. It's worth continuing to improve. Thinking that his current attribute points were not enough to increase his profound, he decided to use them to increase his New Moon bloodline. Improve my New Moon bloodline. Chu Zhou thought. The next moment, the 4 silver wings that covered the sky behind him automatically extended. Countless mysterious, ancient, and noble runes spun on the 4 huge silver wings. An extremely ancient and primitive powerful bloodline in his body boiled violently at this moment, emitting terrifying fluctuations. The entire sky of Venus turned completely dark. Endless dazzling stars appeared. Boom! A terrifying pillar of starlight that was 100 miles long suddenly descended from the depths of the ancient starry sky and enveloped Chu Zhou's body. Splash! A pair of brand new silver wings suddenly extended from his back. Moreover, this pair of brand new silver wings and the other 4 silver wings were all growing. In the end, the 6 silver wings were 100 miles long. Chapter 398, Awakening the Path of the Space Law. In the sky above Mars, Chu Zhou's figure stood tall in the void. He carried 6 huge silver wings that were more than 50 kilometers long on his back. Terrifying energy storms whistled out of his body. However, at this moment, Chu Zhou's attention was on his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, Star Realm. Attribute points, 2,730,000,000. Rule Breaker, greater than 1%, less than 10%, Tremor Punch Profound Large Mastery, Berserking Profound Lesser Mastery, Cutting Blade Profound Lesser Mastery. Space Law, less than 0.01%, Dimensional Space Profound Beginner, Space Leap Beginner, Space Shield Beginner. Repulsion law, less than 0.01%, profound meaning of repulsion, beginner. Gravity law, less than 0.01%, black hole profound beginner. Fire law, less than 0.01%, incinerating fire profound lesser mastery. Water law, less than 0.01%, rainstorm profound lesser mastery. Soul law, less than 0.01%, initial mastery of the 9 levels of hell profound. New moon bloodline, 6-winged. The information on the attribute board changed drastically again. Among the many paths of laws, there was an extra path of spatial laws. The appearance of this spatial law path was automatically awakened by Chu Zhou's new moon bloodline after advancing to the 6-winged state. At this moment, a large amount of information about dimensional space, space leap, and space shield appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. Ha ha ha, my guess was right. The new moon bloodline is related to space. Chu Zhou was extremely surprised to see the appearance of the spatial law path. After all, the rules of space were too special. This was definitely one of the most mysterious and powerful rules. If he could completely control the spatial laws, then even if the universe was infinitely vast, he could go wherever he wanted. He could probably cross the Milky Way with one thought. In short, the spatial laws were incomparably powerful in terms of killing enemies and speed. It could be said that after his new moon bloodline advanced to the 6-winged state, he had awakened the path of spatial laws. This was definitely a huge profit. Dimensional space profound should be sublimated from the spatial ability of the internal space. Space transition should be sublimated from instant flash. As for the space shield, it's completely a newly awakened profound. As Chu Zhou muttered to himself, he silently comprehended the various spatial mysteries that had appeared in his heart. After reaching the beginner stage of dimensional space technique, he could also open up a dimensional space in the void. However, other than the internal space that he had awakened long ago, the dimensional space he had opened up now was not stable. It could only last for a minute at most before it automatically collapsed. However, this was already a very powerful ability. In times of crisis, he could temporarily open up a dimensional space and hide inside. Perhaps he could avoid a calamity because of this. Moreover, his dimensional space profound had just reached the beginner stage, and his strength was only at the star realm. The dimensional space he had opened could not be maintained for a long time. However, as his comprehension of the dimensional space profound deepened and his strength became stronger, the duration of the dimensional space he opened became longer and longer. The space leap profound surprised Chu Zhou even more. This profound was sublimated from the instant flash. The number of times he could use instant flash was limited every day. Moreover, the distance of instant flash was also limited, but this did not apply to space leap. Not only was the maximum distance of each leap far longer than instant flash, moreover, there was no limit to the number of times it could be used. Of course, during space leap, he also had to consume energy. The longer the distance and the more times he warped, the more energy he would consume. Chu Zhou would only know the exact situation after testing it himself. However, no matter what, space leap was much more terrifying than instant flash. As for the space shield profound, it was very easy to understand. He could mobilize the power of space and condense a space shield to block the enemy's attack. This gave him another incomparably powerful defensive method. However, even though the space rule is powerful, it's difficult to improve it. Dimensional space, space leap, space shield, and the other 3 profounds are all intermediate stage profounds. The attribute points needed to upgrade them are far more than when you upgrade the tremor punch profound. These 3 profundities are estimated to cost 10 billion from beginner to lesser mastery. From lesser mastery to large mastery, it's estimated to cost 50 billion alliance dollars. From large mastery to perfection, it's even more shocking. It's estimated to cost 100 billion alliance dollars. Chu Zhou roughly estimated the attribute points needed to increase the 3 space intent according to the feedback on his attribute board. Then, his face darkened. Any one of these 3-dimensional space intent would require around 160 billion attribute points to be upgraded to perfection. To the current him, this was simply an astronomical figure. Even if he devoured all the living beings in the solar system, he probably wouldn't have so many attribute points. I have the attribute board. It's so difficult to comprehend the nomological profound. As for other living beings, it's probably even harder than ascending to the heavens. He muttered. He was still very happy. No matter how difficult it was to cultivate spatial laws, one could not deny the power of spatial laws. Even if the 3 space profundities were only at the beginner stage, it was enough to greatly increase his combat strength. The new moon bloodline is indeed not simple. Just advancing to the 6-winged state allowed me to awaken 3 types of space profundities. If I continue to improve, will it allow me to awaken more space profundities? Chu Zhou was suddenly filled with anticipation for the new moon bloodline. Unfortunately, he only had 2,730,000,000 attribute points now. It was not enough to upgrade his new moon bloodline to the 8-winged state. As expected, I still have to think of a way to get more attribute points. He let out a long sigh and thought to himself that he had so many rich people on him. He reckoned that he would have to work hard for the rest of his life. Suddenly, a terrifying spiritual fluctuation came from the atmosphere of Mars. A huge human face that was hundreds of miles long suddenly appeared in the atmosphere. The huge human face looked coldly at Chu Zhou below and said, "Die." In an instant, a possible fluctuation pierced through the void and blasted towards Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou knew the moment the huge face appeared. From the traces of star realm power fluctuations emitted from that human face, he knew that the omnipotent experts of the New Moon organization had charged over. It was obvious that what he had done on Mars and the other 7 planets had been discovered by the omnipotent experts of the New Moon organization. Furthermore, an omnipotent expert had personally come to kill him. However, this omnipotent expert might be afraid that he would escape. Before his true body arrived, he activated his spiritual consciousness and condensed a huge human face, wanting to kill him. If Chu Zhou was only a martial god, even if Chu Zhou was a half-step omnipotent expert, he would probably be doomed facing the attack of the huge human face. However, he was also an omnipotent expert now. Why would he be afraid of that huge human face? "You want to kill me? You're not qualified." Chu Zhou sneered and threw a punch. A terrifying fist imprint that was filled with destructive law fluctuations destroyed the incoming attack. Then, with a loud bang, it shattered the huge face. Even the Martian atmosphere was blasted into a hole hundreds of kilometers wide. The New Moon organization has more than one omnipotent expert. Once we're surrounded, it'll be troublesome. Looks like it's time to return to Earth. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou used Space Leap and disappeared into thin air. 5 minutes later, an old man with silver hair and sharp eyes appeared above Venus. "I didn't expect this evil creature to become an omnipotent expert so quickly. Furthermore, his new moon bloodline has awakened a 6-winged state. How troublesome! Has another demonic human been born?" The silver-haired elder muttered to himself and instantly disappeared, returning to the moon. As for Venus Base City, which had suffered heavy casualties, he did not pay much attention to it. For an omnipotent expert like him and their new moon organization, even if the bases of the 7 planets were all destroyed by Chu Zhou, they could afford to lose them. Compared to the losses on the 7 planets, he valued Chu Zhou's growth more. Now that Chu Zhou had actually become an omnipotent expert, the silver-haired elder had no choice but to be on high alert. He had to return to the base camp of the New Moon organization as soon as possible and discuss with the other omnipotent experts of the New Moon organization how to deal with Chu Zhou. After mastering the Space Leap Profound, Chu Zhou returned to the Guangdong base city on Earth in less than an hour. He knew that becoming an omnipotent expert meant a lot to the 3 martial arts schools and the Human Alliance. Moreover, he had already been discovered by the last omnipotent expert of the New Moon organization. There was no point in hiding it anymore. Therefore, he directly contacted Dragon and told it the news of him becoming an omnipotent expert. "What? You've successfully become an omnipotent expert?" When Dragon received Chu Zhou's call, he was stunned. He remembered that Chu Zhou had just advanced to martial god not long ago. Originally, he thought that no matter how monstrous Chu Zhou was, it would take at least 4 to 5 years for him to cultivate the martial god realm to perfection. Then, he would accumulate for another 2 to 3 years before attempting to break through to the omnipotent expert realm. Moreover, even if he tried to break through to the omnipotent expert realm, he might not necessarily succeed. It was already very good if the success rate was 50%. But how long has it been? In less than half a year, Chu Zhou had actually successfully become an omnipotent expert. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Wasn't it very difficult to comprehend the nomological profound? How could Chu Zhou be so fast? Dragon was filled with confusion. A moment later, he said to Chu Zhou, "Wait for me at the headquarters of the Battleaxe Martial Arts School in Guangdong Base City. I'll go look for you immediately." After ending the call with Dragon, Chu Zhou thought about it and decided to send a message to Dongfang Mingzhu, Big Sister Saber, Yang Zhenzhen, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, Tang Yuanqing, Nai Ying, Du Gulan, Xia Meng, and the others, saying that he had advanced to the omnipotent expert realm. Dongfang Mingzhu and the others were dumbfounded when they received Chu Zhou's message. All of them were so shocked that they were speechless. Then, they couldn't wait to leave and look for Chu Zhou. Chapter 399, The Three Omnipotent Experts Descend. Guangdong Base City, Battleaxe Martial Arts School. At Chu Zhou's house, Tang Yuanqing and Nai Ying, who also lived in the Battleaxe Martial Arts School, rushed to Chu Zhou's house immediately. At this moment, Chu Zhou was sitting leisurely on the sofa, sipping on a cup of tea. "Chu Zhou, have you really become an omnipotent expert?" Tang Yuanqing stared at Chu Zhou and asked impatiently. Nai Ying also looked at Chu Zhou without blinking. Chu Zhou smiled and did not say anything. He only released a trace of the aura of a nomological star. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended. Tang Yuanqing and Nai Ying felt suffocated. Facing that terrifying pressure, they felt like they had become insignificant ants. They had only felt such a terrifying pressure from the three omnipotent experts. They finally confirmed that Chu Zhou had indeed become an omnipotent expert. However, this result was too shocking. "I thought that you might become an omnipotent expert in the future, but I didn't expect you to become an omnipotent expert so quickly." It was so fast that people were caught off guard. Tang Yuanqing's expression changed and he was deeply shocked. "It's indeed too fast." Nai Ying also lamented. They had watched Chu Zhou grow up with their own eyes. From awakening realm martial artists to extraordinary realm martial artists, to control realm martial artists, to boundary realm martial artists, to king realm experts, to martial gods, to omnipotent experts. Actually, every step he took was very fast. However, the advancement speed of a king realm expert was not that conspicuous. However, from king realm expert to martial god, and then from martial god to omnipotent expert, these two steps were particularly conspicuous. Especially when he saw Chu Zhou advance from martial god to omnipotent expert in less than half a year. This made Tang Yuanqing and Nai Ying feel like they were dreaming. Compared to Chu Zhou's, they felt like they had become trash and their hearts suffered a huge blow. However, they quickly became excited. Chu Zhou becoming an omnipotent expert would be extremely beneficial to their Battleaxe Martial Arts School and the entire human race. Especially at this critical time. The addition of an omnipotent expert among the humans could greatly deter the three major organizations and monsters. "Good, that's great," Tang Yuanqing said excitedly. "Does Supervisor know?" "If you don't know, I'll report it to you immediately." "Supervisor already knows. He said he'll come over later," Chu Zhou said with a smile. "We all thought that you had a high chance of becoming an omnipotent expert, but we didn't expect this day to come." Nai Ying and Wan Feng sighed. He was extremely glad that the three martial arts schools and the Human Alliance had always supported Chu Zhou. Otherwise, if something happened to Chu Zhou during his growth, the Human Alliance might lose an omnipotent expert. Not long after, Dongfang Mingzhu, Big Sister Saber, Yang Zhenzhen, Du Gulan, and Xia Meng arrived. Seeing the expressions of Tang Yuanqing and Nai Ying, Dongfang Mingzhu and the others knew that it was true that Chu Zhou had become an omnipotent expert. This is great. Dongfang Mingzhu sat beside Chu Zhou, her beautiful eyes watery. If it weren't for the fact that there were many people here, she probably wouldn't have been able to resist having a good time with Chu Zhou to express her excitement. At this moment, she felt indescribably proud. Her man was too amazing. Is he an omnipotent expert? He's so fast. Big Sister Saber exclaimed and couldn't help but recall the scenes of her teaching Chu Zhou in high school. Back then, she thought highly of Chu Zhou purely because she thought highly of his unyielding spirit. She was indeed full of anticipation for Chu Zhou. However, her greatest hope for Chu Zhou was that he would eventually become a martial god. Now, Chu Zhou's achievements far exceeded her expectations. "Chu Zhou, you're really a super pervert. An 18-year-old omnipotent expert. This is too much of a blow. How are we going to live?" Yang Zhenzhen clicked her tongue in surprise and made a fuss. "If all of you youngsters are dealt a blow, there's no need to mention us old fellows." Compared to Chu Zhou, we feel that we've lived in vain. Dugulan smiled bitterly. There's no comparison. Xia Meng also smiled. Of course, even though they said that, they were extremely happy that Chu Zhou could become an omnipotent expert. Like Tang Yuanqing and Nai Ying, they all knew that Chu Zhou becoming an omnipotent expert at this time would be too beneficial to the entire human alliance. Not long after, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi also arrived. Shi Meng came with the Golden Eagle Emperor. They were obviously familiar with each other. The Golden Eagle Emperor, a proud emperor-level beast, was willing to let go of its dignity and fly here with Shi Meng on its back. Boss, you're too awesome. Tisk tisk, an 18-year-old omnipotent expert. Who else in the world can do that? Shi Meng jumped off the Golden Eagle Emperor's back and danced with joy. Ha ha ha, our blade team has actually given birth to an omnipotent expert, and an 18-year-old one at that. From today onwards, our blade team will become a legend and be recorded in history. Hehe, my name, Master Shi Meng, will also appear in the annals of history, to shine through the ages. Shi Meng seemed to have seen his name recorded in the annals of history and remembered by countless people. He put his hands on his hips and laughed proudly. Master, you've actually become an omnipotent expert. I've made a killing this time. The Golden Eagle Emperor was also extremely excited. Back then, it had no choice but to submit to Chu Zhou and become his mount. Unexpectedly, he had unintentionally hugged such a thick thigh. This was simply a blessing from the heavens. Ling Zhan and Li Qingxi gladly went forward to congratulate Chu Zhou. When they recalled how they met Chu Zhou back then, they felt extremely emotional. Who would have thought that Chu Zhou from Zhang City's No. 3 high school could reach such a height so quickly? Chu Zhou welcomed everyone with a smile and told them some of his cultivation experience. Everyone knew how precious the cultivation experience of an omnipotent expert was. They all remembered it in their hearts. Not long after, 3 extraordinary figures suddenly appeared outside Chu Zhou's house. One of them was tall and majestic. He was like a primordial mountain that towered into the sky and gave off an endless pressure. This person was the touted No. 1 on Earth, Dragon. The second person was wearing a golden holy robe. His facial features seemed to have been carved. His golden hair was disheveled, and his gaze was dignified. His entire person was like a solemn and holy god. His bearing was not inferior to Dragon. The third person was an Indian beauty who was elegant, beautiful, holy, dreamy, ethereal, and so on. When he saw her, it was as if he had seen all the beautiful things. It was also as if he had seen the person in his dream. There was a feeling that was both real and fake, like a dream and an illusion. When everyone saw these 3 figures, their hearts trembled violently, and their expressions changed drastically. The 3 omnipotent experts were the true leaders of the human alliance. Naturally, everyone knew their appearances. Gasp! The 3 omnipotent experts, Dragon, Sun God Soul, and Chang'e Saha, actually came at the same time. Everyone gasped. Chu Zhou saw that Dragon had not only come himself, but also brought the 2 omnipotent experts, Sun God Soul and Chang'e Saha, over. He hurriedly came out to welcome them. Dragon glanced at everyone and said to Chu Zhou with a smile, Chu Zhou, is there a quieter place here? Since you've become an omnipotent expert, it's time for you to know some things. The martial arts cultivation room on the 2nd floor is very quiet. Chu Zhou smiled. He guessed that the 3 omnipotent experts had something to tell him, but it was not convenient for Tang Yuanqing and the others to hear it. Therefore, he brought the 3 of them to the martial Dao cultivation room on the 2nd floor. After entering the martial arts cultivation room, he even activated his origin power and enveloped the entire cultivation room to prevent any sound from leaking out. Tang Yuanqing and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that they had brought the 3 of them up to the 2nd floor. They were too familiar with Chu Zhou. Therefore, they did not think much of it in front of a newly advanced omnipotent expert like Chu Zhou. However, Dragon and the other 2 omnipotent experts, as the 3 leaders of the human alliance, had accumulated a lot of power in the human alliance. Therefore, in front of Dragon and the other 2 omnipotent experts, they subconsciously became nervous. Now that Dragon and the other 3 omnipotent experts had gone up to the 2nd floor, their tense hearts finally relaxed. I didn't expect that Dragon, Sun God Soul, Chang'e Saha and the other 3 omnipotent experts would all come here today. Hehe, even in my dreams, I didn't expect to come into such close contact with the 3 omnipotent experts. Xi Meng smiled excitedly, looking like a fan who had seen his idol. However, Tang Yuanqing and the others did not mock Xi Meng, their reactions were similar to Xi Meng's. To a certain extent, the three omnipotent experts were the spiritual idols of everyone in the human alliance. Everyone had silently witnessed and remembered everything they had done for the human alliance. Even Tang Yuanqing and the other King Realm experts of the older generation respected and worshipped the three omnipotent experts very much. On the second floor, Dragon, Sun God Soul, Chang'e Saha and the others seriously sensed the nomological fluctuations emitted from Chu Zhou's body. This is indeed the fluctuation of a nomological star. Looks like you've really become an omnipotent expert. Dragon exclaimed. I thought that your father was the most stunning person I've ever seen in my life. I didn't expect you to surpass him. Sun God Soul also said, an 18-year-old omnipotent expert is indeed unimaginable. It's just that, the heavens are really unfair. That fellow has such a bad personality, yet he actually has such an outstanding son. As he spoke, a trace of indignation and jealousy appeared on his face. Chu Zhou was stunned and looked at Sun God Soul in confusion. He could tell that this person seemed to be a little dissatisfied with his father. Could it be that he had a conflict with his father? When Chang'e Saha saw Chu Zhou's reaction, she chuckled and said, Chu Zhou, are you guessing that Soul had a conflict with your father? Chu Zhou nodded slightly. You've misunderstood. Chang'e Saha smiled and said, there's no conflict between Soul and your father. It's just that after Soul became an omnipotent expert, he challenged your father a few times, but he lost miserably to your father a few times in a row. Your father said that with Soul's lousy talent, he's not qualified to be his opponent. That's why he's a little unhappy with your father. Sun God Soul rolled his eyes. Chang'e Saha, don't mention what happened back then. Chu Zhou could not help but laugh. He did not expect Sun God Soul and his father to have such a past. Chapter 400, Humanity Boiling, 4th Speaker. 1. At Chu Zhou's house. On the second floor. Chu Zhou. Dragon's expression suddenly became solemn. Since you've already advanced to the omnipotent expert realm, there are some things that I should let you know. Please speak. Chu Zhou also became serious. You should know the current situation of our human alliance very well. What I want to say now is the foundation of our human race, the foundation of the monsters, and the foundation of the three organizations. Dragon said. Chu Zhou's eyes flashed and he immediately listened attentively. Let's talk about us humans first. Do you know how many omnipotent experts we humans have in total? The dragon asked. According to what I know, there should be 6. Other than the 3 of you, my father, and my aunt are all omnipotent experts. Chu Zhou thought for a moment and replied. You're right. Other than the 3 of us, there's also you. Your father, demonic human Chu Donglei, and your aunt, Huang Ya Chu Kinga are all omnipotent experts. This is the greatest foundation of our human race. Your father, in particular, is one of the 3 major organizations. He once charged into the headquarters of the 3 major organizations and caused them to suffer incomparably grievous losses. Therefore, even today, your father is the person that the 3 major organizations fear the most. Your aunt, Huang Ya Chu Kinga, is not simple either. Even though she rarely makes a move, she has something that even the 3 major organizations are extremely afraid of. The 3 major organizations don't dare to provoke her. Therefore, she is also one of the most important trump cards of our human race. Dragon said. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. He had long known that the 3 organizations were afraid of his father. However, he did not expect that his aunt, Chu Kinga, whom he had only met once, would be so feared by the 3 major organizations. Your Chu clan is really a perverted clan. Other than you, your father, and your aunt Chu Kinga. In fact, your Chu family's first ancestor is also an omnipotent expert. Unfortunately, your Chu family's first ancestor, second ancestor, and third ancestor are too ambitious. Our human alliance can't satisfy their ambitions at all. Therefore, they chose to lead your Chu family to join the New Moon organization. If your Chu family's eldest ancestor is also willing to stand on the side of us humans, our human alliance can be more relaxed when fighting against the 3 organizations and the monsters. Without waiting for Dragon to continue, Sun God Soul interrupted. Moreover, his tone revealed that he was very dissatisfied with the Chu family's eldest ancestor, second ancestor, and third ancestor. Chu Zhou was shocked. He did not expect that the eldest ancestor of the Chu clan was also an omnipotent expert. He looked at Dragon and Chang'e Saha in confusion. They nodded at Chu Zhou affirmatively, proving that Sun God Soul was right. Chu Zhou gasped slightly. The Chu family was indeed terrifying. If his father had not betrayed the Chu family and his aunt Chu Qingge did not leave the Chu family, then the Chu family would have 4 omnipotent experts, including him. They would have one more than the 3 omnipotent experts like Dragon. Not to mention in the Human Alliance, even among the 3 major organizations, such a family would immediately become the top family. Unfortunately, the thoughts of the Chu family's first ancestor, second ancestor, and third ancestor were not on the Human Alliance's side at all, causing the Human Alliance to lose a powerful helper. Dragon continued, now, let's talk about the monster's foundation. On the monster's side, there are also 5 omnipotent experts. They are, Sea-Splitting Demon Whale, Dark Jellyfish, Lightning Halberd Tyrannosaurus, Vajra Violent Ape, Hurricane Winged Snake. These 5 beast venerables also know that in terms of the number of omnipotent experts, they don't have an advantage over us humans. Especially when there's an abnormal existence like your father. Therefore, they basically don't really appear. They hide in the dark and control countless monsters to attack and weaken humans. Actually, it's not that we humans can't destroy the monsters. It's just that the price we have to pay is too high. There are still 3 major organizations eyeing us covetously in the dark. That's why we haven't implemented a genocide plan against the monsters. When Chu Zhou heard this, he realized that the monster was not as strong as he had imagined. It was only because of the restraints of the 3 major organizations that the Human Alliance made the decision to completely destroy the monsters. As for the Shadow Alliance, this is the faction with the least number of omnipotent experts among the monsters and the 3 major organizations. It only has 1 omnipotent expert, which is the chief of the Shadow Alliance, Xiao Anran. Dragon said. What? The Shadow Alliance only has 1 omnipotent expert? Then why can the Shadow Alliance still be on equal footing with the New Moon Organization, the Earth Organization, and the monsters? Chu Zhou asked in confusion. Let me answer this question. Chang'e Saha opened her mouth and said, in the Shadow Alliance, only Chief Xiao Anran is an omnipotent expert. Moreover, he was able to advance to the omnipotent expert realm. He even relied on external forces. Strictly speaking, his strength might be the weakest among the omnipotent experts. However, even though the Shadow Alliance's strength is far inferior to Monster and the other 2 organizations, the person behind the Shadow Alliance is an existence that the 3 of us are afraid of. After so many years of investigation, we already know who is who. He is a powerful survivor of ancient human civilization. His name is Pan.